All right, welcome to the final of the Queensland Drag Racing Championships. Qualifying is about to get underway for our Real Street bracket here, Q1. And normally it's all about the reaction times, but today you don't have to worry about the reaction times of qualifying because qualifying is based on ET, traditional today for the qualifying order. I'm Mark Allen, joined by Wade on the microphone. Wade, it's been a while for the Queensland Drag Racing Championships for yourself as well. Haven't seen you for a few of them.
Yeah, a couple of months off, but we're back for the championship final. So good afternoon to you, good afternoon to everyone. Let's decide some championships.
Yeah, Real Street on track. And we're a bit slack, mate. We haven't even turned the computers on. Oops. Well, we know that's Matt Coates down there in the Dragon. And Dean Merchant in the lane beside him in the Ford. A couple of reds here to kick off qualifying.
Well, you said it, Mark. Reaction times they won't count. So Matt goes short 12.68, 110 miles an hour. Dean a 12.89 at 103 for our first pair in Real Street.
Well, that's the interesting thing about the Queensland Drag Racing Championships. It's all year we qualify off your reaction times off that first qualifier, and it's round robin racing. But get to that final event, it's back to traditional drag racing, qualifying based on ET, and it's elimination racing today. Next up, Craig Collis to take on Ian Nielsen. Collis in the Jeep, Nielsen in the VZ. Greens this time, both sides of the racetrack. Nielsen out with a 105, Collis with a 233. As we watch Nielsen go through for a 12.12, 113 miles an hour. Collis with a 13.61 at 100 miles an hour. So Real Street, that's a bracket for all of our later model vehicles running 10 seconds and slower to die your own bracket. On track, we've got another Jeep. This time it's Paul Gingell to take on Tony Rogers in the Ute.
Yeah, a lot of car to get off the line there for Paul.
The Jeeps are quick.
They are. So he was a runner-up back at the first round we had Real Street for this season. So he's definitely a good racer, is Paul. It's not the most aerodynamic car out there. Gets off the line with a 193.
As long as it's consistent.
Yeah, that's exactly right. A 081 light for Tony. So you'll see the Falcon will blaze away from the Jeep.
Well, that's the best light we've seen so far in qualifying for Real Street. With Rogers, he goes through for an 11.65, 124 miles an hour. And Gingell at 13.84 at 99 miles an hour. 6 cars down the track already qualifying for Real Street. Next up, Wade, who we got?
Paul Nelson coming forward in the FG. Makes a trip up the M1 from Nerang. Black Panther Racing on board.
It's a good team name, isn't it? Black Panther Racing.
Suits the car too, doesn't it?
Does.
When you got the black car down there. So we'll see what Paul can do. His first qualifier. Oh, lousy light. Throw that out the window. That's fine. Dust off the cobwebs for your first session of the day. See what Paul's got across the finish line, and he finishes off an 11.68 at 124 miles per hour to what looks to close out our first qualifying session of Real Street.
And that means we're going to move into Prime Signs and Speed Elec Super Street qualifying session number 1. Quick look at the championship standings. Sean Taskus is on top at the moment for Speed Elec Prime Signs. Troy Hutton second, Darren Piddington third, Wayne Nipris fourth. Those drivers all battling it out for the championship here today. Who's going to be crowned the winner at the end of the day? Will it be this man on track, Sean Taskus, in the Capri taking on Tanisha Marshall in the Holden for RCE Performance? So Taskus is the championship leader on track straight off the trailer here. First pairing. Has a slight lead in the championship, 2 points. Not 2 points.
So Sean gets out at 0.71. It was red for Tanisha Marshall over there in the Rocket Lane.
11-point lead for Taskus.
The Capri will go through an 11.25 at 117 miles per hour. And for Tanisha, 11.92 at 113.
So I've always said that you want to be within 15 points of the leader coming into this last event. So if you look at those calculations using that, you'd think it's going to be between Taskus, Hutton, Piddington for this championship.
Yeah, and Super Street's one of those brackets, Mark, that obviously has a lot of entries. It's well supported.
Yep.
Junior Dragster, another one of those. So the more competitors you've got in the final round, the more rounds of elimination, it brings more people into the picture come racing.
Next up, Darren Piddington, one of those drivers in the hunt for the championship, taking on Samantha Yulton in the Commodore for BL Race Engines. Both drivers in full stage here. Red light for Yulton by 5th out of a second. Hitting to get down clean green. 126 for the Ford Capri. As we watch the Capri go through from 11.47, 117 miles an hour, and Yulton goes an 11.62, 118 mile an hour. Troy Hutton to take on John Riley.
Yeah, Battle of the Utes coming forward.
So had 1, 2, and 3 in the championship standings, all out in the first 3 pairings. Hutton out with an 0.27 red. Sounded like someone might have a little bit of spin there. Riley got a good line, 0.18.
So just a quick call for Super Sedan. Super Sedan to the staging lanes, please. Junior Dragster, you guys should already be there, so Super Sedan to the staging lanes.
Yeah, 11.79 for Troy Hutton there and a 12.09 for John Riley. 6 cars down in qualifying so far for Prime Science Speed Elec Super Street. Next up, Wayne Nipris in the Camaro for Custom Build Kitchens to take on the XD Falcon of Travis Greaves for PST Performance.
Sharp light from Wayne there at 0.39. Travis is in a 2.18 light over in the Falcon. So Wayne hits the stripe at 10.88 with 0 at 125 miles per hour, and for Travis at 10.85 at 123. If that was a drag race, Mark, it would have been a good one.
That was a good one. Next up, we've got the Statesman for Craig Layton take on Jenny Ashen. Ashen in the Commodore. So Jenny's in pre-stage now. Both drivers are in pre-stage. Qualifying session number 1 for Super Street. Every class will get 3 qualifiers today before we get into eliminations later on. We've got a couple of cherries there on the track. Getting them out of the system early. Across the finish line, we'll see Jenny Ashen go through from 11.52, 118 miles an hour, and Craig Layton 11.86, 115 mile an hour. You know, as a driver, I don't mind going red on like Q1 or Q2, but I like to finish off qualifying with a green. You know, I like to go into racing off the back of some good form.
You want to build a bit of confidence and know that you're in the window.
Matt Francis in the panel van to take on Carl Grading, the Fairmont. I always like grading sponsor Divine Massage at Herbal Spa.
0.15 for the panel van of Matt Francis. A 109 light for Carl as well.
Well, Francis Crowley, he might be the quickest so far today in Super Street. 10.54, 126 miles an hour, and grading 11.40 at 115. So just a quick call for Junior Dragster, Super Sedan Modified and Modified Bike to the lanes, please. Super Sedan Modified and Modified Bike to the lanes, please. Next up, Mark Rosso in the Camaro to take on the Tirana of John McKnight. I don't think we've seen John this season in the Tirana for KPM Performance.
No, we haven't seen Mark since the second round as well, so good to have Mark back. And if you're not in the championship picture for the final round, you just come out to be the spoiler, don't you, Mark? You look to just win a trophy for the end of the day, finish your season nice and strong, as John goes to an 11.97 at 113 miles per hour, and for Mark Russell a 12.68 at 112.
And Tom Ryan in the Holden Ute here to finish off qualifying for Prime Science Speed Elec Super Street. I think he's going to be one to watch today. Young Tom gets out. Ooh, 005 red. He's on the money. As Tom goes through from 11.73, 116 miles an hour. So I think that brings a close to qualifying for Prime Science Speed Elec Super Street. Now moving into Junior Dragster. Brought to us by SuperFloor. Big thank you to SuperFloor for supporting the Junior Dragster bracket Q1. Take us through the points, Wade. How's it looking for the championship?
Look,
this is tight.
It is. Junior Dragster, it's one of those categories as well.
That I would say...
You look at the nomination list and any one of the races here today could take home a win.
I reckon it's the 9 or 10 drivers potentially could get the championship today with the way, being eliminations. Like, it is the tightest bracket here today for the championship.
100%. So leading the points is Vance Pirano on 81 points. Nixon Cannulli in second on 79. Neil Paul, who's the only driver to have won 2 events in Junior Dragster this season, in third on 78 points. Carl Schultz, who's the reigning track champion, on 76. And Dakota Bray closes out the top 5 on 73 points.
Tight in Junior Dragster. First up, we've got Alex Kidd on track to take on Tyler Bellett. And also another thing with Junior Dragster today, that there's a bit of a Christmas theme. And the best dressed team gets $50 from Mark Peck at Illicit Autos. I was going to say they've got the best dressed team in the Christmas theme. You pick up $50 today in Junior Dragster.
How good's that?
Yeah.
Bit of spending money coming up towards Christmas.
Yeah, Mark and Aaron over there at Illicit Autos. All right.
So do the kids get that, or the parents?
On track, yeah. Alex Kidd, one of those. He's in the hunt here in Junior Dragster, taking Tyler Bellett. So Alex is 13 points out of the lead. Oh, good lights. 085 for Kidd, 170 for Bellett.
So turning our attention to the half track, the 8th mile, an 8:45 for Alex Kidd. Tyler Bellett goes through in the A Junior, and 8:05 at 82 miles per hour.
So how many did we have entered in Junior Dragster this weekend? It looks like a big list when it's over the page as well that we're printed out here. So about 27, 28 Junior Dragsters today.
Big field, Mark, big field.
I was just doing this bunch. I was like, yeah, that's about right. About 27, 28. On track, we've got Charlie Usher for MRE Electrical to take on Neil Paul for JD Race Cars. Great light from Charlie Usher. An 010. Paul was sharp as well. 087. Junior Dragster, 834 for Neil Paul and an 852 for Charlie Usher at 77 miles an hour for both drivers. Man, this is a hot day. It's gonna be interesting later on when the sun, because it's so warm here, it's gonna affect ETs, and that drop in temperature once the sun goes down. It's gonna be fun watching everyone trying to work out their dial-ins, how much they're gonna pick up as it cools down. That's going to be a good challenge later on for the teams.
Well, the track's probably going to be at its best once the sun goes down. We all know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you still need to make these qualifiers count, don't you? You still want to make sure the car's consistent.
Big time.
If it's consistent in these conditions, then technically it should be consistent later on today.
That third qualifier is going to be critical for any of these teams in the championship. Anyone that wants to be a spoiler today for that dial-in in round one. Tamika Carslake to take on Paige King here. Both drivers out with red lights. Tamika an 065 red, King with an 044 red. SuperFloor Junior Dragster Q1. Tamika goes through for an 871, 72 miles an hour. Paige King an 892 at 72 mile an hour.
So, Mark, you raced juniors not that long ago.
Thanks, man. Every time.
But I mean, are these guys, and across a lot of our brackets today with the heat, are they changing much in the cars to say, a cooler day?
Mate, I honestly don't know what they do these days with juniors. I'm sure I'm going to find out shortly with the kid that wants to race. But I don't think you'd be changing much throughout the year. As a guess, I don't. They might be changing jets or something, possibly, between summer and winter. Maybe get a bit more fuel in there in winter, but yeah, lean it out in summer. I don't know.
Max Rowling over in the rocket lane coming forward. Sophia Lode will be in the speed flow lane.
Oh, 001.
And Max is in the championship picture and he goes bang, 001. Thanks for coming. And problems there for Sophia Lode in the speed flow lane, but Max will go through.
That's not where you want to be stopping.
774.
That's a bit of a run for the crew and the officials. That's 200 metres from the start line and 200 metres from the finish line. So, either way, it's either the finish line guys are going to be looking at the start line guys. No, you guys do it. Well, it's right in the middle. Who's closer?
I mean, it's before the 8th mile, so does that mean it's up to the start line guys?
I think that means the start line guys are closer if it is before the 8th mile.
It's like a standoff.
Who's going to go down there? Who's going to get some cardio work out?
Everyone becomes very polite. You go.
There might be one of the parents, actually. One of the parents in the golf buggy's pulled up. So hopefully it's just something like a chain there for Sophia, and it's not a major issue, and she gets back out for Q2. But no matter what, they're going to have to get her off the racing surface. So it's going to take a couple of minutes here as we...
So as a former modified racer, Mark, if you're in
What do
your
you mean former? I'm just
semi-retired.
Not retired either. Just don't you laugh at him either. Just having a bit of fun in the commentary box. The car's sitting there. It's all good.
It's good to go. One day.
Semi-retired, former. What are you doing, man? Throwing these bombs at me this early.
But would you be changing much in the car,
Mate,
for
I
a
don't
hot day,
change
or
a
you
thing
just
in
go
mine.
out there?
Nah.
Every
No,
race is the same.
We've got our tune-up very safe, very soft, fat. So we don't change anything. So it's the same setup the entire year. Unless something goes wrong, we don't touch it. But I'm very lucky that we've got a car that we've raced for a long time, and it's set up to, it just performs.
That's the
way
window it likes to operate in.
Big thank you to KPM Performance for setting up the dragster for me and getting it that way. The way I like it, we don't touch it. But my dragster's got about probably, I haven't looked at the last time I raced it, but one of the seasons we had a 700 spread from, if you looked at my quickest lap, from each event, it was a 700 spread for the entire year. So my quickest lap in summer compared to it was only 700s difference. Yeah. You can only look at so many 790 passes on a data logger.
As we mentioned too, Mark, of course, eliminations today, which is different to the rest of the season. So
Yeah.
As a racer, current racer, how do you approach today any differently to a Chicago shootout? Or, I mean, you don't get that. We see often that you can have two wins and make a final, but today you've got to go through every event.
You've got to win each race, but the interesting thing is because a lot of the teams, and you know what each other is going to run ET-wise. In the bracket style modified Super Sedan Top Sports, Junior Dragster's got a lot, so it's a little bit harder, but you can almost predict who you're going to be racing with the elimination format because you know, okay, this guy's going to run an 8.0, this team's going to run an 8.60, this team's going to run a 7.30, so it's going to put them first, second, third, fourth. So you can almost work out who you might be getting first round of racing. There we go, we're back into Junior Dragster. But no, I wouldn't take it any different. Just win. That's what it comes down to. That's the plan.
Keep turning on win lights and get
turning
a
on
trophy
win
at the end
lights.
of the day.
And then work out what went wrong afterwards. What did I screw up? On track, Chase Castlake and Amelia Wright. So Chase in the blue Junior Dragster, Amelia in the black Junior Dragster for Illicit Auto, Electrical. Amelia gets out with 002 red, 081 green, Chase Castlake. SuperFloor Junior Dragster qualifying session 1, and we see 795 from Amelia and an 836 at 77 miles an hour from Chase Castlake. Already 9 juniors down the track here in qualifying session number 1, so probably got about another 20 to go. Next up, it'll be Lexi Lancaster to take on Carlos Harvey.
Yeah, so Carlos in the UASA Batteries Junior Dragster from across the Tasman, coming over from New Zealand here this weekend to race in the QDRC finals. So thanks to them for coming over to support this event. Lexi Lancaster in the Speedfo lane for Highway Rentals. So I don't know what the weather's like in New Zealand at the moment, but I'm sure it's a bit of a shock to the system to come over here to the mid-30s. But didn't affect Carlos on the line. A 0.60 for Carlos. A 2.03 for Lexi Lancaster. And I'll finish off at 8.62 for Lexi. Carlos goes through an 8.87 with an 8 at 72 miles per hour to put their first qualifier in the bag.
You know what else was interesting for this season? Because we've also got they had that drop around, so you dropped your worst points of the season, which actually tightened up some of the championship standings when the race took off their worst performance of the year. So one of the drivers, I think it was in Super Sedan. Yeah, Adam White. He didn't even race at one of the events, and he's coming to the event 3 points off the lead. Because obviously his ground dropped was a 0.
Well, it almost, if you have a really if you make every final, it almost disadvantages you, doesn't it? Because you lose.
Well, you're going to lose 25.
Points. Yeah, 25
or 22. Yeah. All right, on track, Siobhan Harvey to take on Ryder Marsden. Ryder, probably one of our youngest competitors here today, running in that C Junior Dragster. Oh, 005 light for Harvey, but there was a little bit of a miss there, about, 60 foot out. Marsden was sharp though, 024 from the CJD, a 799, 82 miles an hour for Harvey, and Ryder Marsden goes through for 1230 at 52 miles an hour. Big welcome to everyone watching on the live stream as well. So hopefully you guys are enjoying your day. Hopefully sitting in some air conditioning with a cold beverage, watching some qualifying action here at Willowbank Raceway for the final round of the Queensland Drag Racing Championships. We are in Q1 for Junior Dragster. On track it is James Loday to take on Cody Sedmak. Sedmak running for JTS Racing. Loday, a former champ in Junior Dragster.
Had some success in junior bike as well.
Yeah, he did.
4 wheels, 2 wheels, doesn't matter.
So he campaigned the bike for about 12 months. Now he's finishing off in the Junior Dragster before. Well, I'm not too sure what his next step's going to be in his career for drag racing.
It's always the big question, isn't it? You don't know where the juniors will pop up once they age
well,
out.
the most commonplace was modified when I was racing, but now they're just they're sprinkled everywhere now, the junior drivers.
Some of them end up in radial racing.
Yeah, Loday up with an 034 light. Sedmak at 194. Loday goes through for an 818, 80 miles an hour. Then Cody Sedmak an 876 at 75 miles per hour. SuperFloor Junior Dragster. Dakota Bray on track now for Smith Transport, taking on our championship leader, Vance Pirano. So Vance started off the season in hot form. Was that 2 finals out of the first 3 events. And then the last couple have been a little bit down, but he's still got that championship lead, which is the main thing. So we might have another junior on track. We just got some walkers down on track at the finish line. Oh, we got some Christmas theme on the start line. I think that's our first costume that we've seen for the Pirano team. Tell you what, if you came out in a Santa costume on a day like this, you deserve that $50.
I was going to say the only thing it's missing is the beard, but it looks to be naturally grown. So
yep, they've been shut down. So we might have a junior dragster on track in the finish line there. So we'll probably push those 2 drivers back to the back of the field and then run them last, let them cool down for a little bit. It is a hot day today.
It is warm. As you said, though, a big thank you to Overtaking Lane for broadcasting this season here at Willowbank for the QDRC.
Yep. It's been good. See a lot of the drivers clip their highlights from the event and post them up on Facebook. It's always fun to see.
Put them on their reels.
Yep,
whether it be
reels.
TikTok or whatever the social
top
media platform.
Ticking, whatever they do. Yep.
How is everyone doing out there in the grandstand today? Excellent. Umbrellas seem to be the flavour of the day, and broad brim hats. Everyone over on the hill, how are you guys today? The gazebos, nice and warm.
And obviously, we've got the donation set up for the Wounded Heroes just down here behind the tower as well. Today was that gold coin donation. So if you do want to throw something towards those guys, they're just down here behind the tower. And you know what else I saw behind the tower? Lemonade stand. The old traditional lemonade stand with some Slurpees.
Good.
I think I could go a Slurpee right now.
On a day like today, it's, you can't go wrong, can you?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Not that we want them to sell out before we get an opportunity to get down there, but
yeah. I'm just.
Can we get
I'm not going to complain if someone brings up a
I was going to
Slurpee
say,
either.
if we get delivery.
I'm not going to be complaining. Is there an Uber? Can we get an Uber of the slushies up here?
I mean, if someone wants to bring us up a lemonade, I'm sure we can share some air conditioning with them.
We'll let you view from up in the best spot on the racetrack here for a little bit.
So I've got next year's calendar here, Mark. Good opportunity
What
to
have we got for next year's calendar, mate?
kick off the
Throw
year
it-
with
throw it at us.
New Year Nitro, of course, the 10th and 11th of January. So a good way to kick off the new year.
Tell you what, that'd be a good gift to get someone for Christmas as well. I know the tickets are for sale at online. So check them out. Buy maybe someone's a gift for Chrissy.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I'd be
Hint. Yeah.
pretty happy if that was under my Christmas tree.
A couple seats at the New Year Nitro.
So there's a few tests and tunes through January, but Street Series, our first event of February, 8th of February. There's a race, a test day. Don't have to wait too long for Kenda. You'll be here for that one, Mark, on the 22nd of
Feb.
Feb.
So yeah, that'd be good.
But we don't have our first QDRC. Where's our first QDRC? 15th of Feb.
There you go. So I think the big one's obviously the one in January, the New Year Nitro. Then we get back into regular programming from February onwards.
Yeah, that's it. And of course, the big one in June, the Gulf Western Autos Winter Nationals. 5th to the 8th of June. So the early bird tickets for that are on sale as well. So
Already, there you
could
go.
even put that under the Christmas tree for someone.
That'd be a good double bonus. But the New Year one and the Winter Nationals, well, they're not going to take a break. It's going to be Dakota Bray and Vance Pirano. They're back on track here. We thought they might go to the back of the field, but they're happy to kick things off.
Oh, if you're in a race suit out there today, Mark, you just want to get it over and done with, I reckon.
100%, mate, 100%.
A couple of our championship combatants out there on the start line. Vans, of course, leading, as Mark said. Dakota Bray currently in 5th.
Good light there, 040 for our championship leader, Pirano. Dakota Bray goes through for a 796, 80 miles an hour, Pirano, and 876, 74 miles an hour. We've had 17 junior dragster drivers down the track. Next, pairing out Cody Robertson to take on Jet Pirano. So Cody Robertson running in that C junior dragster. And Jet Pirano in the A junior dragster. Quickest so far in qualifying in junior dragster. Well, Lexi Lancaster is currently on top with it, 862. Obviously on that 860 index for the BJDs. And Max Rowling second spot. Tyler Bellett rounds out the top three at the moment in qualifying for junior dragster. Jet Pirano, though, for Beck's Hair Lounge. About to move forward. And Cody Robertson.
So both at stage now. Oh, some nice lights there. 060 for Jet, 084 for Cody Robertson. You see the difference between the A junior and the C junior right there. As Jet goes to an 820 with a 1 at 79 miles per hour, and through goes the CJD at 1234, the 6 at 46 miles per hour.
Can you name me another sport in the world where an 8-year-old can compete against like a 16-year-old, 17-year-old and be competitive?
Ooh.
That's what I'm trying to... Sport. I said sport. Chess. Yeah, chess.
I'll get back to you, Mark.
That's what I'm going to
I'll
throw a
do some
challenge.
homework.
Can you think of it?
Yeah. Or if you're listening,
I think junior dragster could be it.
I mean, we don't have the comments for the live stream, but I'm sure there'll be people
Yeah.
putting up sports that we don't know of.
Possibly.
Yeah. Something in Eastern Europe or something that just
Curling. Lawn bowls. I don't know. I don't know how those rules work.
Gymnastics.
Yeah. So Fletcher Usher on track and Nixon King. So Usher running for MRE Electrical. Nixon King running for Mick King Transport. Fletcher's he's been in stage for a while. Good light again there from Nixon King, 062. Fletcher Usher gets out with 261. And King will go through for an 814 at 78 miles an hour. Fletcher Usher through for an 1104 at 58 miles an hour.
So as we said, big field of juniors. They keep coming through. Was it over 20, 25, 26?
I'll tell you at the end of qualifying, how's that sound?
Jacob Schultz is coming forward in the speedflow lane. Nevaeh McDougall over in the rocket lane for SVO Transport and Towing.
I like Nevaeh, the pink on Nevaeh. It looks good from up here in the commentary box. So Jacob Schultz for A Civil in the B Junior Dragster. 21 so far down the track in SuperFloor Junior Dragster. And you know what? We've had a couple stoppages in Junior Dragster. That doesn't usually happen. No perfect lights yet. 0.42 for McDougall, 2.52 for Schultz. McDougall will get across the finish line first here with an 8.02 at 80 miles an hour, and Schultz an 8.71 at 74 miles. That might actually put Nevaeh to number 1.
Yeah, it'll go close, I think.
So, yeah, it does. Yeah, it puts Nevaeh to number 1 qualifier at the moment in Junior Dragster by 1,000th of a second. Nevaeh goes to number 1. But we've still got a couple more qualifying sessions to go, including car still in this session. Nixon Canuli up next against the reigning Junior Dragster champion, Carl Schultz. So having a look at the points for Carl, if he wants to go back-to-back, he's 5 points out of the lead at the moment, so that's tight.
So that's a couple of rounds of racing?
It will be 2 rounds of racing here to make up 5 points. Because don't forget, you get 2 points for losing here today. So you get 5 points for qualifying, and then 5 points per round win, and 2 points for the round that you're losing.
So Junior Dragster, as we were just saying how close it is to beat number 1 qualifier. So you have to be as close as you can to the bracket handicap as such. So an 800 for an A junior.
Yep. 860 for the B and 1200 for the C Junior Dragster.
And then here we've got 2 double A JDs just to mix it up a little bit.
760 for the... or 770, I should say, sorry. .106 for Nixon Canuli, 012 red for Carl Schultz. And across the finish line we see Carl goes 774, Canuli goes 774. That was just a good old drag race there in qualifying for Junior Dragster. 774 both sides of the racetrack, 84 mile an hour for Canuli, 83 mile an hour for Schultz.
Kind of cool to see them go a little bit quicker, isn't it?
It is.
But to put it in comparison, they're doing quicker than we do on the motorway.
Was it 130 odd plus kilometres an hour, about 135 kilometres an hour, I think, if my maths is correct there. Well, they're about 4 seconds quicker than my old V6 Commodore to half track. The V6 Commodore was about 11 seconds to 8th mile.
You're always looking at the incrementals where you are. See if we can pick up some time.
Yep. Next up, Junior Dragster, we have got Ashley Pinkstone and Isabella Hunter. Red lights both sides of the racetrack here. And it's an 8.022 for Pinkstone, 81 miles an hour. Isabella goes 8.51 at 75 miles an hour.
Actually close to number 1. Was that actually
well, she's
identical times?
Yeah, she's 1 hour off number 1 qualifier and be equal with Lexi, I think, as well. Unless she was under double A.
Yep.
She might have been under the... Yeah, she might... Yeah, she's been put under the double A, so... Anyways. This will be a solo pass to round off qualifying in Junior Dragster. We've had 27 down the track, so this will make 28. And it will be Kendra Glasson for Royal Precision Lubricants to finish off qualifying for SuperFloor Junior Dragster. Ooh, 006 red for Kendra. And the Royal Precision Lubricants Junior Dragster goes through for an 8:39 at 77 miles an hour.
So just a quick call, Modified Bike, Top Sportsman and QDRC Comp Bike. So Modified Bike, Top Sportsman, QDRC Comp Bike, if you guys want to make your way through to the staging lanes. So a big thank you to Donnelly Blasting Services for jumping on board as the QDRC sponsor for 2024. Good opportunity that if you're looking to maybe jump on board as a sponsor here at the track for next year, get in touch with the office before Christmas. I'm sure they can
arrange something,
point you in the right direction,
yeah,
of something that suits what you're looking for.
Now we're moving into some testing for the junior drag bike class. So one of the newest classes to Australian drag racing is the junior drag bike class for all our kids that, you know what, we're more a fan of the two-wheel action than the dragster type. Marcus McDonald on track.
I'll tell you what, they ride these bikes pretty aggressively too for juniors, don't they? You see them shifting through the gears, which is something they don't do in junior dragster, as Marcus goes through a 947 with a 3 at 72 miles per hour.
Well, I like the idea of it because it is a bit more of a challenge. I think racecraft-wise, it's definitely harder.
To be consistent.
Yeah, consistency, reaction times. Yeah, I think you'll see some really competitive races step up into the senior ranks coming out of the junior drag bike class in the future, I believe.
And the best part is they get to rip a big fat skid
well.
Everyone loves that.
Can't do that in junior dragster.
No.
So Jaden Badcock and Kai Badcock, brother versus brother here for Pro Cycle Dyno. There, an 083 for Kai there, 108 for Jaden. Jaden goes through for a 935, 71 miles an hour, and Kai a 1083 at 61 miles an hour. So that's junior drag bike testing here. Done and dusted, I think. I don't think we've got any more.
That was just the 3 on the nomination list for today.
So we should be looking at the schedule, Wade. I think that means we're going to be moving into qualifying session number 1 for Super Sedan. Let's do a quick recap of the championship coming into the final event here for the Queensland Drag Racing Championship. Super Sedan championship leader Mitchell Bauer on 81 points, followed up by Damien Morris 1 point behind. So you know what? It doesn't really matter what happens with Morris and Bauer. Whoever goes further, well, obviously could get the championship, but obviously Adam White in 3rd place. He's in there. He's only 3 points behind.
Just paint the picture if those two make it to the finals.
Well, whoever wins gets the championship. Yeah. That's what it boils down to. But wanting to stop those two drivers that we're just mentioning, Adam White 3rd spot, 78 points. Rudy White 4th on 75, and Rob Price running out the top 5 there on 65. Wayne Hyde also equal there with 65 points. So I think anyone there inside the top 4, maybe top 5, then you really need a few things to fall your way. But I think championship in Super Sedan is going to fall down between Bauer, Morris, White, or Wyatt.
Yeah, and when you look at the nomination list as well, I mean, today we're really looking at those in the top of the points, but you look through the nomination list at an event and you go, gee, any of them could get a win. If it goes right, any of them could take
I'll
a
have a
win.
look at the entry list for Super Sedan. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 competitors. So that means it's going to be 4 rounds of racing. So that means 25 points up for grabs today for the winner. Bauer, Height, McDonald, Morris, Newport, Puka, Shaw, White, yeah. Tough field indeed. But there will be a solo pass in round 1, if that's correct, with 9 entries. So suddenly that number 1 spot could play a part. Actually, with 9 vehicles, there's going to be buy run every round of racing in Super Sedans. It goes 9-5-3, then final.
So what are you wanting the buy run later?
Well, you don't,
I suppose in
you don't have a
eliminations,
choice,
you want it. I mean, in eliminations, I suppose you want it as early as possible, don't you?
I think so as well. I think in eliminations, to get through that first round, it's a free shot at the track.
Yep.
You set up your dial in.
And it really puts the pressure on your competitor, saying that might be chasing you in the points or might be trying to hold that advantage.
And there's some tactics that you can take in with your buy run, knowing that, okay, well, the reason you've got the buy run is because you were the quickest car in that first round. Then you know who your likely competitor will be in the second round, because you know who the pairings are, and you can go, okay, I think this guy's going to win. I've got lane choice, so this is the lane I'm going to have in this round and the next round. We need modified to the lanes, please. Modified. Final call. If you're not there, you won't get to run this round of race qualifying, so modified to the lanes, please. So there's a few things there. But I'm also, if I was in the pairing, knowing that I've got the guy that, if I win, I'm going to have the guy in the next round that had the solo pass. I'm going to be trying to get the lane that I think I'm going to be put in for the majority of the event as well. Mm-hmm. Things like that. Just for the data side of things. So we're almost getting underway of qualifying here for Super Sedan. Yeah, it's been a little bit stop-start today, hasn't it, already?
It has so far. So we did have the cars coming forward, but they've been pushed back and shut down. So we are moving through our first round of qualifying. We've already had Real Street, Super Street, Junior Dragster, and our Junior Drag Bike testing. We'll have Super Sedan out shortly. Modified Bike, Modified, QDRC Comp Bike, Top Sportsman, and QDRC SuperComp to come. And do you have a look at the scheduled market? What's after QDRC SuperComp?
Testing. Top fuel testing. Yeah, so we should see Pete a couple times today. I wonder, I haven't spoken to the team, but I'm assuming it'd be probably just half laps today in the heat. Hopefully we haven't got these sort of conditions in January, but being the middle of summer.
Yeah. We'll be asking for a little bit of cloud cover that day, do you think?
Oh, don't know about that either, but well, I think we've been given the signal that we're good to go. There we go, we're fired back up, so we're going to get into qualifying session number 1 for Super Sedan. And on track, it's going to be Mick Newport and Judy Pukas up first.
A bit of a short, sharp burnout there for Mick in the Tirana. Coming forward, Mick Newport contracting on board. I see Mick turn plenty of laps here, as does Judy Pukas over in the Big Val.
Oh, Judy, you've missed the... She's going to have to reverse back. She actually went through the stage beams. So, Judy is about to stage on the back wheels, and no one's. I wonder if anyone's going to notice here. Nope. There we go. Yep, just got to get Judy back. Yeah, I think she might have been looking down at something and went straight through the beams, and then looked back up the tree and kept moving forwards.
Oh, I feel a bit closer to the tree than I usually would.
Yeah.
It's not Street Outlaws. Stage on the back wheel. Who knows? Maybe they organise something back in the staging lanes. Good to go.
So red light there for Judy Pukas, 8:20 light for Mick Newport. And across the finish line, Judy goes through for a 10:47, 114 miles an hour. And Newport a 9:48, 142 mile an hour. So I think Judy might have backed off a little bit early there as well in the Valiant. But here we go, mate. I think these are two of our competitors in the hunt for the championship. In Super Sedan, Rudy Wyatt, 4th. Mitchell Bauer, 1st. Separated by 6 points. So a round and a half of racing between these two. So in theory, that means Rudy's got to go 2 rounds of racing further than Mitchell. But right now, it's all about Q1, getting a lap on the board. So Wyatt gets bragging rights early, first here with an 0:30 light to Bowers, 1:07. Bauer goes through for a 9:51, 143 miles an hour. Wyatt a 9:72, 140 mile an hour.
Yeah, it's how you want to start your day, isn't it? With a sharper light than the competitor you're trying to chase down. Yeah.
So we've got Adam White, 3rd in the championship, 3 points behind. So he's just got to go 1 round further than Bauer. Oh, double 04, shut the front door for Brendan Shaw. Adam White goes 060. And Brendan goes through for a 9:44, 141 miles an hour. Adam White a 9:66, 140 miles an hour.
Yeah, interesting for Adam. There was plenty of wheel spin off the line too. Once.
Oh yeah, 145 to 60 foot. We'll have to keep an eye on that later on. But Brendan Shaw, he's been in a bit of a purple patch, especially on the reaction times. He won the last event as well in Super Sedan.
So Darren McDonald over in the rocket lane coming up from Lismore across the border in the Corolla. Damien Morris in the Monaro, so currently sitting 2nd in the championship, 1 point behind championship leader Mitch Bauer. And for Damien, he's made 3 finals this season and he's been runner-up in all 3.
Oh. Going to turn the tyre for Morris? I wonder if he spun then. I missed it because it was just behind the screen here, so I didn't actually see what happened to Morris. But he got up with an 037. McDonald had no issues, 918, 145 miles an hour. But Damien Morris, you don't see that happen too often.
No, that's
Some
it.
issues there on the start line. Now, last up, Wayne Height in the Boss Hoses hydraulic hose repair Toyota to finish off with a solo pass here in Super Sedan.
It'll be something we have to watch too as we move into to the other categories too, Mark. As, I mean, Super Sedan being the quickest category we've had on track today. How the cars react to the track surface.
Well, that's a really good point because of how warm it is. It's going to be greasy today. So Wayne Height made a little bit of a move towards the centre line there, brought it back into the middle of the track. The Boss Hoses Toyota goes through for a 941, 134 miles an hour. So that brings a close to Super Sedan, possibly. Have we got another one there? No, we're going to move into... Well, our schedule was meant to be modified bike, but looks like we're going to go move into modified.
Add a couple extra wheels.
Yeah. Maybe the modified bike guys were like, we'll just wait our turn.
Yeah.
It's a bit warm. They're in the shade over there. So on track modified. So this is our open vehicle bracket. So you'll see dragsters, alters, funny cars, hot rods can compete in modified eliminator. It's another dye your own bracket. So similar to all the brackets you've seen so far today. So you just got to run 10.99 seconds or quicker, and you qualify in modified, as long as you've got one of those sort of vehicles that we just mentioned. So on track, Brett Farnell to take on Abby McDonald. So front engine dragster versus front engine dragster.
So 0.31 there for Abby. Red light for Brett. Made the final a couple of events ago. Heads through for an 8.37 with a 454 miles per hour. Abby McDonald problems there, 9.15. So a little bit off the mid 750s that we're used to seeing.
I'm just wondering if it's a different combo, because that ET in speed is reflective of, and everything there was reflective of the ET.
Yep.
So I don't know. I'm not too sure for Abby, but yeah, as you said, mentioned, it's usually mid 7-second car.
I suppose it's one of those things that once they come out for the next qualifier, if it's running around that time, would
We'll know.
confirm.
So next up, we've got John Sting. I love this dragster, John Sting, to take on Chris Reed in the Roadster. Chris Reed, second in the championship. So 8 points behind Lucas Holtz. 2 rounds of racing. It's not a large field this weekend for modified. I think we only have 4 rounds of racing. So basically for Chris Reed, if Holtz goes out in round 1, he needs to get to the semi-finals, to the 3rd round.
And Chris Reed has had some success in the last couple of events, so making 2 out of the last 3 finals.
Well, John Sting's a former champion in modified. 001 red for Sting, 087 red for Reed. John Sting goes through for a 788, 166 miles an hour. Chris Reed an 860 at 152 miles an hour. And obviously John Sting obviously had one of the quickest alcohol dragsters in Australia in pro alcohol, but having fun again in modified eliminator, where he cut his teeth. So 4 vehicles down in Knijff Earthmoving Modified eliminator. Q1. Big thank you to Knijff Earthmoving. Tell you what, those guys have been supporting modified for a very long time now. I wonder how many years it is now for Dirk over there at Knijff Earthmoving with his support to modified eliminator. Big thank you to Dirk. I'm not sure if you're here at track or watching online, but championship leader on track, Lucas Holtz in the yellow altered now, moving forward to take on Andrew Pinkstone in the dragster. So Lucas has a handy lead. So he's got 2 rounds over 2nd place in the championship. Andrew Pinkstone, he's a little bit out, so he's 20 points out, so he can't make it for the championship. But he's 4th at the moment. Pinkstone.
Looking to jump on the podium.
Well, that's it. That's always a good goal. The top 3 is always a good goal at the start of the season. Oh, how about Trip Zip to 001 here in modified? We've got to get a photo of that for the highlights on the commentary page, but incredible. 000 to a 001 here. Trip Zip for Lucas Holtz, 001 for Andrew Pinkstone. ET's 943 for Holtz. He's a little bit off, a bit slow today in the heat, and a 771 for Andrew Pinkstone. Pinkstone is our #1 qualifier at the moment with that 771. But incredible. That's our first Trip Zip of the day.
Hey, what did they have for breakfast? Or lunch?
Well, there's a reason why he's the championship leader.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
We've got a new schedule, Wade, that's just been given to us.
Doesn't matter what preparation work you do, sometimes you just got to throw it in the bin, right?
Well, it looks like the same as the one we've got, because I had modified bike before, modified on that one as well.
So just a quick call, QDRC SuperComp and testing. So QDRC SuperComp for your first qualifier and any testing vehicles. If you're a testing vehicle here today and you want to participate in the first testing session, good variety of test vehicles here today, make your way around to the staging lanes.
That's interesting, no Outlaws today. I thought we had Outlaws.
That was the only category from this year I didn't see on the schedule. Nominations.
So we got Benita Marchant on track here in Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator, qualifying session number 1. So nice, she might finish off this first session in Modified. We had 6 cars down the track so far. Well, if we have 8 and under in Modified, that will really make things interesting for Lucas Alts, because Chris Reed would need to go to the final then to pass him to that 3rd round.
And you think as well, you think of the season that Lucas Alts has had. Anything's possible in eliminations, we know that.
Well, the thing with Lucas, that was a bit off for his normal performance as well. So that's a few tenths off what he's been running. Benita Marchant on track though, she's been running in the high 7, so I'm thinking probably around in the 780s here in the heat of the day maybe, or a 770. Oh, deep stage, that's going to hurt the ET a little bit. Yeah, you can see the 60 foot's down a bit there at 125, so it's usually in the high 7s for a Benita, but she goes an 829 here at 153 miles an hour. Now we're moving into Modified Bike. Let's have a look at the Modified Bike Championship, Wade.
Yeah, it's been all about one man this season. And
he has got, I'm pretty sure that lead cannot be taken from him, I think. He has got it wrapped up.
Yeah, Brian Vizio has made four finals from our 5 events. Has won 3 of them, but we'll see him a little bit later. Johnny Lewis on track, Scott Much as well. A 0.50 for Johnny Lewis. Red light for Scott's. The Kawasaki versus the Suzuki. An 8.85 with a 5 at 159 miles per hour for Johnny Lewis. Scott will go through a 9.05 at 148 miles per hour for our first pairing in Modified Bike.
Yeah, a lot of spin there for Johnny Lewis off the start line. He's been campaigning in Comp Bike the last few events for Johnny, running around those low 8s, like 820s, 830s. But next up, we've got Mark Gordon taking on Alan Ennis Jr. Look at the little LED board that Mark Gordon's got down there on the side of the bike. How about another 000? This time it's in Mark Gordon's lane on the Suzuki. Trip zip for Mark Gordon. 137 for Alan Ennis. Ennis goes through for an 874, 151 miles an hour. Gordon, a 986 at 130 miles an hour. It's one of those days like, why didn't I do that? All those other events when the reaction times mattered off the trailer. But that's still cool. That's a good reaction time. Next up, Jason Clarkin to take on Rebecca Marsden. Marsden on the Honda. The black Honda there. And Clarkin to the left of screen for our people watching on the live stream at home and on the overtaking lane stream. So the full ball motorcycles Hayabusa for Jason Clarkin, now just moving forward into full stage. Red light there for Clarkin, a 328 for Rebecca Marsden. Clarkin, 942, 154 miles an hour. Rebecca goes through for a 1004, 139 miles an hour.
So next up, we've got Alex Redman on the blue and white Suzuki, courtesy of Mum and Dad. Always a good sponsor to have on board. Give them a shout out.
Yeah, I wish my mum and dad helped pay for my racing still.
Jason White, he'll be on the Hayabusa over in the Rocket Lane.
Oh, 003, chop the tree. Jason White, a 199 for Redmond. And a 9:59 for Alex Redmond and a 10:75 for Jason White, 130 miles an hour.
So we have, as we mentioned at the start of Mod Bike, it's been all about one man this season, Brian Alvizio. 4 finals, 3 wins and a runner-up. He's got a 27-point lead coming into the final round, a 0.58 light for Brian. Tammy Goldthorpe over in the rocket lane with a red light. And Brian goes through a 9.09 at 145 miles per hour. This is a little bit slower to what we're usually seeing from Brian. And Tammy Goldthorpe goes through an 11.12 at 120 miles per hour. This is about 5 mile per hour slower there for Brian. As you see him up just over the 150s. So still in modified bike for their first qualifying. So Top Sportsman and QDRC SuperComp. Top Sportsman and QDRC SuperComp, you guys should be in the staging lanes. So next pairing for Mod Bike, we'll have Dave Finlayson and Carl Pacey. Pair of Suzuki's coming forward. Is this QDRC or is this a nostalgia or all bike day? Both for Marshall Mountain Motors. 0.38 for Carl, a 0.100 for Dave Finlayson. Out the blocks there for Carl Pacey. He'll get to the quarter mile first. It'll be a 9.12 at 152 miles per hour. Dave Finlayson a 9.21 at 156 miles per hour for the pair of Suzukis there.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because Dave was actually entered in Comp Bike. So he's in Mod Bike now.
Oh, so we might have moved in.
No, we moved into Comp Bike.
We've moved in. There we go.
There you go.
That'll make more sense.
Yes, we're into qualifying now for Comp Bike. Arvin Auto and the BMW to take on Ken Collin. So Ken Collin running on a altered bike. Oh, a bit of spin for Collin. I think Arvin might have had a little spin as well on the hit there. Arvin goes through for an 8.97 at 159 miles an hour. And 8.96 for Ken Collin.
That is a quick street bike, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he's still like, what's he, half a second under the B Street bike index there. Actually, I always get them mixed up because SuperComp and Comp Bike, one runs under the index and one runs under the record, just to make things confusing for us.
So if we have a look at the championship, Chris Collin, who's coming forward now over in the rocket lane on the Hayabusa, is currently leading 53 points. Second is Arvin Auto that we just saw on 51, and then Ken Collin on 39.
I'm just jumping into the rules and regulations for us, just because I can't remember which one's under the index and which one's under the... So Comp Bike to run off the QDRC records. So we've got off the records, and SuperComp to run off the IHRA record.
Yeah, a bit of spin there for,
with the index.
For Chris Collin.
Yeah. So yeah, Collin on the B altered bike, an 8.07 record, and goes 8.02, so he's under the record. Yeah, so Comp Bike run off the QDRC record.
That was an 8.02 to the 1,000 foot.
Oh, sorry, and 9.54. Sorry, you are correct. Sorry, I was looking at 1,000 foot there. Is that what happens when you're reading two different screens at the one time?
Would that time be right? They were 9.54 to a quarter mile after doing an 8.02 to the 1,000 foot. That doesn't quite look right.
Yeah, no, that should be all right. Yeah, one. Yeah, it'd be about. Yeah, it'd be close.
So back from 2 wheels to 4 wheels, we'll move into Top Sportsman. So from Group 2 racing back to Group 3, so dial your own once we get into eliminations.
Yeah, so Top Sportsman is a sedan class. It's the quickest sedan class that we've got here this weekend. It's a dial your own bracket. Got to run quicker than 8.99. I can't remember what QDRC is for Top Sportsman. 8.99 seconds for Top Sportsman. Oh, and quicker. Must be a Sedan.
So Paul O'Blaine currently number 1 in the points, 89 to his name. Tony Wyatt, he gets out with a 0.63 to a 0.39. And we'll finish off an 800 with a 3 at 171 miles per hour. And if Paul O'Blaine in the Ute, an 8.69 at 158 miles per hour.
So he's another one of these drivers that almost has the championship wrapped up.
Yep.
When you look at that 15-point lead, I think they've only got how many entries in Top Sportsman this weekend? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's only 3 rounds of race, so you can only pick up 20 points today.
But again, Mark, it is another one of those. If you look at the entry list, if you do have a look at the entry list, any of the drivers here today for Top Sportsman could be handy in taking home a win come the end of eliminations. 2 of those are down on the start line. So to be Dave Goldie over in the Rocket Lane in the Cutlass for Master Art Designs. From Kalanga on the north side of Brisbane. Lang's Building Supplies on board for Danny Lake in the Speed Flow lane. And for Danny Lake, he's made 3 finals this season and he's been runner-up 3 times. So looking to turn that fortune around here. But unfortunately, we won't see him run in the first qualifier. He's been pushed back, so it'll be a solo for Dave Goldie as Mark jumps off. And we welcome, with a late note, Terry Dale.
Good afternoon, young Wade Benson. How are you?
I'm well. How have you found the racing so far, Terry, in our first qualifier?
Mate, I've had the advantage of hearing you 2 lads commentate, which is always good, and watching the racing, and it's been awesome to see everybody head through on the QDRC. Dave Goldie gets out with a 0.44 for his first stab at the track for his qualifier, for his, see how he goes, 7.65 at 181 mile an hour. And sadly, we didn't see Danny front. The car went through the burnout process, but then was pushed back. And then we have to put up with this bloke with his little small block Mafia doing his skid, carrying on, of course. Mr. Yeah, where is he? Where is he, Mr. Morris? And Neil Maxwell. So the all-site demo Pontiac of Daniel Morris. The little small block Mafia car, of course, up against Maxwell.
That's it. In
the Precise Automatics Pontiac. That thing is one quick car of Maxwell's too, Wade.
Yeah, 100%.
So, how have you been, mate?
Well, it's nice up here in the air conditioning, that's for sure. I mean, we do a lot of events and we're normally out there sweating it out as well, but it's nice to come back here and...
Mate, I would hazard a guess that the people watching on Overtaking Lane are probably sitting somewhere under a tree or in an air-conditioned room somewhere with an ale going, this is a good way to spend an afternoon if we're out of Brisbane somewhere or out of southeast Queensland going, I can just tune in and watch a little bit of drag racing.
It's got the blow-up pool set up in the backyard.
Yeah. I wouldn't go to that level, but that actually is a good idea.
Dan Morris, we haven't seen Dan this season in QDRC, so...
Oh, he just wants to come and be a spoiler.
That's it.
Honestly, that's all he wants to do, and I don't blame him.
We know he's a good racer. Of course, he's had the number 1 on the side of the car for being a National Series champion and Top Sportsman, so we know he's a serious competitor.
All eyes will be on Neil Maxwell with a 0.13, and he'll run it through for 7.46 at 185, and Dan will run it through for an 8.34 at 163 with a 0.20 red. But hey, you know what? As you said, he hasn't been on the track for a while, though, Wade. So you know what? He'd be fairly happy with that, knowing that's not far out.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm in the window of opportunity for the first qualifier. So I suppose that's a good thing. We've been talking this morning about different for the QDRC finals, been eliminations as opposed to the Chicago shootout.
Yeah.
But qualifying as well, it's not off your reaction time in the first qualifier. It's just off what we're sort of used to seeing at the Winter Nationals and the national events where it's the quicker car in the number 1 position.
Well, that's a rarity for a Baron car to go 009 red, but I suppose these guys are probably trying to put it in, see what the cars can do, and then easy to back out of it, I guess, because you know, rather than go in soft and then you're always running a chance later on as the air starts to cool. You're probably going to go closer to running a red light. But
100%. I suppose the other thing too is that the last couple of events have been a later start too, where the first qualifying session's after lunch. Where usually we're here at 9 o'clock in the morning and we're straight into it. But certain drivers like certain things.
Yes,
Some
that's
probably just want to
yes.
get in there and get it done, and others, if you've got to wait around all morning, you're going, I just want to get in the car.
You don't. You do realise that it's just about to get very rowdy shortly.
Rowdy.
Very rowdy. Very top fuel rowdy. To be honest,
Rowdy.
we looked and we saw Pete in the lanes and we thought, whoa, hello. Oh, I said, what is that? Is that a top fuel car sitting in the lanes? Yes, it actually is. So I do hope the guys in SuperComp and the test guys are ready, because it's not going to be far off. Did you grab the new schedule?
That's it there, I'm pretty sure.
No, I don't think so. No. I think because they changed up where Comp Bike. I wonder if they went around the other way around. So theoretically we should have SuperComp. And look, that does say in our schedule, it does say TF testing.
Yes.
How often do you see that?
If you stand up there, Terry, and look down towards the burnout box, you'll see exactly that.
There's something tasty, something spicy.
Yeah, very spicy.
Something. I hope the crowd are ready for that. Are the crowd ready? Can I get a thumbs up from the crowd? Yep. That is what everyone's here to see. No, you're not. You're here to see all the other sportsmen guys and girls because they are awesome racing. But you know what? If you can get this little tasty little nacho on the side of your plate. It's like when you get a roast meal and some people put potato chips on it and you go, that's wrong, but it's so right.
So
I'm going to have that.
You're getting the nachos and then you go, extra jalapenos, please. Right on top.
So here we go. This is it. Pete Xibberas, Top Fuel in the house here at Willowbank Raceway, QDRC 2024 finals.
And how often can you come to Willowbank in December and see a bit of nitro? It's like Christmas has come 20 days early.
See, that is right. I've been calling for a long time, and I don't. Yeah, December Top Fuel. What is that even? But here it is. Nice, short, purposeful. It's a sound that warms the heart, doesn't it? It's a beautiful sound. I hope everyone at home is enjoying this. I don't know what Pete will do with this test run, whether he'll just do a half track or whether he'll just do a launch or whether he'll actually drive the thing through.
I mean, if you're at home watching on the overtaking lane stream, you're turning the soundbar up a few notches so the neighbours can hear. That's what you get for mowing the lawn at 7 o'clock this morning.
And look, when they run, believe me, us commentators will just shut up. We will be quiet and let the beauty that is Top Fuel do its thing. There you go. 862 to the 60 with a 2.2 at the 330 at 124 miles an hour.
Is that, and a 0.75 light too.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
he wasn't waiting around.
Because we changed they changed the schedule around. We actually thought he was going to be running it in modified. Because that other bloke you were commentating with, the what did you call him earlier?
I called him a retired racer.
You called him a retired racer. What did you call? You called him.
I upset Mark nice and early.
Yeah,
today.
you did. He said, "I'm retired." I heard that. I thought it was quite comical because I thought maybe you and I should call him that all for the rest of the day. And you'll go, "I'm never commentating with these two idiots ever again until January." That was nice to see Pete head the car down there. That was good. Just still over the 300. He still ran a 6:08.
Yeah, and it's still exciting as well. We've got our testing bracket a little bit later on. I saw the Cup alcohol of Andrew Searle was down there.
Yeah, the Pirano's running as well, I think.
Yep.
I think they've got the Nitro Funny car,
Yep.
which is I think they're running it over the full quarter too, I do believe, because it's not a Nitro Funny car. It's a Nitro Funny car, but it's not...
the Outlaw Nitro Funny cars.
Outlaw Nitro. So I think they are running it over the full 400. So always love that when you... we put a big track in here for a reason, Wade. And when we give you 400 metres... It's nice to have that 400 metres utilised, because otherwise we feel like we've got the track redone for no reason. I mean, all the sportsman races, they love it. 400 metres, we're all over that. But I want to see the big boys over 400 again. But that is not happening.
So social media is blowing up after that, Terry.
You know what? This is why...
You'll be looking for trending articles and it'll be...
This idiot from Willowbank, Terry. No, I don't care. You know me, mate. It doesn't matter.
No, that's it.
It does not matter. But no, that was awesome to see that car out there, and good to see it. That sounded strong too. The burnout was just nice, short, purposeful.
Yep.
But the launch was good, and I can't wait till January.
And it's a test day, so they don't really get any benefit, do they, of running through to the 1,000 foot?
How do you go
with the risk of chewing up parts and things like that?
Yeah, and running in this heat too, Wade.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, imagine if you said, to a top fuel driver, look, we're going to do some testing on Saturday, and it's going to be probably 35, 36 degrees out there, and you've got a choice whether you don't want to run or not. Mm-hmm. You'd go no. Mm. But Pete goes... Yeah, okay.
Let's do it.
I love that. It's just like, yes, and we enjoyed that. I'm sure the crowd enjoyed that stab of nitro out on the track there. I'm sure they enjoyed that very much.
You got a few thumbs up there, Terry, so make sure if you did enjoy it, the Friday the 10th and Saturday the 11th of January are New Year Nitro, so we'll have the funny cars joining Top Fuel, as well as the full conglomerate of Aeroflow Sportsman Championship racing as well.
And luckily, you, myself, and Mark, of course, we got the call up to commentate the sportsman categories. So we'll be here with the other NDRC commentators. So we'll be here doing the sportsman categories the best we possibly can, honour of calling them, as we do always. And it'll be exciting to see. And the best part about us calling the sportsman categories is we get to go have a sit and watch the big guns go through, and it's pretty cool. But always interesting, Wade, as it gets in Friday night. So not only do you get the nitro flames from the top fuel cars, you get those zoomies with those big 3 metre flames from the nitro funny cars. It's just wild, and anybody who's never been to see them, if they look, top fuel is one thing. We know they're the fastest things on the planet, but the nitro funny cars, for bang for buck and a little bit more out of the box, having them both back together again is just... It's like asking for a Christmas present that you know you're never going to get, but all of a sudden you got it.
That's it.
And that's what we're getting. That's what we're getting on January. It is going to be awesome.
They will put on one hell of a show, that's for sure. So if you can't get Friday off work, just message the Willowbank Commentary Facebook page, and I'm sure we can sign a sick note for you for work or something.
Yeah, I think so. Imagine that. They'd be going, who's this Wade Benson and Terry Dale and Mark Allen? Well, I wanted to go to see the thing, so they've signed off a sick leave. What, a migraine? Yeah. Really? And you're going to see Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Car? Really? And you got a migraine?
It's good for my sinuses. Yeah, to clear them out.
Sinuses. Look, it's good feel today for the finals. There was a lot of... I had a quick look at all those juniors. I reckon there'll be some dramas with the juniors. I reckon there's going to be a lot of toing and froing. It's pretty impressive. Not knowing whether it'll come from an A, a B, or a C, which will be interesting.
Or double A now.
Yeah, the double A, yes. Right. I tell you what, it's going to be good. And of course, the junior bikes are what we call a display run today. So, do we need to call up Super Street and Real Street? That'll be for their Q2. And, of course, our test and our QDRC SuperComp should be around there. I'm not too sure. I didn't see the field of SuperComp. I didn't see the entry list. Was it pretty good? Because always intrigued to see the Comp Bike and SuperComp, because they all run off, obviously, the records that have been set or off a... or thereabouts. But is it a good field of SuperComp cars? We've got some quickies in there?
Yeah, there's a good mix of 6 that we've got nominated here. A couple of dragsters, some sedans as well, but they're all chasing Jai Schluter, who's just had a fantastic QDRC SuperComp season.
Jai Schluter has. He's been the man to kind of stamp his authority, hasn't he? And from the beginning, I think, from the first round that we had, it was just bang. He just was on the money, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he goes. The thing is, as you know, Wade, when it comes to the final, it's always a different thing. It's one thing, got to keep those points ticking over, and we get to do this all again next Saturday as well with the Street Series final.
Yes, we do.
That was obviously due to the precipitation the other week. We didn't get to run it, and they run a Final 8 format, so you've just got to be good at it or not. You know what I mean? It's like if you're not good at it, you're gone. You're going home.
It just builds the anticipation, doesn't it, when you say to the guys, sorry, you're going to have to come back in 2 weeks. I know you were ready tonight, but...
I'm sure some of the guys were probably hoping that it would have been called off completely because they're probably finished on top, thinking, if I finish on top, I will get the championship, so I won't even have to race. But you want to race to win a championship, don't you? I mean, surely. But no, good to see everybody here today. Beautiful day, isn't it? The track's looking resplendent.
Well, if you don't win by having the event run, doesn't that put an asterisk next to it? You don't want that dirty asterisk hanging over your championship glory.
Could have, would have, should have. Did you really? Did you win? Yeah, I don't know. We've seen it happen before though. It's not one of those things that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's right.
And look, sometimes we had a whole lot of hoo-ha as well during the spicy flu time as well, and sometimes you just got to work around what happens. Here we go. We talked about the man. Here comes Mr. Schluter to the front with Mark Sugars. So Jai running in D modified production, and Mark running in C modified production altered. So 2 different categories. So the US Ford of Mark Sugars, and of course the Cavalier of Jai Schluter. So the CMPA record, the CMPA they're running off will be, is it a 9130? Or is it a 9, yeah, and it's a DE modified production 863. So idea being is how hard they can push it, what they're going to do, but and you're still going to win. That's the problem.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, I went under the record. How good am I? Yeah, but I got done. It's like there's a lot going on.
Yeah, plenty of boxes to tick in Group 2 racing.
Yeah. And you can see that Mark has gone. Mark in the Ford had some pretty tough cars over the years as well too. So pretty sure it was was that an XD or XE? I can't remember from memory, but it was pretty tough. Used to like to pull the wheels up, as does Schluter's. To be honest, that thing likes to get up and boogie. Yeah, some good pictures of that kicking around on the internet.
That's it.
Drag photos have got some crackers, just crackers with that thing in the air.
Yeah,
I think there's advertising opportunity underneath that car, surely.
Yes, we'll see what Jai can do, particularly in these conditions. A bit warmer out there. See if he can still pick the wheels up.
I guarantee he will. Both of them have the sticks high, if you can see the back of the track.
Yeah.
Both of them have their wheelie bars fairly high.
Mark usually gets a bit of attitude off the start line as well.
Oh, a little bit low. But all eyes will be on the time that Jai runs, which is an 8:58 at 158 and 9:82 on 135. So look, man, I don't know. Jai says, there you go. Dial the car in.
Yeah, this Group 2 stuff's easy.
I want to know how much he's got in his back pocket. Yeah. That's like, you know what I mean? Like,
just keep dialing it up a little bit each notch.
Go, like, mate, why don't you just let I'm sure if he comes to a test and tune, he'd let the beast free, and then everyone will know, and they'll go, hang on, Schluter's got like a full second under his bloody belt, like, you know. But anyway, Rahim Tar and Nick Galea, Nick in the Dragster, and of course the 477 garage Ford of Rahim. Another one that likes to get up and get out of the hole pretty good.
And Nick Galea over in the rear engine Dragster. this dragster since I think it made its first appearance at the winter warm-ups.
That's running off a 7.2.
It's very business-like, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? And look, actually, is it just my imagination, or is that a very low-slung dragster compared to some of the others? Like you like to use the flex, but that is a very low-slung dragster. It wouldn't pass the test down at KFC.
Oh, how's the tyre shake there from Nick on the end of the throttle?
Ouch.
So that'll be game over for the dragster. Problems for Raheem Tar.
Yeah, the
No
car
such
didn't.
problems, but it was a 990.
990, 135. Nick goes, well, dragster wasn't happy, but that is what it is.
So you'll have to take a little bit of Panadol too back in the transporter.
Yes, we don't realise how much it actually does affect the races, does it, Wade? We talked to the racers about it, and the amount of shake from any of these vehicles that light up the tyres, it's pretty bad. It can be shake you around a fair bit, especially if you're in a cockpit that is kind of compounded. You can hit the cage. You can it's quite brutal, and yeah, it doesn't add to a good days of racing when you're hitting your head on the roll cage. It's like, wow, okay.
You're going off for a HIA test.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
It's got plenty of revs on board. Well, it must be moving into testing.
It feels like a bit of jamboree action, mate. So this will be the test, and this will be. I should know this.
Colin Lloyd.
It is Colin Lloyd. So the Pro Charger. Car sounds good, doesn't it? Just really sounds angry. Let's see. Now, probably not too sure what Cole's got planned for today with the test session. We'll find out very shortly. I guess if you've signed up for the early next year, mate, you're probably thinking, I'll get a few tests in before we all go on our Christmas break.
Yep.
And I know that the car or bike is doing well.
It's only a month away, so I mean, you think of...
Oh, car has a little look at the wall. Just did that perfectly for the overtaking lane camera, so that if there was a cameraman there, they would have been cleaning their DAX out now, but that's okay because the camera's just there on the pedestal, and it'll be fine. So I hope you enjoyed that vision at home with the car surging towards you, ladies and gentlemen. But Wade, what a stunning day here today. Look, I drove in this morning early, like clouds sitting off in the horizon, but there's hardly any clouds now in the sky, as you can see on that vision on the with the Donnelly blasting testing on the overtaking lane. You can see that beautiful blue Queensland sky, and I'm sure a lot of the people up in the crowd are loving it, but probably thinking it's a little bit too hot, Wade.
Yeah, it is warm. We've had a fair bit of humidity around as well, so, but hey, a good reason to make sure you stay hydrated with the H2O out there. Or if you're watching at home on the Donnelly Blasting Services overtaking lane stream, you can treat yourself with an adult beverage in the Essie. Make sure that it's restocked.
I can tell you right now, until our young darling commentator Tiana, because she was supposed to be commentating, and so was young Chris today, and I got the call up. Oh mate, I said okay, well I better jump on as well, and I thought that is exactly what I'd be doing at home this afternoon. I can tell you now, I'd be on the top deck, I'd have a beer, I'd have my tablet with this playing, and I'd be going, and my wife would go, "Are we going to go somewhere?" I go, "No, I'm watching the racing." You could have gone up and just watched it. No, I'm going to sit at home and just take it easy. I mean, come on, I go to enough events at Willowbank, so sitting at home and relaxing watching it is a rare thing. So give us some info. So Mackenzie Garside.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Down there you can see on the rear wing as well.
Yeah.
It's got the SCO on the index, so that would indicate supercharged Outlaws.
And of course, Junior Dragster to the lanes, and it's ironic that we're calling Junior Dragster to the lanes, please. and Junior Drag Bike, with Mackenzie running a test. Hasn't lost the touch. 0.31 light for Mackenzie. Punches that dragster through for a 790 at 164 with that tidy supercharged Outlaw dragster.
Yeah, nice strong pass there from where to go. So in a testing session as well, I'm sure if they have all the boxes they need to tick and the program that they want to run today.
It's interesting, Wade, how you and I and Mark, we've seen how races have come up through the junior dragster ranks over the years. And when you see someone like Mackenzie now moving into supercharged Outlaws, and you know the quality, you've got Josh Fletcher, who's a very successful racer in supercharged Outlaw, as is his dad. But Josh coming from the junior field, that's how it works. It's like all of a sudden you have these other junior dragster drivers or any who come up through, and they're there to take on they want to take on people who are good at it because that's how you test yourself. Yep. So it'll be good to see how Mackenzie goes in the future with the next season. That'll be really, really, really keen to see that.
Yeah, we mentioned this morning as well, it is interesting to see where the juniors end up in their racing careers once they age out of juniors, what direction they go, whether they call it a day and move on to whatever they're doing.
And they do different things too,
That's
Wade.
right.
You and I always think that, why aren't you racing anymore? They go, well, hang on, no, I ended up doing a degree in accountancy or something, and I'm now working at law, or I'm doing law or something. Yep. You just don't know what the juniors are going to do, but all you know is that the ones that stay generally go on to be pretty good racers because they've had that grounding.
That's right. Many of them, as Mark said, move into modified.
Yeah.
We've seen some of them go into the radial scene. Of course, you look at someone like Kelly Betts that went all the way through to Top Fuel. Yep.
You look at young Bobby Nicole Schluter. She's now gone onto the bike. Yep. So everybody has a path they need to travel, and it's really good. It's never boring to see what the racer is going to do next, and it's a good sport, our sport. So 12:57. Well, who we got coming, Wade? Because I just can't see from the tower here.
Andrew Searle in the
it is
the Paracal, but it sounded like it was trying to fire and then shut off.
Yes, it does look like a lot of posturing down there. Not too sure what's happened. As I said, a big thank you to everybody who's turned up today. I hope you're all try and stay out of the sun as much as you can, and we'll try and turn that sun down as possible until it gets a little bit later, and then it'll be nice. Be nice later in the afternoon. And big shout to everybody over there on the grassy knoll with the freshly mown. Look, there's no kids over there, so there's no rolling kids down the... I want to see an adult roll down the grass at some point in time. There it is. Oh, look at that. You ask and you shall receive. I feel like I'm at Jamboree. Is that your mum or you up there? Is it? You're going to have to wash those green clothes by the time the end. Well done, my man. He's win a national shirt too, by the look of it.
You're not jumping in my Land Cruiser to go home. It's a leisure vehicle. It's not a full drive.
Actually, I like their setup too. Like, they've got the awning just placed perfectly there, so it's going to be a good evening. You pack it up at around 5 o'clock, so you don't have to carry it back to the car. You carry it back to the car, and then you're all set to go. And we've got what time's the top fuel testing again?
I think they were around 6:30, 6:41 on the program. So around 6:30.
Oh yeah.
So the sun will have just gone down, so we should see the nitro flames.
You know what? There's never a bad night with nitro flames, is it?
No.
So that sounds rowdy.
It does.
We love some rowdiness. So that'll be. That looks like the Pirano car.
Yeah, a bit of cackle and pop as well. So not the nitro funny car, but the outlaw nitro funny car.
Yep, the time traveller.
Yeah, that's it.
Used to do pretty well with the Cowan's Flying Circus too. Did very well. So the Pirano's obviously been racing for a long time. Good to have the family involved in this sport. We're very lucky.
Yeah, that's right. We've got the juniors as well now with vans.
How good is that sound, Wade? Full quarter. What's it going to be? 5, mid-5? High five?
I'm going to go 5.8. Just going to throw a number out there.
I like that.
Don't ask me for the lotto numbers, though.
We're going to find out whether it's worth asking you the lotto numbers. Not backing out of it. There you go, 609 at 219 miles an hour. And thank you to the Baranos for bringing that beautiful time traveller here today. Yeah. How good is that?
Gee, I feel like I have travelled back in time running the nitro over the quarter mile.
How good is it? And it's an old school body too, so it really looks the gear.
It's got the open windows. And
every time when I'm seeing that car down there as he switches to the big fuel pump, and you can hear it get that little bit quieter, and you're looking at that car and I'm going, you know what? My eyes are hurting now. As I can feel that. How was the burn up in the crowd, guys? Did you get much of that, the burn? Was it nice, or was it just a nice, sweet smell and a beautiful sound? I love it.
It's tears of joy out there, Terry.
Like you said, it's better than a Demazin tablet. It'll sort you out. Big shout out to the Pirano family for bringing the time travel along today, and that was good to see. We've had what a great QDRC, and we haven't even. We're just about to go into our Q2, not far off. That's a bit of wild bit of kit.
That's exciting.
We've had a couple of burning cars.
Just when you thought the all-you-can-eat buffet was dead.
Yeah,
Sizzler's gone. And
yes,
you come out to the QDRC and you get the motorsport equivalent of the all-you-can-eat buffet.
It is funny, and we talk about the fact that it would be dismissive of us to not note the fact that with Pete's top fuel car, that people here who are obviously here to watch, the racing today, to understand that top fuel is the fastest motorsport in the world. We're not talking about we're coming to an event where we go, oh yeah, you're going to see some nice little cars racing and stuff like that or whatever. This thing is like 11,000 horsepower. It is just that level where it can't be described unless you've seen it in real life.
Yeah, that's right. That's it. And you can't replicate that, can you? I mean, you watch various motorsports online and on TV and on streaming services, and you sort of, it's a great TV product.
Yes, without a doubt.
F1, they're all great TV products, and it doesn't replicate being there.
Yeah, no,
live,
you are right.
But drag racing is just one of those sports that, it's great to have got overtaking lane that, if you're in Sydney or interstate or overseas, you can still watch the racing and keep track of what's going on and listen to us yap on all day. But it doesn't replicate being here at an event.
If you were to get some people in advertising and you took them out to a track and said, this is your product, and they had Pete's car there, had the Premier car there, and you said, and this is what it does, and they showed it go down the track and they showed it what it does, don't tell me those advertising guys wouldn't go, well, that's easy to sell. You know what I mean? Like, it is just that speed, that power, that intensity. Yeah, I think we're probably, you and I, we're all pretty lucky to be calling those sort of that sort of sport here. You know what I mean? We're very, very, very privileged in a lot of ways, and it is intense to see it. It's like you can't help but watch them and just go, your heart rate goes up a little bit, and that's the way it works, and it's exciting.
Yeah, that's it. So it can be a pinch yourself moment, can't it? So, I mean, sometimes you get the privilege of being on the start line, but I mean, what other motorsport can you go down into the pits and get the access you get at drag racing as well at those events where you can just walk down into the Group 1 pits and they're firing the car up there and you're standing 2 metres away from an 11,000 horsepower beast.
And there isn't. I mean,
most stands sports, taller than most people.
Most sports you'll have to actually either A, they won't let you in, or B, you have to pay to go in.
That's right.
And it's like you go, well, how about you come to a drag racing event and you can actually go down and have a look. And to be honest, most drag races are pretty generous with their time as well. As long as they're not busy, they're pretty generous with their time because, they can, they'll give you time to talk about things. And most drag racers who are here in any sort of category, they're usually pretty generous with their time. And, I've never found them... like standoffish. So, Oh, sorry, we got the. What do you call them? Retired.
The retired racer.
Retired modified racer. How brutal was that, Mark? Mark's in the box. He's walked off. Yeah. He said, I can't believe. He said, I actually got a message from Mark before. He said, can I not work with Wade ever again? Did you hear what he said? I heard it, and I'm not walking up the tower. I'm going, did Wade just say retired modified racer? What the hell? Anyway, that's going to be a running gag for the rest of the day.
At what point, when you haven't raced in so many years, do you become a retired racer?
Actually, that's a very
one
good
season.
Hang on. The guys at work talk about this because we've all raced, like casually at a diesel assault or at a street meet or a test and tune or whatever. One of the boys raced a diesel assault, and his assistant manager would always ask him, so does that make you a drag racer because you've raced in an event? He goes, well, no, but yes. And we're going, well, when do you class yourself as a drag racer because you've been down this track? Because theoretically, you and I we might race the occasional TNT or even our officials day. Does that mean we're drag racers? Because we're not. Yeah. We're not. I would class someone who was a drag racer who was committed to a season in some category.
That's right, yeah.
That's what I would. But you can't tell the boys at work because they're just geeing each other up. It just gets ugly gets ugly in the office.
Mark did make a valid point. He has only missed one season because it went over 2 years. We had a super season that went over 2 seasons. So.
That is right. It did too. No. It's like, tell me, what was that on a Mayan calendar? It was something like that. It was pretty wild. Oh, looks like we got the boys from Real Street just about to come through. Tell you what, the lads in Real Street have been really good at promoting this category. They've got their own Facebook page. They're trying to promote Real Street.
Well, it is exactly that, isn't it? They're real street vehicles. I mean, you see in Super Street, they're a little bit hotted up. They throw the roll cages in them, but these are true street vehicles. You can drive it to the track. You can hopefully drive it home. But we've got Matt Coates and Craig Collis coming forward.
And, of course, Craig is one of our volunteers as well. But I'll tell you something now. With these two vehicles, these guys are allowed to, not that these guys will, but this category you can go as quick as 900. So, really, these guys, I think at some point in time, someone's going to rock up and we're going to start to see some 9-second cars in this category. And then they're going to have to compete with all these guys who are seasoned. Yeah. So I'm fastest, but it doesn't matter. These guys are good. So a 12.23 at 111 for Matty and a 13.57 at 100 for Craig. So well done, lads. So Paul Nielsen and Dean Merchant. Dean, of course, in the Nova Ford FG.
As we start to see, get through into our second qualifier and third qualifier, we'll be able to start seeing that spread that the drivers have got between their qualifying sessions.
So Paul Nielsen, the Black Panther Racing Ford, goes pretty quick too. I think it's an 11. Yeah, it's an 11-second car. So these later model cars, they do hook up all right.
Yeah, and that was the whole purpose behind Real Street, wasn't it? As we see Dean going 11.45 at 124 miles per hour. Paul Nelson goes to an 11.30 at 125. Nice. But Real Street really was designed for these later model cars, wasn't it? That you got your Mustangs and your Camaros sitting out there, which plenty of people have got, and there's plenty of quick FGs and Commodores kicking around, the Jeeps.
Yeah, the Trackhawk. Well, the Trackhawk have like 800 or 900 horsepower. We've had a bit to. You and I have had a bit to do with other ones at other tracks, and they're pretty quick. So Rogers and Gingell, the Jeep versus the mighty Ford Ute. So Tony a 7.94 and a 5.24 for Paul. Oh, a bit of a puff of smoke out the back of the Ford as he's up through the top end in the BF. Goes through for an 11.58 at 123 and a 13.88 for Paul in that Jeep.
So just a quick call. Junior Dragster, you guys should be in the staging lanes ready to go. Super Sedan and Modified Bike. Super Sedan and Modified Bike if you guys can make your way around your second qualifier.
So I think Ian might be the final for our Real Street.
Yep. So if you do have a car that can run around that 11-second mark, 12-second mark, even as he said, as low as 9 seconds, you can enter for the the New Year Nitro event. They're running Real Street as part of a national championship. So, I mean, you don't have to compete in the whole championship. You could just come out and try and win yourself a Christmas tree.
Imagine that, going home with a Christmas tree. And what car did you drive? I drove my Ford that runs 11s. You'd go, really? You go, mate, well, we've got a category, and it's tough, and it is very tough, I can tell you. 12.07 at 113 for Ian. That is pretty tidy. I'll tell you what, almost into the 11s. One of those boys running 125 mile an hour. So when you start to stamp that down, how fast they're going, it's pretty quick.
Do you reckon that increases the selling point on carsales.com when you go to sell it? Runs an 11-second quarter mile.
I can guarantee it.
Won a gold Christmas tree.
I can guarantee every red and green P plater that'll add about 10 grand to it. They'll be going, I want that.
Do you want to jump on, Mark?
You want to jump on? So Troy Hutton, Sean Taskus goes through in the Mighty Capri. 077 light for Sean. 11.16 at 118. And Troy got the red out of the way before he goes in the final. 10.93 at 121 for Troy Hutton. So Wayne Xibberas in the Camaro. Darren Pennington in the Capri. Did you want this side? Oh, this one. Which one do you prefer? I do like that side. Yeah. I know you've got a preference. So.
I've got all my notes over here as well. Sorry? I've got all my notes over here. Yes.
What did you get? What was it?
Oh, we just got a slushy on the way back up.
Oh, was it good?
Yeah. Yeah, we got a lemonade.
Rightio. So we move
All
on.
right, back on, mate. All right, that was a quick little half-hour break. Got a slushy while I was down there. That was good. Definitely need one of those, mate, once you go outside. It is warm.
You recommend the slushies, though, Mark?
Yeah, the lemonade with that traditional lemonade slushies.
Oh, really?
Down there, yeah.
Oh, yes, I saw that.
Yeah.
That's like a corner shop lemonade. Was it pretty good, though, mate? You enjoyed that?
Yeah. But you know what? With that sort of heat, I think I was going to enjoy anything down there. It was cold.
You're going, just give me something liquid.
Yeah, this cold.
You were drinking from a
ice.
puddle, from a puddle underneath the drain, and it was still just as tasty. So Sam Yulton, Tanisha Marshall.
Trip zip.
Oh, Sam. The street meat taught her everything she knows. Phil might think different. Phil might think he taught her everything, but here we go. Look at that. 000 for Sam Yulton, 11.64 and 118 in the Commodore. Tanisha Marshall, a 11.91 at 113 with a 127 light, which is not too shabby either, Mark. Sam Yulton, that's what you want. You want to hold on to those, though, Mark.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. Q2. Prime Science Speed Elec Super Street. Next up, Matt Francis in the panel van to take on Jenny Ashen in the Commodore. Jenny in the first session went 11.52. Francis is our number one qualifier at the moment. He went a 10.54 in Q1. We got a red light there for Matt Francis. 102 green for Jenny Ashen. See how consistent they are. So Francis went 10.54 first session. Q2 he goes 10.66, a little bit slower. And Jenny Ashen, well, something's gone through her beams because it says she's done a 3-second elapsed pass, and it's the quickest quarter-mile run in Australian history.
You know what? I'm glad that we could be part of that, Mark. You and I just were right here.
Jenny's been knocking on the door of that pass for so long. Finally hit it. 3.08 seconds.
There's a lesson for all of us. If you just hold on to hope that will happen eventually, it can happen to any of us. So John Riley and Craig Layton. Craig in the Statesman, the one-tonner of John Riley. As I said, 12.09 previous for John, 11.86 for Craig.
Good light for Riley, 0.44.
Yeah. John's been having a pretty good year, though.
Yeah, he has, in the one-tonner. Very solid racer. Let's have across the finish line here. Layton goes 11.87, so he was 8 seconds slower than Jenny Ashen, and a 12.17 from John Riley at 108 miles an hour.
Both of those races, Mark, in the zone there. So, yeah, like you always said, you treat your qualifier like it's racing.
Yep, yeah, and when I say that, I mean that throw a dial in on your car. It's qualifying. Treat it like a race. Throw a dial in a car. And then when you get back to the pits, you go, okay, well, I thought the car would run this. It was 400 slower or 400 quicker. So why did it go quicker? Why did it go slower? And you treat it like a race.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like your
That's
I like
my-
your
my
analogy
logic.
as a race. No, but your logic is very good. It's when we talk about it with at some of the meetings, it's always a good logic that I say, well, I will quite often bring up, well, Mark Allen reckons, and I said, I reckon he's right. It's good. It is good to treat it like that. And coming from someone who, mate, you've had some good success over the years,
Yeah.
and as a retired
Come
modified.
on, come on.
I'm sorry, I was
Retired.
just retired. I can't believe he said that. That was just brutal. You're not a
Yeah.
retired.
It's all right. Keep coming. Think of some more jokes later on for you, mate.
No, I'm not going to. I just thought it was funny, and I thought, did he just say retired modified racer? And I went, oh, Wade. It was nice. It was lovely. It was good. But anyway, as we move on, I think we're moving on to,
We're still in prime sign, Speed Elec Super Street.
We're still on Super Street. We're just waiting for them to come forward. They're just clearing the
Yeah, we've got
the deep end.
15 cars qualified at the moment. Matt Francis is number 1 with that 10.54. Number 2 is Wayne Nipris with a 10.77. Travis Greaves rounds out the top 3
Yeah.
with a 10.85.
And Jenny usually will be running like a mid to low 11. That car can run into the 10s, I'm pretty sure from memory. That car it can go quicker.
Yep.
But no.
Yeah, obviously she didn't go through. At the moment, our qualifying order is showing Jenny number 1 with that 3-second pass. Obviously, she didn't run that. We had a little bit of fun with it, but sometimes, you could have a bit of a windy day, a leaf or anything can get blown through the T trap.
The Premier High guys down the other end were like, their ears pricked up when they heard that. When they heard that time, they thought, what is that about?
We didn't think the track could hold that today.
Mate, it's 38 degrees out there.
Yeah,
Didn't think the track could hold anything.
Peter's too scroogey, mate. You can throw a bit more clutch at this.
Yeah.
Throw some more weight on it. Get a bit more aggressive. I don't care if it's reading 130 Fahrenheit on the track.
Yeah,
here.
that's... And you and I have discussed this plenty of times, Mark, with an event like this. I think you and I probably called the first. I think you and I called the first QDRC couple this season, and how a racer will attack from here with this heat, knowing full well in the next 3 hours when we probably go into racing.
Yep.
The temperature dropping, the track, the conditions changing. You know what I mean? Like it's good to be consistent on the tree. But the car condition will change.
Yeah, so I think the most critical pass today will be Q3.
Yeah.
Because that'll be obviously the closest pass to the
To real condition.
to that first round of racing when it does cool down. But I honestly, I think some of these classes may pick up, 500s to potentially more than that from the heat of the day to when it cools down. So it's going to be fun picking that dial in. I think Q3 will be critical.
I agree. I think it was probably the second round of this year, and you and I were saying about how many double breakouts that we had seen at a meeting and how many there was at that meeting, because it just got cooler really quick and it brought them all undone. All the juniors, all the Super Street, all the modified, everyone was breaking out, and it was like, well, what is going on? But the conditions changed, and look, you know what? You can plan for as well as you can, but sometimes nature just says, I've got something for you. Here's this.
Exactly. And, you get those events in the middle of summer where you might get that afternoon storm.
Yes.
And racing stops for a couple of hours, but you lose 10 or 15 degrees in that air temperature, and suddenly you've picked up a massive bunch of VTs. Like, well, how much am I going to pick up?
Yeah. And you just want to hope that whatever you picked up is either A, not as much as the guy in the next lane or guy or girl in the next lane, or whatever, depending on when you're racing. Maybe the competition guys might like it to be, just give me extra, give me as much as more as you can, but not the bracket races.
And then you can be a bit aggressive with your dialing as well. So you can.
Yeah.
And when I say when you're being aggressive with your dialing, it means that you could potentially be in a breakout. So if someone's like, you know what, I'm not too sure about where I'm going to be aggressive and realise that if I do have an advantage, I need to back off so I don't break out. And some drivers might play it safe and go, I'm going to drop it 5, 6, 700.
Bit of cushion.
And I can run at the back door and think that I'm not going to break out, but the reality is you might not run on that dialing either. So you could be 200 or 300s over, and then you're giving your opponent that 200s or 300s advantage because you're not running on your dial-in.
Mark, drag racing is so simple, isn't it?
I
It's
know,
so simple and easy, isn't it?
The guys on are watching, like, what is this guy going on about?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I think you explain it very well, Mark, and I think it's one of those things where if once you get here and you see how it actually is racing and you understand that this is what's going on with the competition, it's really good because you do actually lay it out pretty pretty good,
Well,
Mark. So we
I
understand it
work on
pretty
the
well.
theory that I don't want to give my opponent any advantage. So I will never dial in
That is spoken
safe.
like a true racer.
So I won't ever dial. I will always be in my mind out the back door on a perfect pass. The car runs as quick as it possibly can. It should be on a breakout every time.
Yep, yeah, that's it. I love that. So here we go. Who have we got next? It looks like Mr. Mark Rosso on the far side and Mr. Carl Grading in the Fairmont. So Mark Rosso in the Camaro, Carl Grading in the Fairmont. Ran a 12.68 before, did Mark, and 11.40 for the Ford. Still running. Is it Carl still packing a bit of nitrous on that thing too? I didn't see the purge, or maybe I missed it.
No, I didn't see any purge down there, but got out with a 127 reaction time grading. 0.41 for Rosso in the Camaro, so he's a little bit sharper. And Rosso picked up a bunch, 11.82, 113 miles an hour. He spun on the first hit.
That's about right too, Mark. I think that's where Mr. Rosso should be.
And grading was a little bit slow, 11.55.
Yeah.
So the pattern I've seen so far in Q2 in Super Street, most drivers have gone 500ths to a tenth slower than what they ran earlier.
Okay. See, I know that the boys, I know these guys because I know that Mark is not in contention, but he did mention on his Facebook without any fear or favour that I'm here just to be an annoyance value.
Spoiler.
So I'm here to just, you know what? I'm gonna wreck the party for someone. So Tom Ryan, John McKnight. So Tom in the Holden utility, the KPM Performance Tirana of John McKnight. 11.97 for John earlier, 11.73 for Tom in the Ute.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen John in this Tirana out here since the Winter Nationals.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
0.51 for Ryan, 0.54 for McKnight in the Tirana.
I don't know where Tommy learned to cut lights like that. He might know someone in the know.
He's saying they should be better since his mum is Tammy Goldthorpe.
Yeah, and Dad's Dennis Ryan. I'm just thinking that it's on four wheels, not two. But
there you go. It continues the pattern there. Both a little bit slower than what they ran earlier today. 11.86 for Ryan and a 12.04 for McKnight.
Heat's got to be tough out there, Mark. I know you said you got yourself sorted with the heat with the slushy. These races aren't having that advantage. They're dealing with.
One of the wonderful things that Willowbank Raceway does is they've actually got a fridge stock full of water in the braking area, and the volunteers are down there. So you get out of that race car, you're popping your helmet off, and you've got a bottle of water in your face from Willowbank. So
I love that.
I hope they're still doing that.
I must admit,
I am a retired racer, so so I haven't been down there for a while.
I want it known that I didn't say that. That Mark actually brought that one upon himself.
It's all right.
So. Oh, it looks like we might have some junior dragsters in the house. Is that a field of 16? Is that right?
No, mate, we've actually had 28, I think.
Oh, so
down
flicked
the track.
around. Oh, whoa.
Yeah, so we've got to go through a few pages to get to the bottom here
16
on our computer.
didn't seem like enough. I thought, mate, this could come from anywhere today. So James Loday, Tyler Bellett, the TBRE Performance A Junior up against the Double A Junior Dragster of James Loday. So this is. I'll tell you what. If you were a gambling man, and I am not, but how hard would it be to pick this category? It is just absolutely wild.
There's no way I'd be putting any money down on this class.
And just because you are up there in the points,
it's one of those things
that
where
doesn't mean anything, does it?
8 or 10 drivers would be on $2.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's it.
But honestly, that's how it would be if you're going to use that analogy for the sports betting.
It is just brutal. It really these junior dragsters. It's just going to be a tough gig.
James Loday out with an 0.53. Bellett 127. It looks like Bellett's going to be the quicker of the two. He goes 8.08 at 82 miles an hour. Loday goes through for an 8.33 at 79 miles an hour. So both those drivers were a little bit slower than their earlier ETs today.
Do you think that's the heat with the juniors as well? I would have.
Oh, what's the time? We're at the sort of like the hottest part of the day in theory. I must admit, I haven't even looked at a weather station today just to see what it's like.
That's unusual for you. Usually you come in and...
I do like to know those sort of things.
Yeah, I know, and I like the fact that you do find out that for us, Mark. But
all right, next up, in SuperFloor Junior Dragster qualifying session number 2, we've got Max Rowling to take on Paige King. Now, one thing we do need to look at here in Junior Dragsters, they've got a Christmas theme for the crew. So the best dressed crew are picking up $50 from Mark over at Illicit Autos.
Thank you to Mark, the electrician with.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
The electrician with the clever brain. So Max Rowling, Paige King. Gets out with a 0.94, does King, a 0.40 for Rowling. The Christmas theme.
There we go, 7.75 from Rowling and an 8.90 from Paige King. I did notice that Rowling's crew had a bit of a Christmas shirt and that on.
Yes, it looked very festive.
I haven't seen anyone like a big Santa costume or anything today. It's
a
bit disappointing.
I'd be all up with the Grinch theme, to be honest.
The Grinch, yeah.
My wife quite often thinks that's not very festive.
I might have to agree with your wife there.
Yeah. Oh, really? Because I am a bit of a Grinch. It's like, man, do we have to do this? So, Tamika Carslake and Sophia Lode. The A Junior of Carslake and the B Junior of Lode. I'm just trying to see, is anybody festive out there? No?
No one festive down there. So are they all Grinches, the ones that haven't dressed up? 123 reaction time for Lode, 274 for Carslake. And Lode goes through for an 867 at 74 miles an hour. And Tamika goes through very consistent for Tamika, 871. That's what she ran earlier today as well, 871.
Can we have Modified to the lanes, please? Modified bike, you should be there. And, of course, Super Sedan.
Mate, you ask and you shall receive. Barometric pressure is around 29.5 inches. Temperature's 93. Relative altitude is about 3,200 feet. And the correction factor is 106.3, 106.5. So that's, terrible conditions today.
That is terrible conditions.
That
I'll tell you what,
terrible conditions.
I want to see somebody...
Thank you to Daniel Morrison, Top Sportsman, for sending that through.
Mark, I want to see somebody who does a weather report on one of the commercial TV stations. And now for all the drag races, here is the information you actually need, rather than the front coming in from the Gold Coast. Here we go. Sorry, Ryder Marsden and Cody Robertson. Ryder gets out with a red. 168 for Cody. And Cody will put the C Junior through for a 12.71 and Ryder a 12.08.
Ryder picks up a couple tenths there in his CJD. So I've just also been informed that the fridge is no longer working down there. It's an esky at third loop for the drivers with the water.
Well, you know what? That's still like an old school fridge. So I like that. They've still solved the problem.
Thanks to Tony Littlewood for that information.
Good on you, Tone. So Dakota Bray, good to hear that he's all right too after his incident the other week. Dakota Bray and Chase Carslake. Chase in the A, Dakota in the AA Junior Dragster. I think this is the first time I've actually called the AA Junior Dragster. What's that? They've been in about like 4 rounds.
They've been out for a few months now. The AAs.
Oh, look at that, 002 for Dakota.
Tough.
Fine form.
791, 81 miles an hour for Bray, and Carslake an 847, 75 miles an hour. Good reaction times both sides of the track there in Junior Drag. So next up, Charlie Usher to take on Siobhan Harvey.
So the AAs can go as quick as
760 with their indexes at 770 for qualifying. So we've got one of those on track, another one of those with Siobhan Harvey. Went 7.99 in Q1. Usher went an 8.52 in Q1.
And there's one thing for sure, Mark. I know it's everyone thinks, oh, well, they're allowed to go a little bit faster, but a little bit faster is not just a little bit faster. It feels a lot faster. The quicker times that these juniors in AA will be running. So Usher and Harvey, Q2. A 0.13 for Usher, a 0.48 for Harvey. The AA is out of there, and we'll run it through for a 7.78 at 84 mile an hour and a 7.48 at 77.76 miles an hour for Charlie. But there's the kicker, isn't it? 84.36 miles an hour, Mark. That is fast.
Well, you'd be surprised. The speeds have pretty much stayed the same because they usually slow them off the start line. They come home fairly strong on the top end when they were running the 790s, 800. So the speed has pretty much stayed the same, but the 60 foots, though, they've picked right up. Like, you're talking Super Street 60 foots here, quicker than Super Street.
Let me put this in perspective. If you've got generally a fast kind of street sedan, it will probably run somewhere between in that 80-odd mile an hour over the 400 metres. These junior dragsters, these AA junior dragsters and the A junior dragsters, they're doing, and I don't have to tell you because you've raced these, they're doing it over half the track. So, and then they're probably 15 or 16. So go figure that. It's like everyone goes, oh, they're just juniors, but it's like they're fast. Surprisingly fast.
005 red for Carlos Harvey. Pirano gets out with a 1:00 championship leader, Vance Pirano. And he goes through for 8:72, 74 miles an hour, Carlos Harvey, and 8:77 at 74 miles an hour as well.
That was pretty tidy, a tidy pairing for the B juniors, both pretty close on their run and their top end.
He'd be happy with that so far after 2 qualifiers. Next pairing out here in SuperFloor Junior Dragster, Alex Kidd for Bellis Bobcat Services to take on Neela Paul. So I think Neela is the only junior competitor that had more than one win, like event win this season with 2 event wins.
So Neela's sitting in at third in the points. Well done. So a couple of the female racers up there, the young ladies, in that top 5, 6.
And Neela goes through for an 8:25, 78 miles an hour. Alex Kidd goes 8:50 at 76 mile an hour.
Well, that's both of the ladies out there with their Christmas-themed shirts on, and a bit of tinsel in the hair. Look, they are the whole crew. Look at this; it's just very festive out there.
Yeah,
Mark.
festive on both sides. So I'm a fan of the Christmas shirt. I like to bring one out for Christmas Day each year from Light Lows.
Well, boy, when you're wearing it today.
What's the ugliest one I can find? Maybe we should do that next year. We'll do that for competition. And the last event, we'll find the ugliest Christmas shirt we can find. You can get the ugliest.
I think I have a Bar Humbug T-shirt, actually, because they got me one of those. That says it all.
Lexi Lancaster out with a 0.77 reaction time. Red light for Amelia Wright. And Amelia goes through for an 8:12, 83 miles an hour. And Lexi an 8:63 at 76 mile an hour.
Yeah, nice work there for Lexi in the Highway Rentals Junior. So Amelia in the Plunkettville Tambourine. All the way from beautiful Yarrabilba down in the scenic rim. Good to see them all out here doing the thing. Drag races is one thing about drag racing, Mark, as you and I know. It's the leveler in the sexes, whether you're a male or a female, and drag races come from all walks of life.
Well, I actually threw out in the call this morning, like, what other sport in the entire world can an 8-year-old take on a 16-year-old and be competitive?
Yeah.
That's what
I'm waiting for someone to text me, like, because you asked that question before, so we're waiting for somebody to say, hang on.
Well, physically, there's no sports that'd be like that. You might get something like chess, but yeah. So Nevaeh McDougall for SVO Transport and Towing on track to take on Jet Pirano. Nevaeh with an 0.46 reaction time. Pirano 2:54. And Nevaeh goes through for an 8:02, 80 miles an hour. Pirano an 8:14 at 80 mile an hour.
I just found out that it was, so it was Christine Steffens was driving the Time Traveller.
Yep, yeah, Christine's in the funny car today.
Nice.
Yes. So next pairing out here in SuperFloor Junior Dragster. 29 drivers have gone down the track today so far. Ashley Pinkstone and Cody Sedmak to battle it out this time. JTS Racing on both sides of the racetrack here. Ashley in the black JD. Cody in the fluoro green and black JD.
The braces are even festive. Is that what the correct word is? Well, everyone's still festive out there. Like, you know, I don't know if I'm ready for this festiveness.
Yeah.
Festivus. That was George Costanza, wasn't it? Wasn't that George Costanza?
I never watched
Festivus.
Seinfeld. I think it was
Festivus.
I was a Friends guy, so I watched Friends.
Oh, Mark. And you just said that on Overtaking Lane, so everyone's going to be able to go back and... So Cody... Sorry, mate.
019 for Pinkstone, 089 for Sedmac. And Pinkstone goes through for a 795, 82 miles an hour. Cody Sedmac an 867, 76 miles an hour.
Yeah, so Ashley making the trip down from up north.
Yeah, big drive. And we've got a team from New Zealand here again, the Harveys. They've flown over from New Zealand to race in juniors.
So both of them racing, which is good. So they're always tough competitors, no matter what. The Harveys in Junior Dragster. But, you know, I'll be very interested to see what the Harveys do when the Junior Dragster career is over. I'll be very intrigued to see what happens, because, you know, like, do you have a car or a bike over here, or what are they going to race?
Good question.
That sounds like a good interview, doesn't it, for some of these juniors to say, what would you like to? I'm sure back in your day you were asked that a lot. What would you like to drive?
Yeah, you were. You definitely get asked a lot. Wonder what these guys are going to do when they step out of junior dragsters. That's Carl Schultz and Kendrick Lassen on track. So Carl gets out with an 062, reigning junior dragster champion. Red light for Kendra. Carl goes through 766, 84 miles an hour. And Kendra an 851 at 79 miles an hour.
Well, I'll make a prediction there. I reckon Carl will race a modified, and I reckon Kendra will race an outlaw. There you go. Is that just too obvious?
Oh, I hope he doesn't go to modified. Just I want the junior drivers to go other classes.
Well, that's true. Well, good to
They're
see.
all very sharp on the tree these days.
You just don't want him in your category, because
I'm
you're
retired,
have to
mate. What are you talking about?
You're not retired, Mark. Stop it. Wade has propagated that, and it's not true.
On track, Isabella Hunter for Playful.
You're like you're like what's his name? He used to retire, Johnny Farnham.
Johnny Farnham.
You go, I'm coming back again. Apparently, you know. Mate, I never retired. Did you really retire? You didn't retire.
Well, just for you, I'm going to call it the comeback tour now when I come back. Nixon King for Mick King Transport on track against Isabella Hunter. First passes out today. Nixon went an 814. Isabella went an 851 in Q1.
Chances are, when you're back in modified, you know that I'm probably going to be commentating on Sol Wade. So you know it's going to be, here's the comeback king. The comeback king, Mark Allen.
I wouldn't expect any less from you guys. 059 for Isabella Hunter, 118 for Nixon King.
Both side by side as they go through the stripe. An 807 for Nixon, an 843 for Isabella. 78 mile an hour for Nixon, a 74.54 mile an hour for Isabella Hunter. Nice work in the Playful A Junior. Now our next pairing.
Who we got out next? It's going to be Nixon Knijff and Jacob Schultz. Both of these drivers running for A Civil.
So a 774 for Nixon previous, a 871 for Jacob. They'll be hoping to at least run around that again, or at least a little bit quicker, but maybe not. Maybe with that conditions, they might just see how they go. Might be a little bit slower, but we will know any second now.
.040 light for Schultz, a red light for Nixon Knijff. This is qualifying session number 2 for SuperFloor Junior Dragster. So Knijff goes through for a 767, 84 miles an hour. And Jacob Schultz goes through for an 862, 75 miles an hour.
So Comp Bike, can you come to the lanes, please? Comp Bike, competition bike. That's a tough category. Always tough. They were having trouble getting the power down earlier, actually, or watching those competition bikes. But what can you do? It's not an easy thing, is it? Trying to get all that power down. So our next pairing, we've got Fletcher Usher.
Yep, and might be on a solo pass to finish off qualifying here for MRE Electrical. Fletcher gets out with a 119 reaction time. Went 11.04 in Q1. And goes through for a 1088. Picks up a little bit of ET, 60 miles an hour. So that brings a close to qualifying session number 2 of SuperFloor Junior Dragster. So looking at our schedule, we should be moving now into Super Sedan.
I think we might have the bikes, the junior bikes. Might be.
Junior drag bikes. Sorry, I forgot about the junior drag bikes.
They're doing a, what do you call it, a display or a...
Yeah, they're just testing today, display for the class. And once they get, like 6 to 8 competitors regularly, they'll probably put it on the championship calendar.
They need to have a look at what the real street guys have done. They combined forces and said we will have a field at these events if you need us, and that's what you've got to do. I know that a lot of the times in some of the categories in the nostalgias, it's always difficult sometimes, and we'll know that sometimes with SuperComp and that, sometimes it's difficult to get enough cars or bikes to be in some of these categories. It must be frustrating, Mark, if that's your category you love racing in, when you go, well, what do you mean we don't have enough of a field? But
and
anyway.
you know what, it's understandable in this day and age, especially with the costs of everything, the rising costs.
So Marcus McDonald in the A Junior drag bike goes through for a 9.42 at 73 miles an hour in the race DNA.
I think this is the first time I've seen Marcus race. I don't remember Marcus previously on this bike.
Cut a pretty decent light. Looked quick.
Really good.
Bike looked quick. It was pretty smooth. So if that's one of his earlier runs that he's done, I'll tell you what, he's got a big future coming. So well done to him. As I said, comp bike to the lanes. Modified bike, modified and super sedan, you should be in the lanes or on your way around. So as we continue with the junior bikes, it will be
Jaden and Kai Badcock on track.
Will there be any chatter between these two? Like
I'm sure there would be.
It'll be
maybe the loser has to do the dishes for the week or something.
One of them has to pack the bikes onto the.
You got to do my homework for a week.
Oh mate, that's nearly over, mate. They're all over, aren't they? Pretty well the school time. 1.24 for Badcock, a 2.38 for Kai, and a 9.69 for Jaden, and a 10.78 for Kai. Oh, you can just imagine. I mean, it's one thing if you're doing some test runs, but when you're racing, I can imagine. Imagine your sibling. It'd be on at home. It'd be like at dinner. If I have to separate you two, can you stop aggravating him? You know what I mean?
Stop telling your brother you went.
It'd be on.
Zip on him.
Yeah. Where were you today? Don't say it. Don't say it. It'd be on. What do you mean? I wasn't there today. I thought you were at racing today because I didn't see you there. You must have been behind me. You must have been behind me.
I'd be a shocker. I'm like, oh, you're late home again. Just like you were on the tree last weekend.
Oh, it'd be just the best, wouldn't it? You could just be throwing shade for days.
Oh, you would. 100%.
And Mum would be going off her nut, going, if you two don't stop this. But I love it. So it looks like we are moving into our next category, Mark, which will be, I do believe, is it Super Sedan? And yes, it is. Got this little... That'll be Mr.
Mitchell Bauer.
Mr. Mitchell Bauer. And, of course, Darren McDonald in the 2J 6-cylinder powered Corolla from Lismore. Running in Super Sedan, but running, of course, if you see it on the side there, you'll see the double S double B, which means that it is a 6-cylinder vehicle, the double B.
Well, the points of that Titan Super Sedan between Bauer, Morrison, White, that it'll be almost, it's pretty much whoever goes furthest today is going to be the champion.
Is that right?
Yeah. Well, it's only one point between Bauer and Morrison, 3 points
Actually,
between...
there's two, 81 and 80 points. So, yeah, you're right. So whoever goes the furthest in the field will get the championship. You don't think that if they both fail early, that Adam...
Adam's definitely in there with chance, and White as well. So
those
White
four...
is 6 points, which is 2 rounds of racing.
Yeah.
I think the top 3...
And Mitchell gets out with a 0.91. And he'll put the Ford through for a 9.42 at 144 to back up his 9.51 at 143 earlier in qualifier number 1. We didn't get to see the 2J Corolla run, which is a bit sad. It ran a 9.1 at 145 previous.
Next up, Adam White for JR Stevens in that VL Commodore in the championship hunt. And one of the drivers that's been really impressing me the last few events, Brendan Shaw in the Toronto for Downs Automotive Services. Went 00 off the trailer this morning, won the last event. Adam White missed an event, but still comes into this race third in the championship, 3 points behind. You might even say that these two drivers are the form drivers.
They actually are. And I think, look, Adam's always been like a little bit of a silent assassin as well. He's pretty good in that Commodore. He's never not on the money.
Oh,
Quite
Shaw
good.
again. 00 again for Brendan Shaw. Adam White, 0.35.
That's dialed in, isn't it? Goes through for a 9.45, does Brendan, at 142 and a 9.61 for Adam.
1,000 spread for sure. 00 both passes, 1,000 spread. It's a shame
That
you
was
can't win
good.
a race in qualifying.
Yes.
But it sure does look good.
I was waiting for the pun then. I was going for sure look good. I do not have a stutter.
I missed that one, but you're right.
Sure went well.
Look good, yes.
I do not have a
I
stutter.
don't think you need to say it twice. I think you just sure look good, didn't
Sure.
it?
Well,
Yeah.
you know what, Mark?
Yeah, I
you
like
work
that.
on it for when it's racing, okay?
Rudy White on track and Judy Pukas now. Another championship contender in
Oh.
Rudy White. Spin for a Pukas on the hit there. White out with an 0.33 light. Went 9.72 first pass, goes 9.69 this time around, 141 miles an hour. Pukas goes 10.64, 140 mile an hour.
And Judy, that's her first official qualifier because she went through the beams in the first run.
Yes, yeah, she did, yeah. Puts her into number 8 at the moment. So we've got 9 cars qualified in Super Sedan, so that gives us 4 rounds of racing. So next up, Mick Newport and Damien Morris. And the reason I point out that we've got 4 rounds of racing because that means there's more points on offer if there was only 8.
Yes.
So it'd only be 3 rounds. So Damien Morris for Morris Painting Solutions in the Monaro. Mick Newport for Mick Newport Contracting the Tirana. We've got to see the officials are out, so there might be an issue on track.
Hang on. Yeah, well, you can see our officials just... Damo says, I'm just going to back that out.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I've spoken about this previously in the past, that I would definitely back out of the staging area here just to restart my routine.
Well, you talk about the fact that, Mark, that when you're sitting there and you're in there and you're in the zone, you're in that go zone, and
Yep.
you've got that, you've gone through the process, you're there, you're right there, ready to go. That gets thrown out. You're now having to do a process that you don't do hardly ever.
Yeah,
And you say, well, okay, well, I don't know whether everything's going to be right.
I want to do it again.
Am I holding the wheel? Am I holding the button correctly? Am I holding the clutch correctly? Am I holding everything in this car correctly now that I've had to sit here for a minute?
Just to reset,
more?
focus, and do it
Yeah.
again. That's why I'm a big fan of backing out and going back in.
And it's not as if it's an issue with fuel. You've got enough fuel, so you can just go back, do your burnout, go through the process, just pretend you're starting anew and get yourself set.
And most of these guys are running cooling systems in the car as well,
Yeah.
so temperature-wise they should be okay. But shutting cars down, though, they're going to get some heat in them.
Well,
So obviously we
depends,
might
yeah.
have something on the track. So something might have been found in the braking area. So what we might do is just find out what's going on.
Maybe it was a kangaroo
We'll
down
see if we can
there.
get Wade to find out for us. If Wade, our other commentator, is going to get word to what happened. And we'll let you know.
So once we get to racing, Mark, I'll tell you what, it's going to be intense.
It
As
will be.
we always know that when it comes to the QDRC races, it's if you leave anything on the table, you're in trouble. You need to just throw everything off the table. Everything needs to be thrown in with these races because everyone will be on their A game.
Yeah, and this is our favourite time of the year.
Checking the track for the debris.
So they're just checking the track for some debris.
I wonder what vehicle that was that dropped something. You never know. It can always be something that's just, that's finally shaken loose, something minor. Mate, we've seen all manner of things come off vehicles and with windscreens, doors, everything.
Mud wasp nest.
Is that right? Mate,
under the...
Yeah, is that right? It's like, what is that doing under there? Well, we didn't look under the car. I'll tell you what the best thing, well, not the best thing, but we actually had at the diesel assault the other week here, I think we had probably half of at least a cubic metre of Moreton Island on the left lane, Fraser Island on the right lane, because every time the boys would take off, there'd be a big pile of sand had come out of the out from underneath the car, and it was quite comical. And then you have the other guys, the mud chucker boys, who come up, and you'd have half of Gordon country and drop out the bottom of the ute. So it was quite comical. But so what would have been a bit of a clean up for Brett and the boys, I reckon, after that meeting. They would have had to have done some tidying.
Tell you what, Brett has been working his butt off out here. He sent me pictures. He was mowing the mound side in like 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
That is keen.
During the week.
Well, probably a good time in this time of weather, I suppose, to do it as well anyway. But still, that's keen.
Got the headlights on and the ride on, and away he goes.
Proud of him. Good work. We saw the pictures of the boneyard cleaned up too. I wouldn't even recognise it. How unbelievable is that? The new crew that are here have done a stellar job. Track is looking resplendent.
Yeah, I'm liking the lives that they're doing on the Facebook page with all the updates. We just don't need to see Andrew's face, really. It's almost perfect.
That is a
jokes,
fair,
Andrew.
That is a fair call. So a big thank you to the guys who are doing the live feed. Of course, the overtaking lane. Big thanks to Dave and Tyler doing the deed and getting everybody who's sitting at home or out watching it really good. And of course, don't forget we've got Bezza over there from dragphotos.com.au. Don't forget to get on there if you've got any of the photos you want to see from today and tonight. They have the guys behind the lens, mate. They're
haven't seen Reedy down there today.
I haven't seen Dave.
He's like, nah, it's too hot for me. Sends Bezza out.
Yeah, Bezza got the job, didn't he? I wouldn't say the short straw, but he's drawn the straw of some sort, and he said, mate, you're going. So here we go. Let's have another crack at this. Mick Newport and Damien Morris in the Battle of the Lions. So the Tirana and, of course, the Monaro.
Oh, good lights both sides. 30 for Newport, 37 for Morris.
Side by side as they go through. And it'll be a 9.96 for Damien Morris and a 9.96 as well
30
for
on
Mick
both
Newport.
sides. 30 on both sides, 96 on the elapsed times for both drivers as well. That was a
good drag race, wasn't it?
It was enjoyable. Okay, next up. In Super Sedan, it's going to be a solo pass to finish off this qualifying session. It's the Boss Hoses Hydraulic Hose Repair Toyota of Wayne Height.
And it's always... never used to see too many of those Celikas when they came out, and probably even a rarer thing to see one in drag racing form, but Wayne's got that thing pretty tidy. It looks good. A 0.21, cuts a good light, ran a 9.41 earlier and rattles it through for a 9.39 to better that at 142 mile an hour. I think he's got it cooking now, Mark.
Yeah, picked up 200ths of a second there, Wayne Height.
Yeah, look good. Car looks solid, look good off the line, looks smooth. I think he would have been pretty happy.
You're going to be happy with that. It's a good reaction time. He's second qualifier at the moment. The car's been consistent.
Take that into racing. He'll do well.
Exactly. It's going to be interesting, Super Sedan. It really will be. We could potentially have those championship leaders matching up in round one of racing.
It's always the way, isn't it?
I'm just looking at because it's an odd field. I'm just looking at it. I'm like, I tell you what, it's going to be close. It's going to be close that they could potentially be lining up against each other round one.
That is funny.
In eliminations.
And
that's going to happen numerous times tonight where races are, that's it. Like this entire year will come down to one single pass.
Yep.
And modified bike. The pressure isn't on yet for any of the races. It's still qualifying. 0.61 for Jason Clark, and Alex Redmond gets out with a 2.77 reaction time. The Hayabusa of Clarkin will go across the finish line first for a 9.36, 153 miles an hour. Alex Redmond goes 9.69, 141 miles an hour.
So when you look at that, the points in modified bike, because you have Alvizio on 97.
Well, he can't be beaten. So
No.
obviously he's wrapped it up.
But it's one thing that you can't be beaten, but there's the other thing is you want to still do well in your final race of the year. We know what Brian's like, because he's managed to sneak into the top 8 of the street meet as well next week.
Ooh, he's going to try and do the double up.
Let's see how he goes with that. That's not an easy task. Alan Annis Jr. goes through with a 0.56 and Scotty Much with a 0.76. Both riders on the money on the tree. An 8.73 for Alan and an 8.97 for Scott. Can we have the test vehicles, the comp bike, SuperComp and Top Sportsman Modified? I can see you guys and girls in the lanes, so you're all good. But test vehicles, comp bike, SuperComp and Top Sportsman to the lanes, please.
So I'm just looking at the previous champions in modified bikes. So Temi Goldthorpe obviously is the reigning mod bike champion. Alvizio won the 2021 season in mod bike. 008 there for Johnny Lewis. Rebecca Marsden gets out with a 149, but the Kawasaki Johnny Lewis is that quick. He's our number 2 qualifier at the moment. He might go to number 1 here if he goes 8.37, 161 miles an hour. That will put him to number
close.
1. He will go to number 1, and Marsden goes through for a...
He had that thing.
10.04.
Had that quacker cooking, didn't he?
Yeah.
Got out well.
He spun on the first pass, and that was a clean run there. That's a good run for Johnny Lewis. So Temi's on a different bike today.
She most certainly
is. Is that a Street Series bike?
I think it could very well be.
Might be trying to get some data on the Street Series bike.
Yeah, you're probably thinking, well, if I race this and I can race next week, I should have bought my Street Series seating sheets with me, and they could have they could have dissected it even more for next week.
Yeah, Jason,
all these riders.
Jason Whiteout with a 007 red. Goldthorpe, good clean green, 054 on that Suzuki. And we see Goldthorpe goes through for an 11.04, 121 miles an hour. White at 10.72, 133 miles an hour. Well, it's probably smart, really, because we know Alvizio's got the Mod Bike Championship wrapped up. He's on track right now, Brian Alvizio, and Goldthorpe's, well, I've got the Street Series.
Race practice.
Yep,
it's race practice, isn't it? It's well done. So Mark Lucky Gordon and Brian Alvizio said another 2 that are going through next week to the Streetie. So this is interesting. So the Kawasaki, of course, of Brian Alvizio, and the Suzuki, the shoebox books of Mark Lucky Gordon. I think look. I know you said the championship's wrapped up, but these other riders are not going to want Brian to win tonight. You know what I mean? They will want to give you a little push off the pedestal at least to say, well, you know, you would think that conversation is happening down there in those lanes, Mark. You know the riders, I know the riders. I can guarantee that's what's going on. And Brian will be saying, Terry, stop painting a bloody target on me, will you? You know why you get a target? Because you're good. Isn't it?
Well, that's it. He went through for a 9.10 that time around. He's 100 slower than we ran earlier this morning, and Gordon went through for a 9.68. So that brings a close to modified bike qualifying. We're now moving into Q2 for Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator.
Feels like a nostalgia meet with Abby McDonald and Brett Farnell on the track here in the front engine dragsters. Look, even tinsel on the wheelie bars.
That's funny.
Is that allowed? Because I think that's a little bit too festive.
You think that's too festive?
No, I'm not saying it's
Grinch of the
dangerous.
year.
I'm not saying it's dangerous. I'm saying it's too festive, in my opinion.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, Terry. Mr. Grinch. Mr. Grinch. You're gonna get some visits in your dreams tonight.
No, it does look good. And I do look, how good are those two front engine dragsters on the line there? It's really good to see. I do love the injection stacks on Abby's car. Looks cool. Cut a red light, a 004 red, so that's not too bad. Brett goes through with a 0.92, so he's on the money again. He'll sharpen that as well up later on. 8.50 at 155 for Brett, and a 7.75 at 172 for Abby.
Well, that's what we expect from Abby. She was a little bit slow on that first pass. We're like, oh, what's going on there?
But there's the top end.
There we go.
Bang.
Boom. So far now, consistent as well. Next up in qualifying for Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator, we will have Andrew Pinkstone. He's currently the #1 qualifier.
Cut a 001 in that first I think 001. I think in the first qualifier.
001 against the Trip Zip.
Trip Zip
In the
other lane.
Yeah, this is an identical pairing to Q1. They've swapped lanes this time around. In Q1, Lucas went 000. Pinkstone went 001. So let's see what the altered championship leader, Lucas Holtz, the current modified champion as well, Lucas Holtz, looking to go back-to-back with this championship.
And we've discussed this plenty of times before, Mark. It's having and now I'm not being derogatory, but having one of the slower cars in the modified field, but being the most consistent and still being able to put them all away.
How about 000 again for Lucas Holtz? Two Trip Zips in a row.
Kidding me.
Pinkstone goes 00 again as well, but 006 this time. He goes 771. And Holtz goes 940 with the 000. He had 940 on the side of the altered as well for his dial-in. Man, incredible.
That is wild.
Lucas Holtz.
How many times have you seen 2 000s in a row in racing or qualifying? How often?
I've done it.
You've done it. Well, there you go.
I think I know there's a guy from down south who did it modified at the Winter Nationals a few years back. But yeah, it does.
You got me thinking it wasn't Everett. It was
no. It was the guy the Fuchs Dragster.
Yes.
He's champion. Used to be a champion.
Yep.
I can't think of his name at the moment. Oh, that's going to annoy me. I'm friends with him on Facebook as well.
I can just see his name written down.
Yeah.
It's like, that's annoying. So, real street to the lanes, please. Real street to the lanes.
Yeah. But you're right. I've only seen, I can say, at the moment, 3 times that I can think of.
That is impressive.
That's the third time, yeah.
Isn't that impressive? And just, yeah.
Yeah.
Some racers talk about it. They've tried their whole career to get a 000. And Lucas goes, well, I'm just going to rattle off 2 of my first 2 qualifiers at the final of QDRC. Like, yeah, okay, thank you, Lucas.
Hey, I'll be impressed when he does it in a 17-second Colorado.
Yeah. That is true.
Chris Reed, Benita Marchant on track. Marchant gets out with an 018 reaction time in a dragster. Reed goes 057 in the roadster. Marchant goes through for a 797, 170 miles an hour. And Reed goes an 856 at 154 miles an hour.
So I do believe we are moving into QDRC Comp Bike.
Arvine Latour is our number 1 qualifier at the moment, Comp Bike, but on track we've got Carl Pacey and Chris Collin. Collin is currently number 5 qualifier. Had some issues on that first pass on that B altered bike. Pacey on the Suzuki, currently number 2 qualifier.
Whatever Chris did on that first run with a bit of spin, it wasn't this time. That bike is out of there, an 811 at 161, and Carl with a 919 at 152.
Yeah, these guys are running on their QDRC records.
So Aveen Ottar on the BMW with Dave Finlayson on the Suzuki.
So Aveen has a 951 record on that B Street bike.
He has just blown that out. He's a gun, seriously. So on that B Street bike, look at that thing, just absolutely wild. So he'll ride that through for 921. So he's backed it out a little bit. Thought I don't need to throw the whole kitchen sink at it this time, but a 926 at 158 for Dave on the A Street bike. Tell you what, Aveen, you'd have to think that's got some extra bit of cash in the wallet, hasn't it?
But you know what? So I've had heaps of people send me messages. Kenny Stewart, that's the one I was thinking. Kenny Stewart did it.
Yes, that was it.
Yeah.
That was it.
And Dirk has just said that if he can do it again, you'll give him $50 if he can go 3 in a row.
Who said they'll? Who?
Dirk and I from Knijff Earthmoving.
Oh, he said he'll give him $50.
$50 if he can do it again.
Well done. So Kenny Collin heads out with a 087. Got the bike out nice this time as well. Dead Ken, the Rascal Race Engine Suzuki, will run it through for an 8.16 at 130. Backs it out at the end. So Super Street and Real Street, you are required in the lanes. Real Street and Super Street to the lanes. SuperComp, you should be in the lanes, and testing vehicles or testing bikes, you should be in the lanes as well. Yes, not a big field of comp bike, but I'll tell you what, that's a tough field, eh, Mark?
Yeah, that is a real tough. Orvine in his rookie. If there was a Rookie of the Year award, you're probably looking at Orvine getting it.
I don't know how he's going to go. Look at that. He's sitting on that 51 with Chris Collin on 53. Ken just the bookend there on 39. But, yeah, those two boys, that is going to be interesting all afternoon or into the evening. Chris Collin and Orvine Ottar. That is tough. Tough. Good work.
As we move now into Q2 of Top Sportsman. Brought to us by Horsepower Solutions.
So Dave Goldie, of course. And
Matty Barron.
Matty
Barron. No pressure, Matty, but I'll be judging your reaction time right here.
He cut a red before, didn't he?
He went red, did he? I didn't get to see his first run.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it was red. He can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was red. He won't like that. He will not be happy with that. So
well,
Dave
if he went
Goldie,
red, he would have put some in the box then.
Oh, yes. So it won't be red this time. So Barron and Goldie, probably a combination we've called plenty of times. There you go.
016, that's pretty solid there for Matty Barron. 006 red for Goldie, though.
Dave's out there, of course, in the quicker car with a 006, but a 763 at 181 mile an hour for Goldie in the Cutlass, and an 864 at 158 for Matthew Barron. A nice 016 there, Mark.
There we go. Daniel Morris, first time out this season for the Queensland Drag Racing Championships.
So the small block skid with all that high rev. Do I need to propagate this small block versus big block thing? Because you know how it goes.
So I think with the small field they've got this weekend, I don't know, even if Paul loses first round, I'm not sure anyone can pass him in the points.
So once again, Real Street, Super Street, you should be in your lanes. I can see Real Street around there and Super Street are here. So Maxwell and Morris, it was, I reckon Neil will work up to this, ran a 7.4 at 185. So we know it's, Neil, quite often that car has been the quickest in the field, hasn't it really?
Yeah, well, he's the number one qualifier today. I think these conditions, you're probably going to be running pretty much similar to what you ran before.
Got a 718 marked on the side. Cut a red, but a 026 green for Daniel Morris. So Neil will put it through for a 746 at 185, and Daniel a 835 at 163 to back up an 834. So he's on the money.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so Morris was 11th thou slower, and Maxwell was 2th thou different. So they were pretty much identical to what they ran earlier today. Okay, next pairing out will be Tony White and the Calibra to take on Dale O'Dwyer and the Firebird.
If you were to pick a design of a vehicle, Mark, that you said, let's make it nice and slippery, those two cars are probably a good exponent when you look at them on the line. They both are very wedge-shaped style vehicles that cut through the air fairly nicely. I was
always a big fan of the Pontiac, especially in the 90s Pro Stock era. They were just cool. They're still a cool car right to this day.
Just that beautiful straight line from the bottom of the bonnet all the way up to that tail. It's pretty slick. 027 for O'Dwyer, 027 as well for Tony White. Identical.
And they're tied across the finish line. It's a 96 to a 99.
Whoa. And 172 to 171. That was a race and a half. How good was that?
That was good fun, yeah. 796 to a 799 for Dale O'Dwyer and Tony White. Next up, Denny Lake. Have we seen Denny today?
Denny had to pull the car back out. He did the burnout, and he didn't front for the run. So, but there he is. He's back. So whatever the issue was, it was obviously minor, And it's good to see Dan back here with the Lang's Building Supplies cutlass, and he'll be pretty keen to get a run down there and see what it can do.
So just a quick call for our testing vehicles to the lanes, please. Testing to the lanes, please. And Super Street and Real Street as well to the lanes, please.
That'll be for their final qualifier. That'll be my cue. I will jump off the mic as soon as we get our SuperComp guys or our testing out of the road, and I'll let Mr. Wade Benson jump on.
Denny Lake. His first pass of the day goes 0.45 on the tree. The Oldsmobile Cutlass here usually runs in the high 7s. Goes through for an 8.12, so he's about a tenth off in these conditions at 169 miles an hour.
I think Dan will just be glad he got it down the track because he's, you know what they're like.
Well, that's it. It's all the races.
They want those runs under their belt before they go into the finals.
Once you get that one lap under your belt in qualifying, you're like, okay,
yeah,
all right, we're on.
I think even if it's not necessarily a good run, it doesn't matter. You're still getting information, Mark, aren't you? Whereas if the car is pushed back, if there's some minor issue, going, no, I would have liked to because even if you just get the feel of the launch, if that happens, you know what I mean? There's certain things you'll get out of that track if you get the car down there, even if it's not perfect. You get more information out of it rather than if sadly you don't get to run it at all. So. We can see Brett Farnell down there on the start line. Brett, what is it? Is it you're going to give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down, or a thumbs? Sideways. Yeah, I know. You know what that means. I'm not going to tell you. I know exactly what. We're on overtaking lane, Brett. We're not allowed to do things like that. We're live to the world. But how good is it to see that all those cars coming around? We've got some more quick action coming too, Mark.
Yeah, I can see the looks like the Yucky Funny car of Andrew Searles in the lanes there.
So once we get the SuperComp, as I said, I'm going to jump out and let Mr. Benson jump on in. But big thank you to everyone who's turned up today to watch the racing. As I said, the sportsman category is always tough here at Willowbank Raceway. And if you want to know how tough they are and how good they are, come along to the Winter Nationals, and that's where you get to see the best of the best. And I can tell you what, our Queenslanders punch pretty well when it comes to the Winter Nationals, don't we, Mark?
We do. There used to be a shield for all the races that the points combined for all the championships, and out of the divisions, so you had South Queensland, North Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, and South Queensland would win it a lot of the time. Yeah, consistently, yeah.
I'll tell you what, last year, this year with the Winter Nationals, it was an interesting combination to see the fact that the track had just been redone. So even all of our races had hardly any time on the track, and it was like a new track. So all that distinct advantage you would have had from all the years of racing here at the track was thrown out of the window. Just thrown, like, no, you've got no advantage anymore because everybody who's coming in to race has got the same advantage as you. But the Queenslanders still, and I know people say, well, still, yeah, but it's still a home track. Mate, just because you're in, it was completely changed. Brand new track. All of our races had to get used to that, and they did. And they did exceptionally well. So that's not just banging on about the Queenslanders, because every racer who came out here and raced at the Winter Nationals brings their A game. And I am looking forward to it next year as well. So how good's that going to be? You can see Brett out there just putting some dust down. So, because we've got some quick cars coming. So I might take the opportunity while we have got this. I might let Wade jump on for SuperComp, and he's there with his Christmas hat on. I can't believe you're wearing a Christmas hat. That is so festive of you, with your red hat, your green shirt. So proud of you right now.
They were doing a commentary, best commentator against $50.
You were the best of the three. Well done. But I'm going to jump off and let Wade Benson jump on, and I shall talk to you all shortly.
Yeah, we're not too far from getting underway with some testing here. So we might just take a break here for a couple minutes, and we'll be back underway with testing very shortly.
Traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will feel.
So we're back on track for the championship deciding day of the QDR season here in a sunny December. It is SuperComp qualifier number 2 on track. The rear engine dragster of Nicholas Kalir, Raheem Tar over in the rocket lane in the Utes. 0.98 light for Raheem. Nicholas Kalir gets out with a 0.74, but problems for the dragster in the second half of the racetrack, and the Ute will go through with a 9.82 with a 2 at 137 miles per hour for Raheem Tar. And Nicholas Kalir, problems in the first run, problems in the second qualifier, but goes through for a 10.98. So that did get further down the track, but the team will have some work to do before the next qualifying session, before we head into racing a little bit later this afternoon. So for Raheem Tar, he did a 9.90 with a 6 earlier. It does improve slightly with that 9.82.
I tell you what's impressive is Nicholas 64, 105. That's quick. So got out strong.
Yep.
Next up here in SuperComp qualifying, Steve Sloan. Well, it's his first pass of the day, and Mark Sugars. Sugars in the Falcon, Sloan in the Gemini for Penrite Oils.
So we didn't see Steve in the first session. So we know he can go under that. Is it the record, the QDRC record? No, the index.
So they're on the iTray records plus 5/10. So they're on the index of the iTray records.
We do know that Steve can go under that. So see what he can do in his first look at the track today. The blue Gemini goes to a 9.71, 105 miles per hour, but lost some speed in the back end of the track, so we'll definitely see him improve on that time. For Mark Sugars, he goes through nice light 008, a 10.41 with a 5 at 129 miles per hour. So we just need to call for Real Street, Super Street and Junior Dragster. Real Street, Super Street and Junior Dragster. And Junior Drag Bike as well. So Real Street, Super Street, Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike. If you guys want to make your way around for your final qualifying session.
Well, that sounds like a supercharger. From up here in the commentary box, can't see anything yet, but I think it's going to be the funny car of Andrew Searle. Doing some testing.
Yes, they were out in the first testing session, Mark, but we didn't get to see them go down the track. Tar was ready to fire, but then got pushed back.
Yeah, so a bit of testing for Andrew Searle. I'm not too sure if he was down in Sydney for the opening event of the season for the Pro Drag Racing Championship. Has had some success with this funny car here at Willowbank. Got runner-up the Gulf Western All Winter Nationals. Just a quick call for Super Sedan, Junior Dragster, Super Street, Real Street to the lanes, please. Super Sedan, Junior Dragster, Super Street and Real Street to the lanes, please. So we've got testing here, the Acme Composite funny car of Andrew Searle moving forward.
Yeah, so he did make the trip down to Sydney.
He did make the trip down?
Yeah, for that first round.
So it sounded like it had some issues there as he went to get up on the button there. So Andrew Searle runs the converter style setup. So a lot of the traditional way for Alki Funny cars on clutch. So the guys will build the revs up and then slowly edge into stage on the clutch, and obviously clutch in full revs. But he uses a button on the steering wheel, so he just bumps in, hits the button with the converter. But some issues there for Andrew Searle.
Yeah, hopefully they can sort that out and we can see them have another crack a little bit later today. Just a quick announcement for anyone here. We do have a debit card that's been handed in. Under Julian Wood. So if you do have seem to have misplaced your debit card, you can come up to the tower and collect that with the appropriate ID. If it's still here at dinner time, I'm sure we'll go and grab ourselves a bit. No, we wouldn't do that, Mark. We're responsible up here.
No, not after last time.
It's like the tax, isn't it, for doing the responsible thing and doing a public service announcement?
Yeah. We will accept a slushie as our reward.
You had one a little bit early, didn't you? You were able to, you could upsell them.
The slushies were good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the cars to get here again, I think.
I did hear that. Turned off.
I just pressed it to the side because it looked like it was stuck on one side.
That's dangerous. Oh, I could hear that too. Yeah, I could touch it.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh,
Is that a- So we are back underway.
All right.
And, yeah, real street.
We're into Real Street Q3. So this is the time of day. I said this is the most critical part of the day in qualifying, Q3, for all of the brackets. So first up will be Real Street on track. Matt Coates and the VF, the wagon, taking on Dean Merchant in the Ford for Nova Ford.
So this is their final opportunity to attack the track.
It's probably not what you want with Dean Merchant. There's some issues there for Dean. Matt Coates went out with a 4:22 reaction time. He goes through for a 12:22 at 112 miles an hour, his quickest pass of the day. But issues for Dean Merchant, so fingers crossed for him that it's nothing too major for the team.
It's always good as well when you see the races, if they think they've had a problem, pull straight over off the racing
Yes.
line to make sure that if there is anything that's come out from under the car, that it's a quicker clean-up. Yeah, you mentioned this being probably the most important qualifying session, Mark, and that really, it's going to tell you what how the car is behaving before the first qualifier. Not their first qualifier, but their first round of eliminations.
Yep.
So
Sorry, mate, I have no idea where you were because we got interrupted. Sorry.
No, that's all good.
Lost our train of thought, yeah.
You mentioned it being the most important qualifying session, and that is because it's going to give them
It does sound like something I would say.
an idea of how their car's performing before the smallest gap between this session and then their first round of eliminations when we put dial-ins up on the board.
Yeah. Touch wood, we don't want any stoppages because that'll make it even harder the further you go apart between that last run and that first round of racing.
Yeah,
and that decision that you need to make when it comes to that dial-in.
Yeah, we have struggled for continuality today.
That we have. I'm just going to call you out on that. Is that a real word?
Someone. We don't get to see the chat on the live stream, but I'm sure someone will say something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be on Urban Dictionary somewhere.
You're going to be Urban Dictionary, yes. We don't throw enough words out from the Urban Dictionary, do we, in commentary?
That's probably a good thing.
Have you ever looked up your own name?
I have. I was pretty pleased with mine, I'll be honest.
I had to go down a few before I got pleased.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of different meanings.
Mixed reviews.
Yeah. No, I'm not happy with that one. There we go. That's the one I like. All right, just another call for Modified Bike, Super Sedan Junior Dragster and Super Street to the lanes, please. Modified Bike, Super Sedan Junior Dragster and Super Street to the lanes, please. Yes. It's one of those days, isn't it, Wade? No continuality. Did I say it right?
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah,
Okay,
trademarked and.
Okay. T-shirts made. You want to read about your T-shirts?
Stubby coolers. There'll be a whole merch range next year. Look out. Make sure you do jump on, folks. The calendar for next year is out for Willowbank Raceway, so a big calendar of events. It's fantastic to be back to a full calendar year after, of course, only starting at the end of May this year with the upgrades to the track. So check it out. Of course, all the big events are back. New Year Nitro at the start of January, just after Christmas. QDRC Street Series is back. We've got the All Bike Day, All Ford Day, Mopar Sunday, the Nostalgic Drags, Jamboree. It's all on their mark.
Oh, mate, we're continuing on track as well. Craig Collis to take on Paul Nielsen. Nielsen for Black Panther Racing in that Ford, Collis in the Jeep. Collis has run a best of a 13.57 so far today in the Jeep. Nielsen has gone as quick as an 11.30 in that Ford. So he's got a big top-end charge, that Ford. Yeah,
it does. And Craig's had some good consistency today, so see if he can back it up on this third qualifier. And he does a 13.56 with an 8 on 101 miles per hour on a 13.57 earlier. And a 12.20 with a 4 at 122, which is just off that 11.30 for Paul Nelson.
So next pairing out, Real Street qualifying session number 3. Final pass of the day before we get into the pressure cooker situation that is championship racing here at Willowbank Raceway. Tony Rogers to take on Paul Gingell in the Jeep. Rogers in the Ute.
They're both well supporting the Real Street bracket at the events here.
Well, Tony, it was a clean launch, but I'm going to recommend you go a little bit quicker on the reaction times next pass. 2.9 second reaction time for Rogers, 1:16 for Gingell. As we see Gingell go through for a 13.89 at 99 miles an hour. Tony Rogers an 11.23 at 125 miles an hour.
Yeah, picked up a bunch of ET there, did Tony?
Yeah, it was a clean pass. I would suggest picking up a little bit on the reaction time in round 1.
Mark Allen pep talks will be around before racing.
Anyone needs a pep talk, I am available. Ian Nielsen, the VZ, solo pass here to finish off qualifying in Real Street. Gets out with an 0.76 reaction time. So this VZ has gone as quick as a 12.12 today. Currently qualified number 4 in Real Street goes through with a 12.05, 114 miles an hour. So we're already seeing a pattern form here in this final session. I think 5 or 6 of those 7 drivers there went their quickest pass of the day by a couple hundreds. So I would expect that pattern to continue here in Super Street, qualifying session number 3 for Prime Science Speed Elec. Super Street. First up, we have got Darren Piddington to take on Wayne Knijff. So Darren's obviously watching the live stream down in the pits because he sent me a message about it was Kenny Stewart in the Fuchs Dragster when I was talking about the drivers that have gone perfect lights 2 laps in a row. Wayne Knijff in the Camaro beside him, the custom-built Kitchens Camaro. Piddington's number 7 qualifier. Knijff is number 2 qualifier. Knijff gets out with a 007 red. Clean green for Piddington with the 217. And Knijff goes through for a 1080, 125 miles an hour. Piddington goes 1130, 119 mile an hour.
Yeah, that's interesting too there with Wayne splitting both of his previous qualifiers and Darren picking up about a 10th.
Yeah, so Darren picked up a bunch. And you're right, Knijff is right in the middle of his spread. So next up, Troy Hutton to take on John Riley. So Riley in the 1-tonner, the green, Ute. Hutton for TH tiling and waterproofing. Also the Holden Ute. Gets out with an 042 light for Hutton, 064 for Riley.
John Riley finishing off there at 12:03 at 109 miles per hour, and Troy Hutton goes to a 10:87 at 122. It was their quickest passes for both competitors there in the final qualifying session. Troy Hutton currently number 4 qualifier, John Riley down in 15th position.
So we've got 15 cars in Prime Science Speed Elec Super Street, so that means there's going to be 4 rounds of racing, 25 points on offer for the winner of the event. Sean Taskus is leading the championship, gets out with a 171. Probably want to be a little bit better than that in racing. 091 for Marshall. I think in Super Street you want to be looking at 100 and under in racing, to give yourself a chance at wins. As we watch Taskus go through from 11.14, 119 miles an hour. Marshall goes at 11.93 at 114 miles an hour.
And Marshall did exactly just that, where she's gone at 10.91, 92 and a 93.
Yep, perfect. That's what you want. Francis. Now Matt Francis in the panel van to take on Travis Greaves. Francis is our number 1 qualifier at the moment. It is an odd field, so he might have the solo pass if it stays as an odd field going into round 1. He gets out with an 082 reaction time. Greaves a 157. As we watch, Francis goes through for a 1063, 126 miles an hour, and Greaves a 1080 at 124. Next up, Jenny Ashton in the Commodore to take on Samantha Yulton, also in the Commodore. Yulton in the newer model Commodore for BR Race Engines. And Jenny in the older, what is it, a VH maybe? Can't see the tail lights or anything from here. Headlights just side on. Ashton out with a 104 reaction time, Yulton a 123. We've seen 11.43, 119 miles an hour for Jenny. That's her quickest pass of the day. Samantha Goulton goes to 11.59 at 119 miles an hour. Also her quickest pass of the day.
So both picking up some ET as we move into the next pairing. Craig Leighton from just across the other side of the border in Willowbank. In the Statesman, it'll be Carl Grading in the Fairmont for Divine Massage and Herbal Spa. Now they're based in Ipswich, so if you're looking for a massage in the stressful time that is Christmas, head into Ipswich and the Divine Massage team, I'm sure, will sort you out. All red light for Carl Grading there. Probably not what you want to do as a driver, Mark, heading into the first round of racing. You said,
yeah, it's one thing that I would. Yeah, I like a clean green going into racing. Yeah.
Craig Leighton a 123 on the Trigo, so an 11.83 at 115 miles per hour, and for Carl Grading, an 11.62 at 116 was off his quickest time, which was an 11.40. So he's about 0.2 down from where he has been today. Tom Ryan and Mark Rosso doing the biz in the final qualifying session. Mark in the Camaro, Tom over in the Commodore Utes. 0.74 for Mark, red light for Tom. And across the finish line an 11.68 at 117 miles per hour for Tom Ryan. And for Mark Rosso, he goes an 11.78 with an 8 at 113 miles per hour. So we're seeing in Prime Science Speed Elec Super Street, a lot of these guys are picking up a bit of ET on their previous qualifiers.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of suspecting would happen here in this session. John McKnight on track for KPM Performance in this Tirana. Solo pass, Prime Science Speed Elec Super Street, qualifying session number 3. Gets out with a 1:18 reaction time, John McKnight. Has run a best of 11.97 today at 113 miles an hour. And this time around he goes 11.97, his quickest pass of the day, 113 miles an hour again. Well, that brings a close to Super Street qualifying. It looks like we've got
Testing.
is that Colin Lloyd?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, Colin Lloyd down there. It's interesting, I think, because Colin usually, when he does actually compete, he runs in SuperComp, which is on offer today. So it always intrigues me to why a racer might opt to go testing instead of competing. If they just, maybe he's just looking at like launches or whatever.
I suppose the only real difference, Mark, would be that it gives you the opportunity to go through
You can take your time.
the staging process in your own time, as opposed to having a competitor alongside you.
That looked like a pro tree then. Is that a pro tree? I don't know. Anyways, Colin Lloyd gets out. Rolls it through for a 9:40. That's pretty good. That's a good pass there for Colin, considering how early he backed off. A 9:43, 105 miles an hour.
So that would mean we've wrapped up Super Street.
Yep, we've wrapped up Super Street, so I think that means Junior Dragster, by the schedule we've got in front of us, would be out next, for brought to us by SuperFloor.
Junior Dragster is generally our biggest category on the QDRC bill.
Yeah, 29
Numbers wise, yep.
have qualified today so far in Junior Dragster. So first pairing out in our final qualifying session for SuperFloor Junior Dragster, it's going to be Nixon King to take on James Loday. And Junior Dragster is just one of those brackets which there's so many stories to unfold in the championship that I don't think it's going to be a clear picture until we get to like the semi-finals onwards, and we can really nut it all out.
Yeah, that's it. There's plenty to play out in Junior Dragster this afternoon. It'll be a category to watch, that's for sure.
I think we might see some M. Night Shyamalan twist here in Junior Dragster with the stories that we won't see coming.
Well, we bring you out a Netflix special.
Yep.
Under the drama category.
So here we are, final qualifying session. Nixon King from Mick King Transport. Sophia Loday in the lane beside Nixon to the left of screen for our streamers at home. Sophia to the right. Currently these two competitors are 8th and 10th in qualifying. Sophia 8th, Nixon in 10th spot. 048 green for Nixon King, 117 red for Sophia. And Nixon takes it through for an 804 at 79 miles an hour, his quickest pass of the day. Sophia Lodo goes 8.98 at 71 miles an hour. So Sophia was actually a little bit off her early pass of an 8.67. Hopefully no issues there, because that's 3/10 is a big jump. Next pairing out, Ryder Marsden to take on Cody Robertson, a couple of our CJD racers. So the C Junior Dragster bracket is for all of our competitors between 8 to 10 years old. So they're limited to going 12 seconds and slower over the 1/8 of a mile here in drag racing terms. So it's 200 metres. And once they turn 11, they can go a little bit quicker. And once they turn 13, they can go a little bit quicker again. And now they've brought in the double A, so once you turn 15, you go a little bit quicker again.
Yeah, all about earning their stripes. Earning their stripes while keeping them safe.
Well, Ryder's gone on a deep stage here. Good reaction time from Robertson, though. 0.65. Ryder Marsden goes 4.48. And across the finish line, Robertson will go through for a 12.20 at 48 miles an hour. Ryder Marsden a 12.15 at 54 miles an hour.
So we'll have Tyler Bellett and Paige King coming forward, but it's good to watch the juniors, Mark, progress through the ranks.
Yeah, 100%, mate. And I'll tell you, well, we've had some ex-JD racers really do some good things in the sport of drag racing here in Australia once they stepped up to the senior ranks. But everything they learn, the fundamentals of drag racing, this is where you learn it here in Junior Dragster. Paige King, Tyler Bellett.
And you do end up seeing a lot of familiar surnames too in the junior ranks, don't you? I mean, a lot of the pro category races, a lot of their kids race juniors.
Well, you think about...
So you see the Lamatinas and...
You think about Daniel Reed now, like his kid is racing Junior Dragster, and that's a 4th generation now for that family. You watch Paige King get out with an 0.66 light. Bella goes 1.59, and Bella with an 8.03 at 83 miles an hour. King goes 8.77 at 74 miles an hour. Cody Sedmak now to take on Chase Castlake. Sedmak's currently our 10th qualifier. Castlake is 22 in qualifying.
Yeah, for Chase as well. Currently 6th in the points, and is
how many points out of number one spot?
Only 8 points behind.
8, so that's 2 rounds right.
So yeah, you're 6th in the points, but you're only 8 points behind.
So 29 cars, that means it's 5 rounds of racing tonight. So 30 points on offer for Junior Dragster.
So Chase has previously run an 8.36 and an 8.47. An 8.67 is Cody's quickest time, with an 8.76 as well in qualifying.
.098 red for Sedmak, 054 green for Chase Castlake. And Castlake will go through first with an 842 at 76 miles an hour. Sedmak goes 893 at 76 miles an hour. Yeah, I'm struggling to get a gauge actually in the juniors so far here in Q3, because some have gone quicker and some have actually gone a lot slower. Next up, Fletcher Usher for MRE Electrical to take on James Loday. So Loday in the red Junior Dragster. It's getting some adjustments there on the car, be the idle on the junior as he moves forward. It's one of those things, like you want to control all the variables that you can control between each pass, and one of those variables is the idle. So you want the idle to be as consistent as possible, as close as the same as it can be on every pass when you stage. So you're launching off the same RPM every time.
Yep. So you wouldn't be changing that based on track conditions, or it's all just about consistency? And
Yeah, it's all about consistency. You change your dial and not your car.
yep.
Lodo gets out with an 040 light. Usher goes 214, and Lodo goes through for an 814 at 80 miles an hour. Usher goes 1097 at 60 miles an hour. So I think that's always one of the best pieces of advice you can give a sportsman racer is change the dial and not the car. Because what happens as long as you keep the car consistent and the variables that change to other, i.e. track conditions or weather conditions, and you can see the patterns form as you get more data over every event that you race at, well, then you know.
Yeah.
But if you start changing things like the way the launch RPM on a car between passes and that, well, then you're changing a variable there that you didn't really need to change.
Yep.
So if you've got weather changes and you're changing other things, like what effects are actually happening.
And the technology, I suppose, available to racers
Yeah.
these days, depending on what your budget is and what you can have at your disposal, sort of can tighten that window of, weather-wise. You're going, okay, well, the car ran this last time the weather was like this.
Exactly.
If we make everything the same, then we've only got to worry about...
Yeah, and what are the variables between those two passes and the data that you had from that other event? The biggest variable is going to be track then, in between, as long as you haven't changed anything on the car. As we watch Vance Pirano, championship leader, to take on Nevaeh McDougall here. Red lights both sides of the racetrack. Pirano goes 90 red, McDougall goes 34 red. And Nevaeh goes 797, 81 miles an hour, 866 for Vance Pirano at 75 miles an hour. So that's his quickest pass today so far. And that was Nevaeh's quickest pass as well. Jet Pirano now to take on Jacob Schultz. $195 for Pirano, $169 for Schultz on the reaction time side of things. On the elapsed time side of things, Pirano goes 812 at 80 miles an hour. Schultz goes 859 at 75 miles an hour. Huge field here in SuperFloor Junior Dragster. 29 of our competitors here, all fighting it out. The final round of the Queensland Drag Racing Championships. Who is going to be crowned the QDRC champion for the 2024 season? We will find out today. Tamika Carslake to take on Neela Paul, one of those drivers in the hunt. Neela Paul, the only driver to have won more than one event this season at Junior Dragster. She picked up two event wins.
Yeah, currently sitting third in the points, courtesy of those victories on 78 points, so 3 points behind our championship leader. So a 0-1-7, so pretty sharp on the tree there for Neela, and finishes off an 8.25 with a 9. And when you've done an 8.25 earlier in the day, sitting nicely. And for Tamika Carslake goes an 8.75 at 73 miles per hour.
Yeah, very consistent from both drivers there. Next up, it'll be Charlie Usher to take on Siobhan Harvey. So Charlie Usher on screen moving forward for MRE Electrical. Has run a best of an 8.48 today so far. And in the lane beside Siobhan Harvey has gone a best of a 7.78. So that's one of the AA Junior Dragsters. I think there were a lot of people that are happy when the Junior Dragsters got opened up a little bit and let it go a little bit quicker. $0.46 for Harvey, $0.75 for Usher. The double A junior dragster, Siobhan Harvey, goes through for 765 at 85 miles an hour. Charlie Usher goes 850 at 78 miles an hour. Usher very consistent. Harvey picks up a bunch of ET there, just over a tenth of a second.
It's interesting with the double AJD. I mean, do you think, does it give them more of an advantage if they're up against the CJD? Or I mean,
I don't think
at the end of the day,
much,
you're still racing yourself at the end of the day.
Yeah, you're only talking a couple of tenths difference now anyway from what they were running in the 790s.
You've just got to sit there for 2 tenths longer.
Yeah, you wouldn't even notice that.
No.
I think the big difference would obviously just be that launch. They'd feel that extra little bit of a kick in the seat as they hit the throttle. Lexi Lancaster to take on Max Rowling. Red light there from Rowling, 1-0-0 from Lexi. And Rowling goes 780, 83 miles an hour. Lexi goes 860 at 77 miles an hour. That's a good pass from Lexi. That actually might be up there in the qualifying order. Well, Lexi, 6th hour over. Might be that #1 qualifier at the moment. Next up, we've got Kendra Glasson to take on Amelia Wright.
So it'll be the AJD up against the double AJD. Royal Precision Lubricants on board for Kendra Glasson. Plunkett Villa, Mount Tambourine, Amelia Wright. Oh, how's the light from Kendra? 013.
Great reaction time from Kendra here. Amelia gets over the 118. Amelia goes 785, 83 miles an hour. Kendra goes 865, 74 mile an hour. Tell you what, got to give credit to these camera guys here for overtaking lane out in this heat today. All these hours, working hard, giving us these great shots that we see here of Dakota Bray on track for Smith Transport. And in the lane beside Dakota, it's going to be Nixon Canuli moving forward for A Civil. So Nixon has run a best of a 767. Dakota's run a best of a 791.
So Nixon Canuli second in the points. Dakota Bray is 5th. So a couple of the championship combatants. And their final qualifying run, 0.43 for Nixon, a 0.76 for Dakota. And ET-wise, it'll be a 7.68 with a 1 for Nixon Canuli, which is too quick on that 7.70. But the car is consistent. A 7.87 with a 4 is the quickest run for Dakota for the day. So as we mentioned, the big numbers for juniors here this weekend. So they'll have plenty of rounds of racing. And being championship deciding day, it is eliminations. So this is their final qualifying pass. We'll be into eliminations later this afternoon. The rest of our QDRC rounds are run under the Chicago shootout format. So you do get the luxury of having 3 rounds of racing, whether you win or lose. But today, if you want to win a championship, you've got to do it the hard way through eliminations, the more traditional style of format for drag racing. So Isabella Hunter, Carlos Harvey on track. Red light for Isabel. Carlos a 147. The A junior of Isabella will go through an 839 with a 5 at 74 miles per hour. And Carlos Harvey an 864 with a 2. Quickest pass of the day by just over a tenth of a second for the Yuasa Batteries entry from New Zealand. So rounding out what looks to be our SuperFloor Junior Dragster field will be Carl Schultz down there in the speed flow lane. Getting the Willowbank surface all to himself on a Saturday afternoon. So he is the current track champion for Junior Dragster. So he's currently 4th in the points, so does have a chance to go back-to-back as a track champion for the A-Civil entry. A 0.79 lights and runs through a 7, all the 6s, 666, 85 miles per hour. And he's done a 7.66 earlier today and a 7.74.
Very consistent from Carl Schultz. So next up,
Thought that would be the last pairing with him being on a bye, but there's still a few more to come.
we got another pairing, mate. Alex Kidd to take on Ashley Pinkstone. So Pinkstone in the JTS Racing Junior Dragster. Kidd running for Bellett's Bobcat Services. .030 light for Pinkstone, 182 for Alex Kidd. And actually Pinkstone will go through for a 7.99, 81 miles an hour. Alex Kidd an 8.43 at 76 miles an hour. And that brings a close, I think, to SuperFloor Junior Dragster qualifying. Next time out, it will be eliminations. And it's going to be exciting, especially from a commentary standpoint. There's nothing worse than a championship that's already been decided. Cough, Brian Ovizio, cough. Then we've got so many stories there in Junior Dragster, so it's I am really looking forward to watching Junior Dragster later on.
Yeah, a lot of our categories are still to be decided, which when it goes down to the last round, it always adds to that the tension and the drama.
You got to give it to the teams though that have sewn up championships already, because the way that Willowbank has set out the QDRCs in the point system and the round robin racing, it naturally keeps the championships extremely tight. So for someone to dominate and sew up a championship before the final round with an elimination style event where you can pick up like a lot of points, it is actually a really cool thing to see. As we see Marcus McDonald on the junior drag bike here doing some test laps.
I think even the as Marcus goes through a 9.30 with a 5 for his quickest pass today. So the junior drag bike's picking up some ET there for Marcus. Race DNA on board. I liked it on his dial-in board. He just had "see ya."
See ya. That's a classic.
Not hanging
classic.
around. So, yeah, along with the Chicago shootout, but also the reaction time in qualifying.
Reaction time,
it makes qualifying mean something.
It does, and I think it's made racing better because the drivers are so focused on their performance off the trailer as well, so that it puts more emphasis on that reaction time side of things.
You don't have to be the quickest car in the field just to be the number one qualifier.
Yeah, so I think a lot of in the past, the drivers are like, oh, yeah, reaction time, yeah, it's okay, I'm just here for a bit of fun, but now that there's some meaning to it, they're chopping the tree, and it's naturally made racing a little bit tougher as well. As we see Kai Badcock and Jaden Padcock on the start line here. Nothing in on the reaction times, 2:40 both sides of the racetrack. Kai slight advantage over Jaden. Jaden has been the quicker of the two bike riders today. He goes through for a 10.09, 57 miles an hour. And Kai goes through for a 10.50 at 63 miles an hour. So I'm just having a look at the reigning champions from our previous season, the 2023 season. So Josh Sluter, he's in a chance to go back to back in SuperComp. Comp Bike, Ken Collin. Oh, he's a little bit out. I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to go back to back when I look at it. Lucas Holtz is definitely in a chance to go back to back.
Yep.
Paul O'Blaine, I think he's in a box seat to go back to back in Top Sportsman.
Yep.
Super Sedan, well, Timmy Barron did not compete this season, so we'll have a new champion Super Sedan. Super Street, Troy Hutton is our current 2023 champion. So he's in the chance to go back-to-back as well, currently second in the championship. Well, modified bike, well, Tammy, unfortunately, we've got Brian Avizio. He's going to take out mod bike. And Junior Dragster, that's the big one. Carl Short's the reigning champ. He's in the hunt to go back-to-back as well, but there's so many competitors there in Junior Dragster. So we could see a few drivers go back-to-back in the championships. It's always just a good little accolade to have one of those.
Yeah, it would look good on the resume, wouldn't it?
Yep, back-to-back champion.
Bit of bragging rights into the next year as well.
Yeah,
if you're
exactly.
But you become the hunter, don't you? Once you make it to the top, everyone tries to knock you off your perch. Everyone wants to take that track champion position. Get their name up on the back of the grandstand there. Do they still do that?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, they still do that.
Yep. Have you've had your name up there, haven't you, Mark?
A few times, yeah. It's always good to see, mate. It's one of those special things that it doesn't mean much to maybe the average person out there sitting the mound, but as a racer, when you get to see your name up on that billboard, yeah, definitely one of the special moments. Something I didn't really appreciate in my younger years. It's not until I got a little bit older and not winning as much as I used to that you start to appreciate those wins.
They're few and far between.
All the youngers, mate, they're just sort of chomping at the bit.
It's like a racehorse. I was watching the trots the other day, and there was a 68 race start horse that hadn't won, and it was leading into the last corner, and I was egging it on, and it lost. You just want it to win, though, don't you?
That's an Aussie thing. We want the underdog.
Anyway, we are moving into what looks like Super Sedan. So to Mick Newport over in the Rocket Lane in the green Tirana up against Mitchell Bauer in the Speedflow lane. Closest to the tower here for Fernwood Landscaping in the fair lane. Super Sedan, Mark, is one of those categories that it could be a couple of rounds of racing before that's decided. There's 1 point between Mitch, who's currently leading, and Damien Morris in second. Adam White there in third. Rudy White not out of it as well on 75 points.
Well, that's it. So Rudy White needs a couple of things to happen with the races in front of him, especially Bauer. He needs Bauer to go out early, and he needs to advance. But between Bauer, Morris, and White, it pretty much comes down to whoever goes the furthest. And White is in the background he needs a couple of things to fall his way. But it's not astronomical, though. The odds are there because it's only 6 points. It's only one round of racing.
Yeah.
051 for Bauer, 004 red for Newport. As we watch Newport go through for a 944, 142 miles an hour, his quickest pass of the day. And Bauer, very consistent, 943 at 144 miles an hour, backs up his earlier 942.
Yeah, and he'd be pretty comfortable going into racing. Obviously, they're the one that he's chasing, or he's the one that they're chasing. And he's got a consistent car to play with come racing later this afternoon.
Darren McDonald now in the Corolla to take on Rudy White. Rudy White in the VS Commodore for Pine Mountain Performance moving forward. He's currently number 7 qualifier, 969, fourth in the championship, Rudy White. Darren McDonald, he's our number 1 qualifier with a 918. .030 life for Wyatt, 169 for McDonald. Is it an odd field? Yeah, 9 cars, so there's going to be a solo pass in round 1 if it stays that way. As you see Wyatt go through for a 960. Oh, have a look at Rudy Wyatt, 969 with an 8 on his last 2 runs. At 141 miles an hour, identical to the Thou, and McDonald goes through for a 965.
Yes, it was a fair way off that 918. Was the Corolla.
Yeah. I like to call them the Corolla coasters.
A couple of those in the championship picture for Super Sedan is Adam White's in the Commodore up against Damien Morris.
How crazy is it? You can race for a year, and you get to the final event, and it's less than a round of racing between the drivers in the points. 001 for Adam White, 032 for Morris. So Adam White, 001, 956, his quickest pass as well, 142 miles an hour. Damien Morris, also his quickest run of the day, 994, 133 mile an hour.
You don't think that's a shot across the bow in the Super Sedan field, a 001?
Just setting the mark at the moment, Adam White,
so
here in
just
Q3.
Quick call for modified bike, Top Sportsman, QDRC SuperComp, Comp Bike, and testing.
That's a few classes there, mate.
There's a
Modified
few
bike, Top Sportsman, Comp Bike, and testing.
I started
Tonight's
at the
please, so
bottom and it just kept going.
pretty much, if you haven't done your third qualifier, your class has been called.
Right,
so
that's right.
yeah, modified bike,
Yeah,
Top
there.
Sportsman, Comp Bike, testing to the lanes, please. As we watch Brendan Shaw, who's gone 000 in qualifying so far. Wayne Height in the Toyota beside him for Boss Hoses. Brendan Shaw on fire. Let's see what he can do here. Can he go 3 from 3? Oh, he does. You can't do that, Brendan Shaw. 001, 3 qualifiers, all 3 passes in the 00 range. Wayne Height goes 061. 937 for Wayne Height, 142 miles an hour. Shaw was actually a bit off though. 963 speed, down 136 miles an hour. That's a concern if he hasn't backed off himself. But incredible in qualifying. All 00s for Brendan Shaw.
Watch this space in the Super Sedan eliminations later, Mark. That could be exciting as well when you throw in the mix those that aren't racing for a championship. They just want to get a win today. Could be the spoiler as we move on to two wheels and leathers. Mark Gordon, Johnny Lewis coming forward in the first pairing. Mark Gordon has scored himself a perfect light today, a trip zip. He's 9:68, his quickest time, and 8:37 for Johnny Lewis. Both regular racers out here, both know what they're doing. Both serious competitors. Final qualifier for Mod Bike. Sharp light, 0.42 to a 0.55 in favour of Mark Gordon. Got towards the centre line there too, did Mark. Johnny Lewis is down the straight narrow and 8.28 for the 2. His quickest pass of the day, easily at 161 miles per hour for Mark Gordon. Got out towards the centre line and was a little bit off at 10.11.
Next up, Brian Alvizio on the Kawasaki for DeWalt Tools to take on Jason Clarkin on the Hayabusa for Full Bore Motorcycles. So Brian Alvizio has run a best of a 9.09 today. He went 9.09, 9.10. Clarkin's run a best of a 9.36. 0.37 light for. Oh, Alvizio's got issues. He might have lost power as well there. Clarkin goes through for a 9.34, 154 miles an hour. Suddenly I'm just going to look at the points for modified bike. So I know he's got 27 points on Temi. So there's not enough rounds of racing to make that up.
It goes to show the season that Brian's had to, and if you put all the classes together, he's actually leading everything.
So he
With
scored the
97
most points,
Yeah,
yeah.
scored the most
there you
points.
go. So he scored the most points of this year so far.
Yeah.
That's a good stat, actually, mate. Just having a look here.
I think
Holtz has gone 86,
Sure.
89 for DeBlaine, 81,
Sean Taskus has got 89 in
89.
Super Street. So I don't know if you get any
No,
special
there
award
isn't.
for that, but it's kind
But
of.
we're going to give you some recognition in
that's
commentary.
exactly right, 100%.
Definitely. I do give Brian a little bit of grief on things, but he is a good bloke. And an absolutely killer rider. So, next up, Jason White on the Hayabusa to take on Scott Much. $150 light for White, 110 for Much. As we watch Much go through for a 9.02, 148 miles an hour. Jason White goes through for a 10.60 at 133 miles an hour.
It's interesting there for Jason. I mean, he's just done his quickest pass by over a 10th, but it had plenty of wheel spin off the start line.
Alex Redmond now on the Suzuki, taking on Alan Ennis Jr. also on a Suzuki for creative new cabinets. So Ennis will be to the left of screen for our viewers on the overtaking lane stream. Redmond to the right. They get out. Ennis out with an 0.35 reaction time. Redmond 1:42. As we watch Ennis Junior go through for an 8:71.53 miles an hour. Redmond goes through for a 9:54 at 1:43 miles an hour. I'll tell you what, Redman is probably not the name you want in drag racing. Red Man. It's one thing I hate is reds.
It's only if you put a red light on the tree that you can hate it, isn't it?
You went Red Man. Sorry.
It's the driver's, the rider or the driver's fault. Final call for modified. Final call for modified. Modified bike's already on track, so we can get rid of them.
So Tammy out with a 1:39 reaction time there. And Marsden out with a 3:63 on the Honda. Tammy's been pretty consistent. 11:04 is the quickest pass today. It goes 11:08, 121 miles an hour. And a 10:93 for Marsden at 140 miles an hour.
Yeah, final call for modified. You guys are supposed to be on track after modified bike, and I can't see any of them in the staging lanes.
Not one, and we've called them. We've called modified to the lanes numerous times.
Those pesky modified races, Mark.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they're like, you know what, we're happy. We're happy with what's happened so far. Just getting a bit slack in their old age, the old modified races. You know, we're precious. That's a good word for it. Good term for the modified races, precious. Next pairing out here in modified, in comp bike, I should say. Arvin Autor on the BMW, number 1 qualifier. Under the record, under his index by half a second. Carl Pacey, number 3 qualifier, is 0.2 of a second over the QDRC record for that A Street bike. Pacey goes through for a 9.11, his quickest pass of the day, and Arvin goes 8.99 at 159 miles an hour. He went 8.97 earlier.
That's quick, isn't it? Nice little controlled wheelie as well at about 60 foot. Fast and cool.
When you've got half a second advantage on the rest of the field, that is huge. He has literally got half a second advantage over this man on track, Chris Collin, number 2 qualifier at the moment on his Hayabusa for Rascal Race engines. Dave Finlayson on the Suzuki beside him. .023 life for Finlayson, 177 for Colin. Colin running on a B-altered bike with a record of an 8.07. He goes 8.11, 161 miles an hour. Finlayson goes 9.03 at 158 miles an hour on his A Street bike record of an 8.91. So last out for our comp bike competitors here in the final qualifying session is going to be Ken Collin on his A-altered bike, running on a record of 7.86. So that's a QDRC record for A-altered bike, 7.86. And he's run a best of an 8.16 today. I think he could run into the 7s. I don't think he can go under the record, but I think he can definitely improve on his 8.16.
See if it happens in this.
Well, he's currently number 5 qualifier, Ken.
The final qualifying session.
So it's not the usual spot for him. There you go, mate. 796, 165 miles an hour. So he picks up a bunch of ET. He picks up 2 tenths, so he's going to put him a tenth over that 786 record and should move him up in the field to probably 3rd or 4th spot in qualifying.
Just a quick call for testing. If any of our testing vehicles want to participate in the next session, if you guys want to head round to the staging lanes for testing.
We are getting to the end of qualifying here for the final round of the Donnelly Blasting Services Queensland Drag Racing Championships. The champions will be crowned today. All of the brackets are live, bar Mod Bike. So just waiting for these last brackets to get into the lanes. So we're all just a little bit slower today with the heat. Just it takes its toll.
You're giving the modified races some excuses there, Mark.
I've been there, mate. I know what they're going through.
Trying to buy themselves a bit of extra time.
Hey, mate, it's a lot of effort having to pack that parachute in between passes. Splashing a bit of fuel in the tank. Checking those tyre pressures.
Plugging the laptop in and choosing choosing your tune.
Yeah, hey, mate, sometimes you got to watch that pinky when it stretches out to that P or the Q on the keyboard, mate. That's a long way out from where it is.
Yeah.
It's a long way out from that. Yeah,
it would be tough to put a set of race gloves on with your fingers taped together.
See, we need some cars on track, so you don't have to listen to this. That's the answer right here.
We'll just keep yapping all day. Eventually, we'd run out of things to yap about.
I have.
Probably not, actually.
I have.
Big thank you to everyone tuning in on Overtaking Lane. There we go. We can give the viewers at home some love.
Yeah. Let us know where you're watching from. Tag us. Tag the commentary page on Facebook. Put up a picture of your man cave and where you're watching the racing from.
That's a good idea. Show us your setup.
Show us your setup. The air conditioning room, drinks that you've got set up while you're watching this racing qualifying action. But you are missing out on a good day out here as well, minus the 40-degree weather that we've had. Yes, big shout out to everyone that's here today. For some reason, this final event of the year is always ridiculously hot.
Yep, some things in life are certain, aren't they, Mark?
Yep. I'm sure we'll get some races. Take us in some posts as well in the pits.
Yeah.
Watching in. We go down to our final qualifying session. We've got Modified to come, Top Sportsman, and SuperComp testing. That's all that's left in qualifying. And then we start to talk about the championships.
That's it. The 25 rounds of Junior Dragster to come. No, five rounds. Added a 2 there, sorry.
Oh, it's 29 I've invented.
I got my numbers mixed up.
You did. It's all right. It's all right, mate. And we're not allowed to put music on anymore now either because of the live stream. So
yeah, we don't want to.
Can't even put any tunes on and get you guys up and dancing in the crowd.
Copyrights or anything. Mark did say that he'll sing some later on, some Christmas carols.
Some Christmas carols.
Did you say you'd do that? Or?
Yeah. Wow.
So
I'll give my best version of Silent Night for you.
Oh, don't ruin the best one. There's plenty others you can look at. So the only category we don't have here this weekend is the QDRC Outlaws.
Yeah, surprising actually. I'm wondering if they didn't get enough numbers.
Which, looking at the points, shout out to the Fletchers, Josh and Bill Fletcher. They're equal on points.
Equal on points and no event.
So how do they settle that? Be a running race in the car park or something? I don't know.
Foot race. You shouldn't be talking about any sort of running, mate.
Yeah, no.
What'd you do to yourself here? I'm just looking at the your legs all strapped up. You got a big moon boot on.
Yeah.
What'd you do?
Yeah, no, I tried to play mixed netball and I ruptured my Achilles.
How old are you now?
30.
Silly man.
Look, some people have impressive drag racing resumes. Mine are just impressive sporting injuries. We won't go into the niceties, but anyway, now we're really stretching the bottom of the barrel.
We are. I seen the moon boot. I brought it up. So
That's fair, mate. That's fair.
I must admit,
after my shot this morning, so
I must admit, I knew it was from Mick Snapball. I wanted to see if you'd say it.
Yeah, you were there, weren't you?
Boom tish.
Yeah, so I'll never get a call up for the Bradburys, that's for sure.
That's all right. When I do an injury, I was like, yeah, I did do playing footy. I always leave out the touch footy part.
Yeah, well, the story, I got sick of people asking what was wrong, so I come up with a better story.
What's your better story?
My better story was that I'm a stunt driver and we're filming.
That's good.
We're filming a documentary out in Moreton Bay. Jumped off a boat onto a beach and it just went from there. So
that's good.
Yeah,
that's almost believable because you can't really Google it to see if it's true.
Yeah. I mean, but me, who do I look like as a stunt double? There's not too many.
Mr. Bean, maybe.
Oh, I've heard that one before.
That was the first one that just came to my mind. I was looking at you then. I'm like, what? Who does he look like quickly?
It was one of the kinder ones. Anyway.
Was it?
We've got cars on track, thankfully.
I get Jason
everyone
Statham a lot.
else.
I get Jason Statham.
Yeah, you do.
A lot.
Yeah, it must be when you get your shirt off, is it?
Yeah. Shut up in the shade. Bald head.
Oh, we've got
Rock.
cars. We've got cars on track to save us,
got
Mark.
Rock. There we go.
That's what we're here for.
All right, modified. So one thing we need to speak about is Dirk from Knijff Earthmoving has put up $50 if Lucas Hoss can go 3 from 3 in the perfect lights.
Oh,
Is that still the case,
Did he get one
Dirk?
in the second round, did he?
Yeah, he went 2. He's got 2 in a row, so he's looking for 3 perfect lights in a row.
Look at that.
Dirk did send that message, so
Mate, pressure's on.
Yep.
I mean, and the thing is, like, I don't know. Does he have headset in that he's listening to 88 FM in there? Or?
So the odds are astronomical to get 3 perfect lights in a row. On track though, John Sting to take on Brett Farnell. Farnell is one of those drivers in the hunt for the championship for the Knijff Earthmoving Modified Championship. John Sting, it's his first time out this season. I think I've seen him in the QDRCs. I think he was here for the Winter Nationals.
Car always looks fantastic down on track. So he's done a 788 already today.
005 for John Sting, 025 for Brett Farnell. And Stingy goes through for a 783, 170 miles an hour, 841 for Farnell at 155. So Farnell was actually a little bit slower, which is surprising there for the front engine drag. So I'd expect them to probably go a little bit quicker this session. So far in Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator, we've had 7 vehicles down the track in qualifying. Number 1 at the moment is Andrew Pinkstone, Abby McDonald 2nd, and John Sting 3rd. Rounding out the top 4 is Benita Marchant.
So with 7 cars, someone will get a buy in the first round.
Yeah, so that'd be Pinkstone at the
Pinkstone
moment.
currently,
Yeah.
yep. So the 771 is what they're chasing for number 1 qualifier.
I'm just looking for Lucas. And he's done it both times as being beside Andrew Pinkstone, who's also gone 00 both times in his runs.
So who's in the speed flow lane? We'll wait and see. We can't quite see from this side of the tower.
It's going to be Benita Marchant beside. So we can see Pinkstone there on track in the blue and pink dragster, the Pinky's Toy dragster, more affectionately known as. So he's run a best of a 771 today. And Benita Marchant for tailor-made fencing in beside Andrew Pinkstone. She's run a best of a 797 at 170 miles an hour. Currently our number 4 qualifier. Has Pinkstone lost power down there and just... He hasn't moved at the end of the burnout. Doesn't look like the pipes...
Doesn't like the body's moving, no.
No. I wonder if he's winding it over, trying to get it started. This is where the crew guy is not too sure what's going on. You can see the crew guy sort of moving towards Pinkstone. Benita Marchant's backed up from her burnout. So you say, yeah, Pinkstone's lost power, so I'd say that they probably want to just push it back and then let Benita run.
Yeah.
Because you'll be able to push it back pretty quickly. There we go, he's getting pushed back now. So just someone probably wants to steer it. There we go. So Pinkstone's getting enough track, so Benita can start moving forward now, I think. As we see Benita moving forward, Pinkstone getting pushed back. So that could throw another spanner in the works, depending on what's happened to Pinkstone's dragster there at the end of the burnout as to why it's lost power. Benita out with an 0.56 reaction time. See if she can run another 7-second pass here. And she goes 8.00 at 165 miles an hour. So it was down on speed a little bit. I wonder if she backed off just before the finish line there for Benita Marchant in a dragster. Final qualifying session here in Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator. You can see the roadster down there of Chris Reed, second in the championship. And he'll be taking on the man, Lucas Holtz.
Yeah, Chris, the roadster is always one of those consistent races, isn't he? He's always there or thereabouts in the points. Never really has a bad round. Always strings together the consistency.
So the man of the hour, Lucas Holtz, has gone 000 in Q1 and Q2. I have never seen anyone do 3 in a row. Lucas Holtz. Can he, is this the hat trick, the equivalent of a hat trick here for drag racing? I think the odds,
It's almost
it'd be the same sort of odds.
hole in one.
The hole in one, it could be the hole in one. Oh, the nerves, the tension. It's building, let's just go quiet. Oh, that is pathetic, Lucas. 0.28.
After doing two trips
Two
zips in a
trip
row,
zips
that
and you
is
go
ordinary.
0.28. That is ordinary.
That is ordinary. He's just bowled the equivalent of a Stephen Harmison wide at the start of an Ashes campaign.
Oh, yeah, that's champion. Luke is the champion. 2 perfect lights in a row. 0.20 in the third qualifier. He went into race mode. Chris Reed beside him. He had a good lap as well. 8.64. And that brings it close to Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator qualifying. Your $50 is safe, Dirk.
So just a call for testing. Anyone that wants to participate in the next testing session to the staging lanes, please. Top Sportsman, which are coming out on track. SuperComp and Comp Bike. So Top Sportsman now. Paul Doblain currently leading the points. 89 in the bag. Matthew Barron over in the rocket lane, which is on the left-hand side for those watching at home. In the Beretta.
Oh, 009. That's mighty fine from Matty Barron. 0.32 for Doblain. And Matt Barron will go through for an 8.65, 159 miles. Have a look at the spread for Matty Barron. 65, 64, 65. And Doblain goes 8.71 at 157 miles an hour beside him. Barron, very, very consistent there. About 100th spread over his 3 passes. That's pretty good.
That's what you want, isn't it?
I think that's probably the best spread I've seen so far in qualifying.
Pretty sharp light too.
Yeah, 009. Well, we know Matty Barron. He's a good racer. Next up in Top Sportsman, we have got Dave Goldie for Master Art Designs in the Cutlass to take on Denny Lake, also in a Cutlass. We can see Dave Goldie though. He's about to go through the burnout procedure. Just sitting there in the water, Goldie. Denny Lake's already done his. He has a little bit of a longer burnout. Here comes Goldie.
So for Dave Goldie, a 763, a 765 in the first 2 qualifiers. Danny Lake problems in the first qualifier, come out and ran an 812 in the second. So currently number 5. Dave Goldie currently number 2. For Danny Lake this season, he's made 3 finals and he's been runner-up 3 times.
Could this be the event where that all changes for Denny Lake? Can he get his first dub of the season in Top Sportsman? Oh, 001 for Denny Lake, 022 for Goldie. Man, we have seen some 00 lights today. Goldie goes 767, 181 miles an hour. Lake goes 810, 170 miles an hour.
Yeah, so nice work there, both sides of the racetrack in Top Sportsman as we move through to the next pairing. It's going to be Tony White for Pine Mountain Performance over the Rocket Lane coming forward. Oh, a little bit sideways there in the burnout is Daniel Morris. He's enjoying himself in the small block Pontiac out there.
He's always enjoying himself, mate.
Yeah, that is true. Always come to expect nice, long, big, smoky burnouts from Mr. Morris. So we haven't seen a lot of Dan this season. An 8:34 and an 8:35, so he's hit the track nicely today with a picture of consistency. See if that can be backed up in the third qualifier here for Tony Wyatt. Also consistent. Look at that, a 7.99 with a 4, an 8.00 with a 3. So both races will be looking to have the smallest spread possible heading into the first round of eliminations, which will not be too far away, starting with Junior Dragster. So Tony, number 4 qualifier. Dan, number 6.
Yeah, Morris has been pretty consistent. 11th hour spread so far. White's actually better with a 9th hour spread. 0.13 to an 0.18. White, the better of the two lights. He goes through for a 7.96, 173 miles an hour. Morris goes 8.33 with a 2 at 163 miles an hour. So Morris had a 200 spread in the end. They're very good, very consistent. White improves by a few hundreds on his earlier run.
Yeah, slight improvement, but the car's not changing too much.
No, not at all. Both drivers would be over the moon with those ETs here in Q3. Next up here in Top Sportsman, brought to us by Horsepower Solutions, Dale O'Dwyer. And the Pontiac, the Firebird, to take on Neil Maxwell, also in a Pontiac. Maxwell's our number 1 qualifier at the moment with a 7.46. Well,
you talk about spread.
I know, he's got a 2,000 spread at the moment. Yeah, just getting tighter and tighter. He's gone 7.46 with a 5 and a 7.46 with a 3. For Neil Maxwell. It is a quality field in Top Sportsman here today. 0.56 for O'Dwyer. Red for Maxwell on the tree. O'Dwyer might have some issues. He's off of it as we watch Maxwell go 7.43 with at 186 miles an hour. O'Dwyer rolls through for a 9.54 at 99 miles an hour. So, yeah, issues there for O'Dwyer just after half track. Well, he's probably got about an hour to get it sorted before round 1. Now we should be moving into our final qualifying session of SuperComp.
Well, that's interesting too. I mean, we saw a modified Andrew Pinkstone, currently number 1 qualifier in modified.
Yeah.
Now, if he can't make it out for the first round of racing,
and they have to reseed the field,
so he still has to accept the light.
Yeah. So if Pinkstone had, I don't know what his issues were, but let's say he doesn't get the issue fixed, but he still wants to try and have time to get it sorted, and he has a solo pass in round 1, he can come out, accept the green, and back out. But he's got to do it under his own power. But if he does pull out, that would bring the field back down to an even field. I can't see Pinkstone pulling out at the moment because of the championship implications. And he's still in there with a chance over Lucas Holt. So if Lucas was to lose first round and Pinkstone's got the solo pass, well, you're going to try and get to stage beams even if it's wounded, you'd think in theory. And if it's wounded and you can't get it fixed, but you can get to the stage, you'd be doing it in the second round too. You're hoping for a red light in the lane beside you.
Yeah, that's right. That's the stories that'll continue to evolve throughout the afternoon.
Exactly, mate. As we move into SuperComp final qualifying session on track, we've got Nick Galea in the Dragster. Hasn't done a full lap yet. Take on Mark Sugars in the Falcon. So the Galea's early numbers are really promising. 105 to the 60 foot on that last pass. Sugars is currently a number 3 qualifier, has run a best of a 982. He's running in C modified production automatic class. Galea in B Dragster automatic. Sounded like lots of revs down there. So Galea, he might have rolled off the throttle again, goes 819 this time, 123 miles an hour, but I can look at the increments for Galea. 487 to half track, so that was probably on a low 770 for Galea, maybe dipping into the high 760s. But I'm thinking more like a low 770 for Nick Galea.
Pretty strongly.
So you can back off and not show us your full numbers. I'll work it out. And Mark Sugars goes through for 1055, 108 miles an hour as well.
Mark Allen drag racing calculator.
So, yeah, but actually interesting for Galea, his 60 foot was down a lot compared to that.
It was.
I don't know if he had a bit of shake or if he had to pedal it. His speed's good, though. 146 mile an hour half track. Might have been in the 760s. Never know. Next up, we have got Steve Sloan, number 2 qualifier. Running in double D Osmod and the Gemini with an index of 9.55 seconds. It's currently run a best of a 971. He can go quicker than that.
Yeah. The mighty little Gemini. Put Archer Field on the map, I reckon.
Did he?
Yeah, or Acacia Ridge, sorry.
Did he?
No, the Gemini did.
Oh, the Gemini. Oh, I get you now. Yeah, well, long tree. So he's been in stage for a while, but hasn't come down. There we go. You can see he's put his hands up in the car, so
yeah.
he'll. It's not a wasted pass, but you like to go for a reaction time.
You want to go through your process, doesn't it? And then,
Yeah.
and then you just kind of spin the wheels in anger.
It was a reflection of his personality at that stage, the car. It's probably safe to say because I could see him throw his hands up inside.
Yeah, the attitude.
Yeah, it had a bit of attitude that time for the Gemini for Steve.
Like you said, though, it is frustrating when you've done your part and you're on a solo pass. You bump
Yeah, so
in
it just
and-
happens. Sometimes
yeah,
it happens.
Yeah, you bring your boost on and that happens.
All right, that brings a close to qualifying here. We've only got some testing, and then it'll be into racing.
Check, 1 2 1 2 1 2.
So just a quick call for Real Street and Junior Dragster. We need Real Street and Junior Dragster around to the staging lanes, please. Real Street and Junior Dragster.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost.
Check, check, 1, 2.
Me loose from the pettiness they turned on me, but now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they saying, this is who I am. This is who I am now. They think that I have lost my mind, that I'm not being true, but they don't have a clue, 'cause this is me when I cut out all of the shallowness and everything I suppress to fit in a small frame, but I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me, but now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they saying, this is who I am. This is who I am now.
traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end on myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. true, but they don't have a clue. 'Cause this is me when I cut out all of the shallowness and everything I suppress to fit in a small frame. But I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from
you and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be in you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be in you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself go. Let yourself go. Let yourself go.
All right, just a quick call for Junior Dragster, Super Street, Real Street, testing to the lanes, please. Yeah, Junior Dragster, Super Street, Real Street to the lanes, please. Junior Dragster, Super Street, Real Street to the lanes.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself go. Let yourself go. Let yourself go.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become. Eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now.
Check, check, 1, 2. Rightio, folks. If everyone would like to come up to the start line, please. We're just going to do a quick little thing for Georgie Wagner. So if everybody would like to make their way to the start line or thereabouts up here, please. And we won't be far off. We're just waiting for a couple of other officials to come from the deep end to come up, and then we'll get underway. So just going to do a quick little chat about George. So we'd like everyone to come up and be here. Check. Righto, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little note here that before we go into the finals of the QDRC for the 2024 season, we lost one of our, what I would call a seasoned senior, great guy this year. And I just want to let you know that we lost George Wagner this year. George was 89. He was nearly at his 90th. And just want to let you all know that we just wanted to have a little thing, just a really quick chat about how he impacted us all the way back from the surfers days through to Willowbank. And I just want to tell you one tiny little story before I read a poem that was read out at his funeral. And just to let you know that I've been calling the street meet for quite a number of years and calling it Willowbank for 13 odd years or whatever. But Tiana and I, when we called the street meet, George would quite often rock up in his Commodore and he would race it. And one night, he actually got lucky and actually won one. And when we give the trophies out at the end of the night, Galen Bauer from Fernwood Landscape and Supplies, they used to give us a nice little tree for winning the night. And what happened was George got up, and as he always would, he'd have a little sleep down the side in between rounds and whatever, and he'd get up and he'd come up, and we got the trophies over here, and Tiana and I are giving out the trophies, and he hops up and he comes up, and I said, George, how do you feel, mate? And he goes, I said, mate, you want the microphone? He said, yeah. He goes, you know what, Terry? I've been trying to win this bloody thing for years, and I finally won one. He says, it's the hardest thing to win. Anyway, we thought, well, that's true. This guy's won everything all the way back from the surfers days, and he was so amazed that he'd finally won a street meet, a round. So then he goes to walk away, and Tiana goes, oh, hang on, you forgot your tree. And anyway, he goes over and goes, what's this? And it's these little pile of trees, and he got to take one home, and he goes, oh, are you kidding me? I get one of these as well. He was more excited winning the tree and getting to take the tree home than he was winning that street meet. And we loved the guy. It was so good because he was like a part of our track, a part of our drag racing history here in Australia, all the way back from the other cars he had to when he had the car that he finished up with. And he was still racing. And it's just like, it's unbelievable that we've had such a great statesman here at this track. So I'm going to read this poem, which was read, I do believe might have been read at his funeral, and we're going to go to some nice pictures for everybody who's watching at home as well. And I'd like everyone, I'll read this poem, and then we'll go into a minute's silence if you don't mind. This is the prayer for George. We gather here, hearts full of pride, for George whose spirit will never hide. With every race, with every cheer, he lived his passion year by year. At Willowbank Raceway, he made his mark, with engines roaring, a racing spark. A life in motion, fast and free, a heart that raced with pure decree. He showed us all what it means to strive, to push the limits and feel alive. Now, as George races beyond the sky, his legacy continues, soaring high. For in our hearts, he'll always be a champion in eternity. May his legacy forever roar on tracks of memory evermore. And as we grieve, we also rise with George's spirit racing through the skies. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you could all be quiet for a minute's silence for our mate George. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And, okay, let's race.
So this is it. This is round one of SuperFloor Junior Dragster. We are into racing for the final of the QDRC for 2024. Thanks to Donnelly Blasting Services.
I'm getting the sheet out, mate. The point sheet, because this is it. This is the big class for us. First up, Paige King on 65 points. In with a mathematical chance, Tyler Bellett. He's outside the chance here, but so first storyline of the day, it's going to be Paige King. Paige's mathematically simple. She needs to just win, and hope for other drivers to go out in round one. Paige is dollar in 8.80 seconds. Bellett dollar in 7.98. So Paige will leave first. Oh, well, there we go. Paige gets the automatic win because it's a red light from Tyler Bellett. Paige has sharp light anyway, 0.73. Gets the chance to test out the dial in here. Paige goes 8.97 on that 8.80. Bellett goes 8.07 on his 7.98. So Paige King gets a win. Put a W beside Paige.
Yeah, that's it. So it's this is eliminations too. So not like our regular QDRC rounds where it's the Chicago Shootout. We'll see everyone back for the next round. You got to put the win light on Mark to go through to the next round.
Yep. All right. Next up, Sophia Loday and Alex Kidd. Alex Kidd in with a mathematical chance. We can see Sophia Loday there dialing at 8.61 seconds. This, of course, is round one of SuperFloor Junior Dragster. Alex Kidd is on 68 points, so he is 13 points behind championship leader Vance Pirano. So, same sort of mathematics as what we had with Paige previously. Win, and hope for your opponents in front of you to go out early in racing. So Sophia will leave first with an 8.61 dial, and Kidd will do the chasing with an 8.39. So just over 0.2 of a second head start for Sophia Loday. Oh no, Alex Kidd throws it away with a 005 red on the start line. And Sophia Loday will go through to round two of SuperFloor Junior Dragster. Runs an 8.67 on the 8.61. Alex Kidd goes 8.42 on the 8.39.
So next pairing coming forward, we'll have Max Rowling in the More Pocket Money Junior up against Neela Paul, who is the only racer in the junior field who have won 2 events this season, and she is currently 3rd in the points. So this is big when we start talking championship.
Both these drivers are in with the shot. So again, simple maths for both drivers win. Someone will keep their championship aspirations alive, and someone else will unfortunately be packing up. It sounded like a bit of a stutter there for Neela Paul. She got out with an 0.98 reaction time, 0.78 for Rowling. They are neck and neck across the finish line. The win light's going to go to Rowling, who runs a 7.80 on a 7.80 to an 8.24 on an 8.24. The reaction time win for Max Rowling. He had the whole shot there. Whole shot win for Rowling, actually, because Neela Paul was actually 2 thou closer to the dial in, but yeah.
Yeah, how good's that? That's championship racing, isn't it, Mark? When you've got racing that close, it really sums up what we've seen in 2024 across a lot of our brackets.
But Rowling's, he still needs to continue to go through plenty of rounds of racing. So next up, Nevaeh McDougall and Amelia Wright. So Nevaeh, mathematical chance, still in the championship hunt. Amelia Wright, just outside. So she can be a spoiler here, Amelia.
Well, Amelia's gone into deep stage.
Oh, 005 to a 007. McDougall, 2 thou advantage. And the win light is going to go to Amelia Wright, but something has... I think something... Yeah, 7.32 for Nevaeh. I'm not too sure Yeah, because there was only 500 advantage difference.
Yeah, nothing's going up in the mile per hour either.
No. That might actually be a rerun, but we'll leave that up to our meeting director there. So unsure on that pass right now.
We move on in SuperFloor Junior Dragster. Cody Sedmak coming forward for JTS Racing at 8.64 the dial in. James Loday, a former Junior Dragster track champion at 8.11.
So this one doesn't really have any bearing on the Queensland Drag Racing Championship for Junior Dragster. So both these drivers really looking to be spoilers on all the other teams.
Go out there and have some fun.
No pressure on them. So these guys have got no pressure. So Loday's dialing at 8.11, Sedmak at 8.64. Whole shot goes to Loday, 0.67 to a 1.37. 700s advantage for Loday. Across the finish line, and the win light's going to go to James Loday. Runs at 8.22 on his 8.11, safe for the win. Sedmak broke out trying to make up that difference in the reaction time. Runs an 8.63, too quick on that 8.64 dial-in. Still, they keep moving forward here in SuperFloor Junior Dragster. Next up, well, the defending, reigning Junior Dragster champion, Carl Schultz, to take on Kendra Glasson. So this has implications on it, this pairing. Carl needs to win.
Yeah, and it's a different position to what Carl was in last season, where he was leading heading into the final round. Where now he's having to do the chasing, come from behind the final round. So he's got 5 points to make up on current championship leader Vance Pirano. Can he tick the first box?
Well, he's got the whole shot here. Carl Schultz goes 0.83 to Kendra's 2.76. The double A Junior Dragster reigning champ Schultz. You can hear the pedaling, 7.75 on his 7.66. Gets the win. Kendra Glasson goes 8.45 on her 8.40. So Carl Schultz gets a win and the 5 points. So he's actually technically equal with Vance Pirano right now until we see Vance come out.
So just a quick call for Super Sedan and Modified Bike. Super Sedan and Modified Bikes to the staging lanes, please.
So Carl Schultz has actually moved up to equal first, but obviously we haven't seen Vance or Nixon Canulli this round. This pairing though, Charlie Usher to take on Ryder Marsden.
So Charlie Usher dialed in with an 8.48, so has so it's about 3.5 seconds that Charlie will have to wait for Ryder with a 12.04 the dial in. 2.85 the light for Ryder, 0.69 for Charlie, so Charlie has the advantage in the reaction time. Will be chasing down the C Junior of Ryder. Looks to have caught it before the finish line and gets the win, an 8.54 on an 8.48 for Charlie. We'll see in the next round. For Ryder goes to a 12.15 on a 12.04. At 54 miles per hour. So unfortunately for Ryder, we won't see him back later on today.
Okay, this is a big race. Championship leader Vance Pirano taking on Isabella Hunter. Hunter, the rookie driver, dialing at 8.36 seconds. Pirano's dialing at 8.62 seconds. Can Isabella Hunter pull off a huge upset here in round one? The rookie taking on the championship leader. So the maths now for Pirano is that he has to win.
Yeah, that's right.
Because he's got the drivers behind him that have already won in this round of racing.
Doesn't have that buffer. So, and it's fascinating, isn't it? You can go through a whole season and then it can come down to one race.
There's an upset here in round 1 of SuperFloor Junior Dragster. Pirano has gone 002 red. Isabella Hunter will get the automatic win. Runs an 840 on an 836. Pirano goes 870 on his 862 Dolan. That is a massive upset here in round 1 of racing. That is huge in the grand scheme of things. That is just a heartbreaking way to finish off your season as well in Junior Dragster. Okay, next pairing up, we've got Jet Pirano to take on Fletcher Usher.
So Fletcher in the B Junior MRE Electrical at 10.97. So we'll leave first. We'll be chased down by Jet in the A Junior at 8.09. The dial in for Jet. $188 there for Fletcher, a $211 for Jet Pirano. So Jet's got a little bit of work to do to make up that difference from the start line. Oh, but Fletcher breaks out a 1080 on a 1097. That's a big break out there for Fletcher. Jet Pirano will take the win, an 816 on an 809. And we'll go through to the next round.
Okay, so this is really heating up in Junior Dragster. So next up, Nixon Connelly can go to the championship lead here with a win over Chase Castlake. Castlake is dialing 8.38 seconds. Connelly on screen, he's dialing 7.68, so he's going to do the chasing. So if Connelly gets a win here, he goes to the top of the leaderboard in the points, unofficially. Carl Schultz would go to second. I think that would bump down Pirano to third. Whole shot goes to Castlake, 066 to an 090 from Connelly. And the win light's going to go to Nixon Connelly though, 770 on his 768. Castlake was a little bit off his dial, and 847 on his 838. So Castlake was in the championship hunt as well. Connelly gets a win and the 5 points that go along with it.
Yeah, nice work there for Nixon. I'm sure he won't care about the win. He'll just care about the 5 points.
That's all that matters at the moment. It's the 5 points.
That's it.
So next up, Carlos Harvey to take on Cody Robertson, one of our C Junior Dragster competitors. We can see Carlos there. He's dialing 8.63 seconds, so he'll do the chasing here. And Cody Robertson dialing 12.00. So what's that, 3.5 second head start for Cody? So there's the reaction time from Cody. Oh, it's a red light from the CJD there for Cody Robertson. Hands the automatic win to Carlos Harvey. Harvey out with an 068 clean green. And through to round 2 of SuperFloor Junior Dragster. Harvey takes it through for an 868 at 76 miles an hour. Robertson goes 12.03 on his 12.00. Okay, the next storyline to unfold here in SuperFloor Junior Dragster is going to be Dakota Bray and Jacob Schultz. Both of these drivers are in the chance. In with a chance of the championship. So one of them will keep their hopes alive. And one of them will be thinking about what could have been this season.
Yeah, that's right.
Dakota Bray is dialing at 788. Schultz is dialing at 858. So just over half a sec, 0.7 of a second head start for Jacob Schultz for the SCG Racing Parts Junior Dragster. Schultz in pre-stage. Championship dreams on the line here in SuperFloor Junior Dragster. Schultz 110, Bray 191. Schultz got 800's advantage. And the win light will go to Jacob Schultz. Runs an 858 on his 858. Dakota Bray breaks out with a 787 on her 788.
Oh, that would have been tough to beat on that 4 from Jacob Schultz. 858 on the 4. Got the dial in right. So just a quick call for Super Sedan Modified and Modified Bike. Super Sedan Modified and Modified Bike through the staging lanes.
Next up, Tamika Castlake and Siobhan Harvey on track. Tamika's dialing at 870, Harvey a 764. So we'll see the pink JD leave first. Harvey, the UASA battery, final adjustments on the idle, about to move forward. We can see Tamika already moving towards that pre-stage area. She's in pre-stage. Siobhan's been given the signal now from her crew to move forward. So just over 1 second head start for Tamika. 080 light for Tamika, 027 for Siobhan. Siobhan with 500s advantage. And the win light's going to go to Siobhan Harvey, 767 on the 764 win. Tamika goes 891 on the 870. A little bit down in speed for Tamika there, only 61 miles an hour. So Siobhan Harvey will go through to round 2 of Junior Dragster. SuperFloor Junior Dragster round 1. What we got here on track? It looks like maybe, is that Ashley Pinkstone? It is Ashley Pinkstone for JDS Racing with a 798 dial. Almost a heads-up race, this one. Yeah. Nixon King is 800, it's only 200ths of a second between the two dial-ins. Nixon King on 62 points. Well, I'll tell you what, mathematically, with Vance Barona going out in round 1, Nixon's mathematically in with a shot. He was 19 points behind, but now he needs a lot of things to fall his way.
Opens up the field, doesn't it?
It does.
But we've already seen 4 of the top 6.
Gone. You're right. 4 of the top 6 have gone. So it could be someone that was outside the 15 points buffer that I said. No one wants to go in. It is a staging duel here in round 1 of Junior Dragster. Ashley's bumped in. Nixon King now. 800 reaction time advantage. Let's see. Goes to Nixon King just by 100th of a second. He was 113 to a 125. And Nixon King gets the win. 807 on his 800. Ashley was a little bit off. 814 and a 798 dial in.
Probably one thing, Mark, we haven't seen as far as ETs, as far as not picking up a pattern, whether they're running slower or quicker. Or
definitely not. Some have been a little bit off, yeah. Our number 1 qualifier, Alexi Lancaster, the rookie, will go through to round 2. No pressure. Ooh, that's tight. 002 red. Doesn't matter, it's a solo pass. Automatic win for Lexi. Let's see how close to go to the dial in. 867 on that 860. So that's a little bit off the dial. He's probably adjust that for round 2, but that's the bonus of having that solo pass in round 1. So yeah, I'm just having a look at all those drivers that were inside the top 10. As you said, 4 of the top 6 went out in round 1. So still alive in the championship hunt: Nixon Canuli, Carl Schultz, Max Rowling, Jacob Schultz, Paige King, and Nixon King, going by my maths as well. So we're just moving into some testing now for our junior drag bike competitors. It's going to be Jaden Badcock and Marcus McDonald on track.
Yeah, so we'll see what times these guys can polish off. A 9:35, a 9:69 and a 10:09 for Jaden, who pulls a red light there. Marcus McDonald a 4:19 on the tree. 9.25 the Donnelly. Courtesy of the red light will get the win, and runs a 9.46 on that 9.25 dialing. For Jaden, got the red light. He broke out. A 9.43 on a 9.48.
So it's been exciting first round of racing here in the junior dragster classes. Did you see Kai Padcock get off with a 3:26 reaction time there? It's got a 10.50 dial and it goes through with a 10.52 at 63 miles an hour. Great little pass there for Kai. Now we're moving into round one of Real Street. On track, first up, Matt Coates to take on Tony Rogers. So Matt Coates is dollar a 12.18 in the wagon. Rogers in the youth, dollar 11.59.
Yeah, so Matt Coates, our last event winner for Real Street. So looking to go back to back in finals. But first he will have to get past the Falcon Ute of Tony.
Oh, 69 light for Rogers, 157 for Coates. So Rogers in the Ute has got the advantage at the moment. Tell you what, they're pretty close on the finish line. Matt Coates gets a win, 12.21 on his 12.18. Rogers a little bit off the dial on 11.75 on his 11.59. So Coates goes through to round two of Real Street.
Yeah, nice work. So next pairing will be Ian Nelson in the Commodore. The first of the Jeeps coming for Paul Gingell. So 13.83 for the Jeep of Paul. A 12.01 for Ian in the Commodore. So we'll see Paul Lee first. Ian will then be doing his best to catch the Grand Cherokee.
I like to call the chase. So Nielsen with the chase. He's got a, what was that, 1.8 seconds head start for Gingell. Out with a 1.99 light to an 0.49. So Nielsen's done the first thing there. He's got a 10th and a half advantage over Gingell in the Jeep. At the moment, at 1,000 foot, Gingell is still in front. But on the finish line, it's all Nielsen, a 12.02 and his 12.01 for the win. Gingell goes 13.67, breaks out. He actually got to the finish line first. Yep. On the 13.83, but broke out by a bunch.
And that you can see that happen when you do have a variance in the reaction times. Yep. Obviously, the competitor that's left first, it's
the cooling weather too, mate. That's a big jump for him.
Yep.
Big jump in the ET. Next up, Craig Collis, 13.55 dialing in his Jeep. And Paul Nielsen in the Ford, dialing 11.85. .208 reaction time for Collis, but a great light from Nielsen, an 0.25, but it did sound like he had a bit of spin there on the hit for Nielsen. Is that going to affect the performance? Is there enough racetrack for him to catch up? He has a big hole shot. He's on the brakes. He goes 11.97 on the 11.85. Collis broke out by 2 thou.
I think they're both on the brakes.
Yeah, Collis went 13.54. Well, he got past, so Nielsen actually went across the finish line first by 500. So Collis must have been like, well, he's got me, so I might go on the brakes, or he didn't see him and got on the brakes. But In the end, it didn't really matter because Nielsen got there first and didn't break out.
That's it.
Actually, Nielsen, look at that. Nielsen went 11.30 in qualifying, and he dialed in 11.85. So I wonder if he's had a bit of some spin issues all day, because he did spin. He was 3/10 behind Collis at the 60 foot. We definitely heard it spin.
Yeah, interesting too. Like you said, that I mean, the conditions you would think are getting better, but there's still going to be that heat in the track.
Yeah. Right now, they should definitely pick up some performance on what they did today. Definitely. I'm thinking 300-400s minimum from the heat of the day.
Modified and Comp Bike. So Modified and Comp Bike, if you guys want to make your way around to the staging lanes, Modified and Comp Bike.
So I think, is that it for Real Street? We might have, I did see some of the Premier Hire crew shots on the start line, so we might have a bit of top fuel action coming forward. I wonder.
Yeah, it does look like the front wing. Is it just poked around the control tower here? So we're going to turn up the volume a little bit. The volume, the speed.
So these conditions are ripe for the top fuel dragster now. Of Peter Xibberas out here testing. Of course, we will see a full field of top fuel dragsters and nitro funny cars here at the New Year Nitro event in January. We've got 10 of them entered already.
Yeah, also a round of the Aeroflow Sportsman Championship as well.
Yeah, so we've got the full sportsman category supporting the top fuel nitro funny car teams, and I think we've also got a 4-car Pro Alki field as well.
Yeah, the shootout.
Yeah, the shootout for the Pro Alki
That'll be cool.
cars.
Yep.
So we can see Peter Xibberas there just in the background, getting that top fuel dragster ready.
Top fuel, followed by Surly, and then we will have that junior dragster redone. So what happened was something's gone through the first one there, because there's no more on that. So something
All right, how about that? Some nitro action here at Willowbank Raceway at the Queensland Drag Racing Championship, brought to us by Donnelly Blasting Services. Peter Xibberas on track for Premier Hire and Newline. Testing the top fuel dragster, we will see him out here competing in the National Drag Racing Championships here in January at the New Year Nitro event. You can buy your tickets online at willowbankraceway.com.au, I think.
Yep.
Or
Pointing in the right direction?
Yeah, that is the right direction. It wasn't the NDRC page, I wasn't too sure. So Peter Xibberas. Top fuel testing. Tell you what, there's a bit of fuel pumping out of that engine right now. You can see it in the air here at Willowbank Raceway.
These folks on the grandstand won't know what hit them in about 10 seconds.
We should probably record their reactions from up here, because I know for a fact there's a lot of people here today that haven't seen this sort of racing before.
Christmas has come early, and all I want for Christmas is nitro.
Oh, it got out strong. 8.51 to the 60 foot. He was off of it before half track, only 3.6 seconds. But yeah, Peter Xibberas there. Got out strong. It looks like it started to shake about 100 feet out and then went up in spin. You can see the chatter marks just from up here in the commentary box on track where Peter Xibberas just went down. So that's some good data for the team. 8.51 to the 60 foot.
Yeah, that'd be a good pass for them to get the information they
Yeah.
need to. Because, I mean, it got out past the start line.
Yeah, it did. It looked like it shook late, actually. You
Yeah.
don't really see him shake that far down the track too often,
No.
just from up here.
Normally, once they get past 100 feet, they're normally not too bad.
They're usually planted, yeah. Interesting times, but yeah, good lap there from Peter Xibberas in the Premier Hire Top Fuel Dragster. 8.51 to the 60 foot for all of our drag racing tragics playing at home.
Exciting as the Nitro Flames, Mark. It just gets excited, doesn't it? What do you guys think in the crowd? We can see you in the grandstand. What do you think, folks, with a bit of Nitro?
Who was that their first time of seeing a Top Fuel Dragster? Was that anyone's first time? We've got a couple of hands there.
Oh, excellent. We'll see you guys in January.
See you in January, yeah.
That's like the try before you buy.
Well, that's
Give you a little tickle and a little tease of what Nitro's about.
It's a great day, mate, to be here. You know, supporting the cause that we've got here today with the gold coin donation and all that.
Where else in the world can you see Nitro for a gold coin donation?
Exactly. So we've got Andrew Searle's funny car just on the start line as well, so we'll see a bit of Pro Alki action shortly. See the team, they're just setting the car up, getting it sorted, ready to fire up. So we'll see, I think we'll see Andrew Searle run, then we'll have the rerun of the Junior Dragster pass that we saw earlier where the timers got started early, something must have blown through the timers. So we've got a rerun of that, then we'll do a bit of track prep and then get back into racing here at the Donnelly Blasting Services Queensland Drag Racing Championships. All right, a rerun here in Junior Dragster. Nevaeh McDougall and Amelia Wright.
Just announce that to the world, Mark. Rerun, rerun, rerun.
Well, it had to be. You've seen what happened. It went.
Yeah, something was a bit amiss.
Yeah, so McDougall's stolen 796, Wright is stolen at 786. The thing is that they would have gone through some emotions when you don't know that the speed that ET's been.
You just see the win light.
You just see a win light. You're like, yes, I won, and the other person's like, oh no, I've lost, and then you find out afterwards. There's nothing on the reaction time. 102 to a 109. It's going to come down to dial in. And the win light's going to go to Amelia Wright. 818 on the 786 for the win by 7 thousandths of a second. McDougall
wow.
goes 828 on the 796.
They both were a fair bit off their dial in, but as far as reaction time goes, neither racer was rattled from having to do a quick turnaround.
So having a look at the Junior Dragster field now that we've had the round complete, I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers still in contention for the championship, mathematically. Nixon Donnelly, Carl Schultz, Max Rowling, Jacob Schultz, Paige King, and Nixon King, I think, have got mathematical chances in the championship. With 30 points on offer, Nixon King can finish on 92 points if he was to win the event. So, no one's gone past it. So he needs a few of the drivers to lose in the second round. But you're in with a chance.
Yeah, then you got to be there at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
If you get past those rounds of racing and make yourself into a final. And we've seen that at events like the Winter Nationals, Mark, where to win a national championship, racers have had to make the final and win the final to win both the championship and the event. So it can be done.
Where they've need a racer to D and Q and then win the event and sometimes even pick up bonus points. And at the moment, anything can happen. So Vance Perrono, by my calculations, he'll get 5 points for qualifying plus the 2 points for losing, so that he'll finish on 88 points. So Nixon Canulli would currently be on 89 points from winning round 1 and the qualifying points. So yeah. More plot twists to come yet in Junior Dragster. All unofficial. I'm just doing that in my head. Just making discussion. The people that get paid the big bucks will work all that out officially for us. But unofficially, that's what I'm thinking at the moment. I think Nixon has gone into first spot.
Well, normally when we're here working it out, it's pretty simple, isn't it? Because you've only got to count to 3.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
But it can get more complicated in Junior Dragster because then you can have like 7 races on 3 wins and then you just start scratching your head and you're going, one of these 7, or 2 of these 7 are going into a final. We know that much.
I just look at it this way. There's 30 points on offer for the winner. So mathematically that means all the way down to Nixon, King, he's still in. He mathematically has a chance to win the championship. Lots of things need to fall his way for that to happen, but
we don't know how we don't have the seeding sheets to see if they may come up against each other in an early round or something like that. So we'll call it as we see it.
Buy runs as well in this next
right.
round. Those two, so that'd be 15. So 29 fronted first round, so there'll be 15 in the second round. So that's a buy run. So there'll be a solo second round. There'll be no more solo passes after round 2, if that's the case.
So if you haven't got any plans next Saturday, make sure you come out to Willowbank Raceway for the final of the Street Series, the Street Series shootout. Should be a good night, as well as the Christmas themed test and tunes. All that information is on the Willowbank Raceway website and the social media pages as well. Let's move into a little bit of prime sign Elec Super Street. It is their first round of racing here in the championship finals for the QDRC, brought to us by Donnelly Blasting Services, and first pairing up looks to be Darren Pittington dialing in 11.25 in the bright orange Capri. And over in the rocket lane will be Tanisha Marshall, dialing in 11.90. So we'll see Marshall leave first, Pittington to do the chasing. Marshall gets the better of the tree as well, so Darren, he's left himself some work to do.
And this has got implications this race as well, because Pittington's third in the championship and he gets the win. He ekes by, because Marshall has broken out by 0.03 of a second. Pittington a win in round one.
So from third in the championship to the current points leader, Sean Taskus. One Capri to another. Has dialed in 11.06. Up against Craig Layton in the first round, an 11.78 for the Statesman. Oh, red light to Craig, so Sean will take the win. It was a 1.73 light. So Sean gets an opportunity to test the dial in here. And goes an 11.14 on an 11.06. Craig Layton already handed the win to Sean. Goes to an 11.86 on an 11.78. And it'll be interesting, Mark, to see the points, given that Sean's just won that round, how that plays out.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, because I think there's only, what do we have in qual? So we've got 4 rounds of racing, so 25 points on offer for the winner of Prime Science Elec Super Street. Next up, John Riley and Jenny Ashen. Riley gets out of the 132 light. Ashen goes 168, 300's advantage to the Ute. He's got a dial of 12.00. Ashen is 11.42. And Riley gets the win, a 12.06 on his 12.00. Ashen breaks out with an 11.38.
So next sprint coming forward, Samantha Yulton in the speed flow lane. And Wayne Nipperis has dialed in a 10.75 in that beautiful looking Camaro for custom build kitchens. And the BL Race Engines Commodore of Samantha Yulton have gone red. So Wayne 0.94 lights will get the win.
Oh, he's a little bit off the dial on a 10.90 on that 10.75. Yulton goes 11.62 on the 11.57. Okay, second in the championship, Troy Hutton, and the reigning Prime Science Speed Elec Super Street champion here in the Queensland Drag Racing Championships, taking on Mark Rosso. This is a tough race. Rosso is a seasoned veteran in this Camaro. He's on 11.73, so almost a full second head start for Rosso.
And for Mark, he won the first round of the season as well, so knows how to win big races.
He hasn't been here for the last 3 events.
No.
No one going in. Oh, here we go. Rosso's in. Oh, it's a red light for Mark Rosso. Hutton gets the automatic win in round 1. So all 4 of our drivers in the, or 5, our top 5 in the championship have all won in round 1 in Super Street. Well, that's easy maths, because they're all going to stay in the same spot for us. Hutton breaks out by 10.84 on his 10.85. Gets the automatic win, though. Rosso also broke out with an 11.67. John McKnight now to take on Carl Grading. So Grading in the Fairmont for Divine Massage and Herbal Spa. The Tirana of John McKnight, styling 11.95.
They've both dialed in quicker than what they've run in qualifying, slightly.
Yeah, I think I can what both drivers have done is pretty much what I probably would have done as well,
Yeah.
with the way the conditions have gone. 009 for John McKnight. Grading goes 064. That's the best line of racing that we've seen so far in Super Street with John McKnight. And the win light goes to McKnight, 11.99 on his 11.95. Grading goes 11.33 on the 11.39. Too quick and broke out. Tom Ryan now to take on Travis Greaves.
Yeah, so we'll see the Ford up against the Holden. Tom with an 11.64 in the Ute. The XD of Travis a 10.78. Well, Travis has got the better of the light there, but not by much, so he'll give himself a bit of a head start on the chase. You can see the XD is chasing hard. Will it be enough? And it will. So he gets the win at 10.79 with an 8 on a 10.78. And Tom Ryan goes too quick in 11.62 on 11.64. So it does break out, and Travis will take the win, head through to round number 2. But when you run at 10.79 on a 10.78, it sets yourself up for a pretty good chance at a win mark.
That it does. And look who's got the freebie here in round 1. Matt Francis in the panel van, our number 1 qualifier. He went 10.54 in qualifying, but he's dialing at 10.65, which is interesting. 363 on the tree for Matt Francis. You'd think you'd be dialing around that 10.54, which you ran in qualifying in the heat of the day. And, well, he goes 10.67, so what will we know up here in the commentary box? At all.
He knew something that
We don't know anything.
How cool's Matt Francis? He's 10.6 second panel van cool. Maybe he was just having a Saturday night cruise.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe that 10.54 was a fluke. He's like, you know what? Let's just ignore that pass and work off these two.
Here we go, moving into Super Sedan, where many championship story are to be told. There is 6 points covering the top 4. So one of those in the picture is Damien Morris, a 9.92 the dial in the Monaro. He's got to get past Mick Newport, who's a tough competitor in the Tirana. He's dialed in a 9.38. So Damien's got to cut a good light. Oh, he's done exactly that, a 0.10. So Morris gets the advantage on the tree. A 0.63 for Mick Newport. Can Damien Morris capitalise on the good reaction time? And he can indeed at 10.00 on a 9.92. Mick Newport goes a 9.45 on a 9.38, and we'll see Damien Morris in round 2.
Well, technically, Morris would go to the championship lead with that win in round 1 because we haven't seen the championship leader in Mitch Bauer. So that puts that's one of the benefits of going out first. You've now put the pressure back on the championship leader, that was Mitchell Bauer. But on track, we've got one of those drivers in the hunt, Adam White, in the VL Commodore, dialing in a 9.52. Taking on the Toyota of Wayne Heights, a 9.34 dial in. It's Adam White, 3rd in the championship. It's simple maths, win for Adam White. That's what it comes down to. Oh, he's gone deep. And he's lucky he's got the win because Hyde has gone red. White must have flinched or something there because it went big red. Adam White will go through with a 9.58 on his 9.52. There was a lot happening on that pass. A lot happened.
Sometimes it pays to be lucky to good.
Hey, when he went deep, when you use a delay box, going deep is, well, you just can't do that because when you're talking thousandths of a second and you're cutting out your rollout, you can potentially go red. So technically, Adam White is now leapfrog Mitchell Bauer in the championship standings. And this is a race for the ages here in round 1 of Super Sedan. Number 1 in the championship taking on number 4 in the championship. Rudy White, Mitchell Bauer. At the start of this round, Bauer was number 1 in the points. If he wants to keep that spot, he needs to win here. Tell you what, if Rudy White takes him out, it opens up everything.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, this could
Incredible race here. 0.27 of a second head start for Rudy White. You can see him meticulous with his staging. Very shallow. Bowers in. 0.16 to an 0.46. Whole shot advantage, Rudy Wyatt. 300s advantage for the VS Commodore. Can the Ford get him back? And he does. It's a double breakout. Bauer breaks out by 3 thou, less of the two. White goes 965 on the 967. He broke out by 200s. And Mitchell Bauer goes back to the top of the charts in the championship.
Oh, that's what champions can do when they're on the line, doesn't it, Mark?
What
It just
a
that neither
race.
of them wanted to lift.
Well, Wyatt had the advantage, but then broke out. Double breakout. Bauer advances to round 2 and back in the championship lead of Super Sedan.
So it's status quo. The top 3 remain as they were.
Brendan Shaw, the man that has impressed me in qualifying today. All double O's in qualifying. He goes 0.28 here, gets the advantage. McDonald's gone 155. So Brendan Shaw in the Tirana in the box seat over the Corolla. But the Corolla's going to get there, get the win with a 944 and his 918. I wonder if Brendan has backed off, thinking he had the race won, and McDonald has come back around him. I think Brendan Shaw has rolled off the throttle too early and allowed him to come back around, potentially. Because McDonald has got the win.
Yeah, a lot going on in that race
There's
too, Mark.
upsets here in one of Super Sedan. So 1, 2, and 3 in the championship for Super Sedan, all alive.
So just a quick call for Top Sportsman, QDRC SuperComp and Comp Bike. So Top Sportsman, SuperComp, Comp Bike to the staging lanes. So we'll be moving into modified bike. Johnny Lewis an 824 in the Rocket Lane. Alex Redmond a 952. Suzuki versus Kawasaki. Alex will be on the blue Suzuki. Johnny on the white Kawasaki. Both in full stage. Alex will lead first. 122 light, 0.75 for Johnny Lewis, who'll be charging hard with that 824 on the dial in. Closes the gap towards the finish line, and it will be enough. An 832 with a 7, 155 miles per hour, and an 824 dial in. We'll take the win. A 960 with a 1 on 952 dial in for Alex Redmond. But Johnny Lewis will head through to the next round.
A good pass there from Johnny. Next up, Rebecca Marsden to take on Scott Much. So Much on the Pro Cycle Dyno Suzuki to take on the Honda of Rebecca Marsden. So Marsden's on a 998. Much 895. So just over 1 second head start for Marsden. So we'll see Rebecca leave first and then Much with the chase. Reaction times. Marsden, you can see her moving in stage there. She's gone over the 350. There was some issues there. 329 for Scott. So there's not much between the two riders, but I wonder if that little stutter for Rebecca might hurt her. And it does. We see Much get the win, a 908 on the 895. Marsden runs a little bit off the dial with a 1031 on that 998.
Yeah, nice work there for Scott. So next pairing we'll see Mark Gordon with the fancy LED
Yeah,
dial-in
but you see how
board.
it changes?
It does, yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know if that's good or not.
Hopefully it doesn't take away any power that you're trying to apply to the track. I'm sure it doesn't. But very cool indeed. Alan Annis Jr. in the Rocket Lane, an 867. So we'll chase down Mark, a 933. He's cut a couple of, or cut a 000 earlier today, a 175. Alan Annis Jr. a 057. You can see he goes flying past just after half track. As long as he doesn't break out, and he does it, an 874 on that 867 will take the win. Mark Gordon goes through a 987 on a 933. It was about half a second off the dial in there. So unfortunately, some issues for Mark.
Next up, it is the champ. Potential new champ. Brian Alvizio to take on Jason White. So we had 10 riders come through, so that'll be... It's only 4 rounds of racing, so 25 points on offer. Brian Alvizio has got the automatic win, and that sews up the championship for Brian. So Brian is your 2024 modified bike champion. Runs a 9:05 on that 9:07.
Well, he already had a 27-point lead.
Yeah, no, he had a 20. And I was like,
You're selling the story, aren't you?
Part of me's like, can I announce that already? Because it's technically still unofficial.
That is true. That is true.
What if he gets disqualified or something? I don't know. They find out he's got some sort of technology.
Lose points or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll find something in the rule book.
Don't know. Anyways, Temi Goldthorpe now to take on Jason Clarkin. Goldthorpe dialing 11:06. Clarkin 9:35. Well, Goldthorpe out 150, so the whole shot has gone to Clarkin because he's got 0.56, so almost a tenth on Temi Goldthorpe. Temi second in the championship here on Modified Bike, but gets the win 11.18 on the 11.06. Safe for the win. Clarkin was too quick, 9.33 on his 9.35. Clarkin got there first by 0.2 of a second. And he was off the throttle as well. He only went 140 miles an hour. He went mid-150s in qualifying. That's one of those races where Clarkin's like, yep, quarter, backed off, should have the win. And then you go, still broke out.
So let's move into a little bit of Knijff Earthmoving Modified. Their first round of racing and first pairing, we'll see John Sting in the rear engine dragster up against Chris Reed in the Roadstar.
Oh,
this is an exciting round one matchup.
It really is.
Both tough races.
The unfortunate thing for Modified is we've got 6 competitors, which means there's only 3 rounds of racing. So 20 points on offer for the win. Chris Reed, 850 dial in. John Sting back in the seat of a Modified Dragster. Lots of experience, but Reed has been doing it more consistently over the last few years than John Sting. So he's got the laps on the board. And he's got the whole shot as well. Chris Reed goes 0.68 to Sting's 2.21. The Roadster is out in front at the moment and gets the win. 8.51 on his 8.50 dial in. Sting broke out with a 7.79 on that 7.80, trying to make up the difference there. So Chris Reed goes through to round number 2 and keeps the pressure on Lucas Holtz.
Speaking of Lucas Holtz, we will see him coming forward in the yellow altered very shortly. Benita Marchant going through her burnout procedure now in the Speedfo lane. And the Dragster has dialed in a 7.90.
So I wonder sometimes if the slower cars get affected more with the weather changes. So Lucas has dropped his dial in. So I know he went 9.40 on his last run in qualifying. He's dialed in at 9.38.
Yep.
Now, in the back of my mind, I'm like, I wonder if he can actually pick up more than that. I'm just wondering, can he pick up more than 200s here with the cooling conditions? Benita has gone real safe. She's dropped her dial in by 700s over what she ran in qualifying. And I'm like, is that too much in the back of my mind? Just my modified brain as a racer, I'm like 700s, that's a big jump. Where Lucas is only going 200s, I'm like, is that enough? So I've got question marks over both sides of the racetrack. Lucas Holtz, championship leader, reigning modified champion in Knijff Earthmoving Modified. Benita Marchant has been campaigning for a few years now in this dragster. We'll do the chase. Lucas went 2 000s in qualifying. Then went into race mode. Oh no, Benita's gone through. Oh, that's unfortunate there for Benita. So that will be a DQ here in round 1 of Modified. So Lucas will have to... so they won't be allowed to let Lucas run with the dragster still on track just down there. So that's always heartbreaking when something like that happens as a racer. I've had things where my trims brake has failed on the start line. The dragster just rolls straight through the beams. But Lucas, well, he's got the freebie here. And is that enough to wrap up the championship for Lucas Holtz? I wonder.
Well, there was only the 6 cars, wasn't there?
So there will be a bye run in round 2 of Modified. That will actually go, it'll be on the high side of the ladder where Andrew Pinkstone is. So Lucas will have to race his way through to the final. So this is what I was talking about earlier today. If I was Lucas, I probably would have asked it just to reverse out of stage and just start it again, just to go through my routine.
So we do know for certainty that we'll see Lucas Holtz in the next round of racing.
We will see. We will see Lucas. So he's obviously just at the point where he's like, you know what? I'm just accepting the green and let's just back it out. We've got the win. But if I was in Lucas' spot, I think I want the data from a bus.
I was going to say.
I'd really want the data from a lapper here in these conditions because they are completely different than what we had in qualifying today.
And essentially as well, it was a solo pass, which means even if he broke out,
it didn't matter. Yeah.
He's still
He
gonna
already
get the
automatically went because Benita went through the start line beams twice.
Yeah.
So you're allowed to cross the beams once and you burn out. If you cross them a second time before you stage, well, that's a disqualification. So that had already happened. That happened. So it didn't matter what would have happened on Lucas's run. So there we go. There we go. Drama. We've got one more pairing here in Knijff Earthmoving Modified Aluminum, round 1 of racing. It's going to be Brett Farnell and Andrew Pinkstone. So we can see Brett Farnell in the front engine dragster. Oh, Pinkstone getting sideways here, having a bit of fun in the burnout. So Brett Farnell, the same sort of mass we've applied to a lot of teams tonight. Win. Actually, if I have my calculations correct, the winner of this race will have a solo pass into the final. If my math's correct, without looking at the seating sheet, but 3 cars in round 2, it goes to it'll be up on the top of the ladder where number 1 is. So that means it'll have to be out of this pairing. So the maths would be, that means Chris Reed would be racing Lucas Holtz in round 2 in the semi-finals.
That's interesting.
I think. Oh, Modified. Getting very interesting here.
Dudes, it's turned the spice up a bit. So first we've got this pairing to round out round 1. Brett Farnell and 834 will leave first in the front engine dragster to be chased by Andrew Pinkstone, a 767.
Whole shot, Pinkstone by 600s and 25 to an 85. And the win line will go to Brett Farnell in a double breakout. He goes 831 on his 834. Pinkstone goes 763. His quickest pass of the day by, 800s on his 767. So Farnell will go through to round 2 where I think he will have a solo pass through to the final. So Brett Farnell, he was on 76 points, so he was 10 points behind Lucas. Oh, okay, that makes it really interesting in Modified as well. So there's only 20 points on offer in Modified with 3 rounds of racing. Anyway, so I might just take a quick break as the Comp Bike guys come out, and I'll be back on the microphone very shortly. Hand you over to Terry Dale.
So we'll be moving into Group 2 Comp Bike, as Mark said. Carl Pacey, Dave Finlayson, heads up. ASB 891. So all you got to do, first across the finish line wins. Pretty simple. 169 light for Carl Pacey, 141 for Dave Finlayson. Has Dave got enough to catch Carl here? And he won't. Look like problems both sides of the racetrack. Both were well off their quickest time of the day. A 9:59 will go the way of Carl Pacey for the win. Dave Finlayson a 9:65 with a 1. But look, it was ugly on both sides by the sounds of how those bikes were performing down the quarter mile, Terry.
You'd have to say that with Carl. He'd be saying, look, I won went through that round with a 9:59 and an 8:91, and he'd say, did I? Really? So Carl would go, you know what, I'll take a win any way I can. Thank you, sir.
So Ken Collin, he will get the bye. $786 for the altered bike.
That's a pretty. That's nothing too shabby, is it? 786.
No, we saw him dip into the sevens on the last qualifying pass.
He's got to hold on to it. It's just keep it safe. Look at that. Can a 005, mate. That is nice. 005 light. You can just hear him taper off on that thing there, Wade.
On the bye run.
Yep. 837 with a 112 mile an hour top end. Yes, 112 miles an hour. So he got off it, obviously, fairly good. So, Aveen, here he goes in the big BMW. This thing is, oh mate, he has just absolutely blazed that B street bike record. So have a look at this. Go through 277 light, but all eyes will be on what he'll back out of it. You listen, yeah, look at that. He hit the brakes more than a, I don't know, just he was on the brakes there. Like, look, he's still got a 918 on that 951 with that off that record, and he still was, mate, 135 mile an hour. You know, the bike goes, well, 150, I think, thereabouts.
Yeah.
So he's backed it out, hit the brakes, still wasn't, and still went under it.
Yeah, imagine that, just doing a casual cruise up around Mount Tambourine, and then you come straight out to Willowbank for an afternoon of racing.
That's it. So now we get to see what Chris Collin can do. He's off that BAB, so he'll be on an 807. Has gone 0.045 above it, but we know that bike can go under that. But you know what? When you're on a solo pass, you let the bike stretch, get a good light, which he has, a 053. There he another one. I look once again,
yeah.
Chris, 115 mile an hour with an 847.
See, these guys will look at the incrementals and they'll know what that would have run
they will know
round
exactly.
about for
Without a doubt.
the full quarter. So, but that was number 1 and 2 in the points. So Vin Ortar 2 points behind Chris Collin, but given the number in the field, there was a couple of bye runs.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's for all intents and purposes, QDRC Comp Bike might be a small field, but it is a field full of national quality races here in Queensland, and we know that because when the Winter Nationals come, it takes a pretty special effort to beat these boys.
It does, yeah. And I think
they are very good.
I think a lot of our classes this season, Terry, we've been spoiled for choice in the quality of racing across all the rounds. So it's been fantastic to watch it unfold, and of course, the people that win championships at the end of today's events will have certainly earned their keep.
I did notice earlier in some of the categories, some of the big headers got knocked out in some of them as well, which is always interesting. So we're moving through to, of course, into Top Sportsman. So we've got sitting in the points will be well and truly out in front will be Paul Doblin. And you've got Danny Lake, Patrick Barron, Dave Goldie, Steve Horvat, who's not here. I don't think Kayleen Gourley's here as well. But this will be Dale O'Dwyer and Matthew Barron. Matthew here purely to rattle the cage, and he will do it well. He cut a good light earlier, so if Matthew gets this thing good, he'll definitely give Dale O'Dwyer, who's on a 790, to be chasing down an 8. Oh, a red light. Matthew Barron won't even have to worry about it. A 012 light for Matthew, and a red light there for Dale's creep through the beams.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, didn't want to hold on the trans brake, so it's just rolled through, which will give the win to Matthew Barron there, who's run an 866 with a 3 on his 864 dial-in. But
Looked tidy.
and an 012 light too. Matthew wasn't two-faced.
Matthew was there to win anyway.
that's
Would have been Dale would have had to. Well, hang on. Well, we know Dale's exceptional anyway as a racer, so that would have been a good race if we had got them both down there. But Matthew has done the deed. Now we've got Daniel Morris and Dave Goldie. 829 dial in for the small block of Morris and a 758 for the big block of Goldie. The Master Art Designs up against the All-Site Demo, the Pontiac, the Cutlass. Choose your beast.
That's just for round 1 matchup, Terry. A small block and a big block walk into a bar.
That's it, right.
The big block says, I've got the cubes, but the small block says, I've got the RPM.
That's it. And it's like, and here's the small block. 412 cubes of small block, 632 cubes of big block in that Cutlass. You're right. But you know what? When the lights come down and you got a dial in there, and Daniel's had a bit of a break from a lot of it this year. I know so it'll be interesting to see how Dan, whether he can get up to speed again quickly, because he's pretty sharp. He has been number 1.
Yeah. And you look at the times today on both sides of the racer card, and both have been ultra consistent across their 3 qualifying passes. So it'll set us up for what should be a cracker first run matchup in Top Sportsman.
Oh, 005 red for Dan. Dave Goldie won't care. A 038. Here comes the big block. 756 on a 758 under the dial-in. But Dave would have seen that win light, and he knew that Daniel Morris had dropped the dreaded red.
Yeah, that's it. That's the opportunity that's beckoned. Back to back.
Well, mate, he is on 89 and Danny Lake's on 74. So, mate, I think it's pretty well done. But that doesn't mean it'd be nice to win the night as well. Paul Dove, 020 for Paul, a 028 for Tony. Will the Calibra have enough in the back end? No, it won't. Both of them have gone under their dial-in. So Paul Doblin's gone 864 and an 867. Tony White has gone 786. Push hard way. Something had to give, and they both went through it, and Paul Doblin was victorious in that round.
It certainly wasn't their foot on the throttle that was giving, was it? Their foot planted to the firewall.
It was, yeah. That's exactly it. There's probably a dent in the back of the firewall from the pedal. But Danny Lake, he's the other part of the puzzle. Danny Lake is in second place. 807 for Dan. Neil Maxwell with a 738, one of our faster cars in the field, with a dial-in of 738. Got about close to 190 mile an hour on the top end of that thing of Maxwell's in the Precise Automatics Pontiac.
Oh, he's not mucking around. He's gone straight into full speed. He's double bulbed Danny Lake.
He has. Danny Lake's going, look, the Lang's Building Supplies, Cutlass. He's going, Danny going,
Give me a
what are you doing now? He's just gone in.
Here for a good time, not a long time.
That's right. Maybe Neil's got plans.
Let's get this show on the road.
There's a podcast on later on tonight. Oh, look at that. But Danny says, how about a 031, Neil, and a 108 for Neil? But will the big top end come in and get him? It most certainly will, because Dan has gone under his dial-in by quite a bit, actually. An 800 on an 807. Maxwell, 761 on a 738. Bit off the dial in, but 185 mile an hour in the top end. Imagine that. Now, he's still got 20 odd mile an hour on the top of Dan. So that thing was coming hard and strong, and Dan knew he had to be on the money.
Yeah, that's it.
So Steve Sloan in the mighty Gemini. 955 for the Penrite Oils Gemini. So let's see what Steve can do. He's running off that 955 in double DOM. Won't be anything to do with that light. This will all be about what Steve can do. Oh, he's backed out of it too. But still goes a 929 off that 955 with the double DOM record. Oh, that is quick. And just 122 mile an hour.
It's just lazy across the finish line.
Was, wasn't it?
122 mile.
I reckon he had his foot up on the
lazy.
dashboard, leaning up and leaning back in the seat going across the line there, Steve. That was impressive.
So that's nice pass there for Steve Sloan, the Penrite Oils Gemini. It's up in boogies, that's for sure. But as the racers in Group 2 like to do, they just like to play the game, don't they? They don't like to show their cards all at once.
That's it. And it's off an index, Mark was just informing me. So, because as we know, every time we do a different category like this in comp, it'll be off either be off an index, off a track record, a national record, or some other record they just pluck out of the air. And
it's almost like Street Outlaws, isn't it?
It is.
The stipulations that we're putting into place.
It's like saying, mate, yeah, no, he can start. He can. I'll give him the rear wheel. He can stage from the rear.
I'll give him the hit.
So Rahim Tar and Nicholas Galea. So Nicholas is off the 770. Rahim is off the 930. But yeah, oh, that doesn't look good. Looks like is the car not found reverse for Nick?
So they ran an 819 in the...
No, car just went dead. I think he's got it started up now, though.
The car ran an 819 in the third qualifier, but it did have problems in its first two passes down the track.
Feels like the old days back at Surfers, seeing a BDA car, or they always had categories that were all a little bit different back in the day. So good to see the car was okay. It just went quiet. But now it's back to full noise. See how close Nick can go to that 770 and how close Rahim can go to that 930 in that very tough sounding Ford utility.
Yeah, that's it there. And the number 4 and number 5 qualifier, so it tells you it's going to be a close race.
Mm. Oh, gets out all right. 0.37, 0.58 for Galea. Well, the car really sounds like it's having a bit of an issue, but Rahim won't care. Goes through for 9.68. So off that 9.30.
Yeah, so his quickest pass for the day, unfortunately, for Galea in the dragster. It was sort of a tail of the tape of the first couple of passes. It just wasn't a happy chappy.
Tar's car most definitely hooked up well then. Really just looked the goods then. And speaking of the goods, we have Mr. Jai Schluter coming through in the NGK 477 Garage Cavalier. Off that 913 index in DMP. Has gone half a second. When you say that out loud, it's like 547 under. So if you're talking about someone who's bought, you know, a Kmart set of sockets and someone's bought a full set of Sid Chromes, this is what we're talking about. Someone's brought the the correct tools for the job. And here it is right here. So let's see what Jai can do.
Yeah, really is leading the way in the Queensland SuperComp.
I reckon everyone in that team should have the blue shoes. The blue runners. I reckon they look good. The whole team should have it. It'd look good. Matches the car. Car looks good. As they go through the process to bring Jai in. As it has had a history of having quick cars and tough cars, very tough cars. What will he do? Pick the front up, cut a 009, a colour 019 red, get off it at about half track and said, no, that'll do. He said, I gave you commentators a wheel stand.
Yeah,
that's all you
it.
get. That's all you get.
Hopefully the meeting director got a flight clearance from Amberley down the road.
So we need Junior Dragster, Super Street and Real Street to the lanes. And I would assume that would be for their third round. Second round.
Second round.
I feel like it's taken, I thought we were going through quicker than what we thought, but obviously that was remiss of me. So, mate, once again, it's a beautiful, nice evening out there. Big, how good are those three guys over on the hill there? They've been here like all day. Look at you guys. I'm seriously, I almost feel like when I get off the commentary, just going and grabbing a chair and going and sitting with them, just so I feel like I'm part of the little three team up the top there.
Take your roving mic with you, Terry. You can have a chat.
Actually, the roving mic probably would work over there, but you guys probably wouldn't let me get a word in because, mate, it's fraught with danger when I did diesel assault and there was a lot of F-bombs at the crowd.
You got to be careful. Yeah.
The Zoomers, they love to drop the F's because they think, I'm on the microphone.
This is my opportunity.
Yep,
They're making TikToks.
And everybody's videoing them going, have a look at me.
Yeah, talk to this bloke in the group. Talk to him.
Yeah, and they always pick the drunkest,
They do,
foolish
yeah,
guy. They never pick the, talk to this guy because he actually knows a little bit about this. No. Talk to Tomo. He's drunk. He's lost his license 3 times.
Yeah, Tomo's 19. He's got a mullet, and
he's on his 4th red plate.
Yeah,
because he keeps losing his license. So not these boys up there. Big shout out to the lads over there and everyone over there on the grassy area. I'm so proud of you. And then we go and have a look at our beautiful crowd over there on the stands. How are we, folks? We all having a good night? How good was Top Fuel? That was wild. It's just that having that in the house is just beautiful, isn't it?
it was excellent.
The
nitro flames at night time just hit differently, don't they?
Yeah, it warms your little drag racing heart, doesn't it, when you see those, when you've got something that hurts your eyes and ears.
Pretty sure as well I saw on the Premier racing page that the Premier engineer Ludo Lacroix was coming out as well for a bit of a look. So
Really? Okay.
Don't quote me on that. But it was on Facebook, so it must be true, right?
Oh, everything that's on the internet is true. Everything on the internet is true. Yeah. Anyway, who are we waiting for? What have we got? What have we got strolling up?
I heard that Mark's Wikipedia page had already been updated to retired racer.
Mate, you dropped that bomb early, and it's stuck. I just keep thinking, the poor guy's here, calling the QDRCs, doing the right thing as a volunteer for Willowbank, and you dropped the bomb that he's a retired modified racer. The car's just parked up, you know that. The car's just at home parked up.
It's in race-ready condition, but it just hasn't been out here for a while.
I know it's cruel, Mark. I'm siding with you on this one, mate. I think Wade can be very vindictive at different times.
I'm still salty that you beat me in my first Street Series race 8 years ago.
Well, Mark's still salty that he's never beaten me in a Street Series race. That was quick, wasn't it, Mark? You'd almost forgotten about that, hadn't you? So I think we're waiting for whether there was an issue down the deep end or But those categories, Junior Dragster, Super Street and Real Street, if you'd like to make your way around. I did see Vans went in Junior Dragsters, was that right? And Vans is on top of the points?
Yeah, Junior
Went first
Dragster.
rate.
Yeah, so actually 4 of our top 6 in Junior Dragster gone.
Mate,
Gone in the first round.
you know, that has been kind of how it's been this year at the QDRCs, hasn't it? All of a sudden you think, we've got Mark giving us finger signals for his for calling him a retired modified racer. It's just cruel, Wade.
How many seasons have you missed? I just one.
Did you? That's what he's saying. So, yeah, but there was a few. Was there any other categories that had a bit of a shake-up?
Look, if you go through the list, I know Super Sedan has been pretty close. Super Sedan was close, so the top 3, which are separated by 3 points, all made it through to the next round.
So that would be Morris. So that would be Damien Morris,
Adam White and Mitch Bauer.
Tell you what, you got to, the good races. You got to be good here, don't you? You really have to be exceptional to win here at Willowbank. And when you come to the finals, you and I know that every year with Mark and I and you and whoever's calling the finals, it's always interesting. You don't know what is going to happen.
And that's the thing as well. You can string such a good season together, 5 rounds of racing, have a really good season, and then it just doesn't go your way at the final event, and you don't get the championship.
Yeah.
So I suppose that is for us, it's the exciting part that the final round is eliminations because it opens the field up to the last round.
I think, and look, to be honest, we've got a few of those boys who are racing, a few of the people who are racing tonight in the bike categories, in Real Street, and those sort of guys as well. A lot of them are racing next week at that street meet as well. And for the first time in a whole season, they will go through a different combination where they actually will have a final 8. Whereas normally, we talk about the QDRC running on a round robin, they will get 3 goes and we'll go into a final.
That's right.
Whereas the street series, of course, will go through a knockout every round. And, if you got to turn up, and have your A game ready straight up.
It's like the footy finals, isn't it? You've done the hard work through the season to make that top 8, and then
all of a
now
sudden,
it's finals time, and it's different intensity. It's you got to bring that top game to each round of racing too. So Super Sedan and Super Street, you guys should be in the heading around to the staging lanes, but we are heading into our second round of SuperFloor Junior Dragster. So as I just mentioned, 4 of our
Quick microphone change. I'm back into round 2 of SuperFloor Junior Dragster.
Mark, you ready for this?
Wait, mate. Wait.
No, I'm just going to say, I'm Terry, and I'm now in your right speaker, and Mark is in your left speaker.
Okay.
In case all those people who are listening on Spotify in stereo.
So up on track, we've got Paige King, Sophia Lode. Paige King dialing 892. Implications in the championship for Paige. It's basic. She needs to win. And she's got a 163 light here to Lode's 105, so she's behind on the reaction time side of things.
She's going to need to try and reel it in.
And she gets the win, Paige King.
Well done to Paige. An 899 and an 892 with a 163 mark. You wouldn't think so, because when you go back down to Sophia with an 880 on an 861, that was good racing.
That's great racing.
That is from Paige. That was excellent. Really, really well done.
So,
where is Paige sitting in the points currently?
So she started the event down in around 9th or 10th. So a little bit behind, but mathematically she's in with a chance. Because Vance went out in round 1, it's opened the door up for all these drivers that were down a little bit further.
We were talking about that before. It's like how often these races, it's like you come to a final event like this, and if they're all blocked up and all of a sudden the big hitters go quick, it gives so many people so many other races an opportunity who might have thought, oh, well, so-and-so and so-and-so are probably going to go through. Once they don't go through, all of a sudden you're second-guessing yourself, thinking, have I got the ability now? Or others will be going, now's my chance. And that's, I suppose, on race day, Mark, if you're believing that, look, I'm just out of the top 4, but you know what? If I can get anywhere close, I can still win this thing.
Exactly, mate. So there's 30 points on offer for the winner tonight. Final call for Super Street. Final call for Super Street to the lanes, please. That is your final call now. So you're 30 points on offer. So Paige King, in theory, can finish on 95 points. But a lot of other drivers can finish higher than that, so they need to go out early.
Yeah. But she's done the best thing she can possibly do by taking the first 2 and saying, well, there it is.
And this is another driver here on track, Jacob Schultz, with the exact same opportunity.
Yep.
So he just needs to win. He's on 68 points, so he can get a maximum of 98 with a win tonight.
And Jacob's in a B Junior with dialing in at an 858 in the A Civil car. Isabella Hunter is in the Playful A Junior with an 836. So not too much even to an A to a B in the dial-in. So it'll be pretty close on the leave of the line. So these two should, theoretically, they'll be going over the line pretty well side by side. So it is going to come down to the hundredths, thousandths of a second to see who's going to win this one. Really, Mark, you and I talk about this quite often. Will it come down to who cuts the better light?
Yeah, obviously the reaction times is huge, the whole shot.
It was wrong in the last race.
It is, and I'm just thinking, I think at the moment with the way the conditions are, it's like who knows their car's better?
Yeah.
Who knows their car and their dial-in's better?
Oh, I tell you what, it's all over. Jacob Schultz has done a 007 red, and Isabella Hunter with a 088 says, thank you very much. The Playful A Junior is going through to the next round.
Great run for Isabella. 088 on the tree, 838 on the 836. Very, very good package there.
That's tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's good work. Well done, Isabella.
So, and when I talk about knowing your car, well, Jacob actually broke out by a bunch there.
He did too, yeah.
So where Isabella was on the money.
Makes you wonder whether is it the coolness in the air or is it just the nerves? I reckon a lot of it could be nerves. Maybe,
well, it was
Mark?
so close for Jacob's red light there. You're only talking thousandths of a second.
Yeah.
He was on the money. You know, that could have been just staging half an inch shallower, and it's a green sort of thing. You know.
And it's not as if he's his first rodeo. He's a good racer.
Yeah, when you're off the bottom bulb, if you've gone 00 red, that's just that. It really is. It's just unlucky. You're on the wrong side of the tree. But if you go like big red, when you're talking like 40 or 50 or up to a 10th, like you're a bit early. You're a bit early.
There's been a lack of concentration, but not in that case. So Siobhan Harvey in the AA Junior Dragster with a 765 in the Yuasa battery car. Nixon King with the A Junior in the Mick King Transport 801 dialing.
Nixon is the biggest outsider. Mathematically, that could potentially still win the championship. He would need drivers to lose this round of racing.
Got a tough competitor here up against Siobhan Harvey.
Exactly.
Has done it before. Very good, very tough. Been very successful in back in the home country as well. So look, I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nixon King 003 on the tree. It's going to be an automatic win because Harvey's gone red.
I would like to know how many times I've seen Siobhan Harvey go red, and I reckon it's probably maybe once or twice a season, if that. And it might only be in qualifying. That is a rare beast, that is. But well done to Nixon. 804 and an 801 with a 003. Well done, Nixon. Just like that. They're throwing them out, Mark. It's brutal. It's like a cage fight down here with the juniors. It's just, you know, anybody who's got... we thought the first round was rough. It's going to keep getting rougher.
So next up, and it is another race with championship implications. We're going to say that a bit tonight. Max Rowling is one of our drivers. I think there's about 6 drivers left now within a chance.
So a 775 for Rowling, 848 for Usher.
And again, win. That's the name of the game for Max Rowling, is winning. So all the pressure is on Max here. Charlie, not in the championship hump, just out here for a good time. So you'd think all the pressure is over in that rocket side of the racetrack here at Willowbank Raceway.
And you're right, because when you're not in contention, quite often you can be so relaxed, you can have your best meeting.
Exactly, 100%, mate. I believe that.
Except tonight.
Except tonight, because
Except tonight, Charlie was too relaxed and left too early. You want to go home.
they're railing with the automatic win, and it keeps the dreams alive.
So, well, both of them got under their dial-ins too, Mark. So it just goes to show that it was a solid effort too from both of them. An 8:45 and an 8:48 for Charlie. A 7:73 and a 7:75 for Max. Probably tested that after seeing the red light and seeing the when light come up for him on the at the end of the track. So probably gave it a bit of a test.
Yeah, and even if these drivers that are in with mathematical chances, but the drivers above them still advance, they're still the top three. You still have a chance to finish top three and get there on the awards night for Willowbank and pick something up.
So modified bike, modified and super sedan to the lanes, please. Super sedan, modified and modified bike, please.
So even if you're still in the hunt and you're like, well, I can't get first now because this driver A is still in the field, well, I can still get second or I can get third. Yeah,
that's right. So it's,
So there's always that goal there, and then even if you're outside that, well, I can get the win and spoil it for someone else.
Yeah. Nothing better than being the spoiler, is there? So here comes the second of the Harvey cars with Carlos Harvey in the B Junior with a 865 dial-in. James Loday.
We haven't seen James come forward yet.
No, we haven't seen him nudge it forward yet, so not too sure what's going on there. But James.
But both these drivers can be spoilers tonight because they're not in the championship hunt.
And I am not seeing James
No
Loday.
James. So it might be a solo. It looks like it's going to be a buy run here for Carlos Harvey. Carlos out with an 0.96 reaction time. He's doling 8.65 seconds, so he's got the freebie here to test out the dial. We've seen a lot of breakouts, and we see that again, 8.61 at 76 miles an hour. Actually, did James pull up on that last run in the first round? Was it James the junior that won and then had issues?
Oh, okay.
It might have been. Anyway.
That's disappointing for the Lodays. So Lexi Lancaster and Carl Schultz. 765 for Carl, 866 for the B Junior of Lexi. So I thought Carl was Carl up there in the going all right at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. Carl is well and truly in the hunt. This is a big, big race. So Carl is, well, he came to the event fourth, but I think he's moved up to second now after the win in round one and the people that we've seen lose. Lexi, the rookie, in her first ever season of Junior Dragster, doling 866. And actually got runner-up at one event from memory.
Yeah, and Lexi with the crew, both resplendent in their Christmas shirts. Matching
they do look
Christmas
good.
Shirts.
So 1 second separates the two drivers on their dial-ins. Lexi will leave first. The chase by Carl Schultz.
Just waiting for Carl to nudge it into full stage. The A-Civil car is in. Or 190.
Double 03 for Carl Schultz. That is slight there on the reaction time side of things.
Unless he goes under, he's looking solid.
Oh, what a race.
Well done.
Carl Schultz gets the win.
So an 868 on an 866 for Lexi is a good run, but a 771 on a 765 with a 003 mark.
And he was off the throttle as well, so he could have been even closer to that dial-in.
Well done.
He did everything right on that pass there. Under pressure.
Yeah.
Knowing that the championship, you're the defending champion, knowing that you need to keep winning to potentially go back-to-back. And he pulls off a 003 for Carl Schultz. Incredible.
And that's someone who's calm. That's someone who's calm in their mind, because if they can cut a light like that, when you know that, look, I'm in with a big chance here still with round two, you know that they're obviously in a good spot mentally. So well done, Carl. But here we go. Jet Pirano, Nixon Canuli, 768 for Nixon, 811 for Jet.
So Jet Pirano looking to be the spoiler here. Canuli, Nixon Canuli. He's now in the box seat for the championship.
Yes. So there's no pressure whatsoever, Mark.
Well, there is pressure because Carl obviously is still through to round three, and he was only 3 points behind Nixon.
What I'm saying is there is every bit of pressure. There is every bit of pressure.
So Nixon still has to win.
And the junior dragsters will be talking about it down the lanes. You know, the crew
they
will
all
saying,
know.
they'll be
all
saying,
know.
did he go through? Did he go through? Yes, he's gone through. Okay. So knowing full well that not only now do you have to try and go through, you definitely have to no matter what. So next at Donnelly, Jet Pirano. The wriggle and a shuffle as they get them into full stage.
Oh, great light from Donnelly. 021 to an 073, 500s advantage to Nixon. Win light goes to Nixon Donnelly, 770, 768. Pirano breaks out by 4 there.
I was actually going to say it looked like Jet was going a little bit too quick, and it actually was true. An 810 on an 811. And yeah, nice light there from Donnelly. Nice tidy package there from Nixon. Well done. And we'll go through to the next one.
So I think that now takes out some of our lower drivers that were still in the
Because
championship
there's no
hunt.
chance.
Yeah, because they've gone past the points that they can get with a win.
Oh, it adds spice, Mark, doesn't it?
That it does. That it does.
Yeah, so it really is looking like a Donnelly Schultz. We've got Max Rowling in there, but these other two boys, they're the ones that have you've got to try and catch if you can. And with 1 round to go, probably not, but those two, that's going to be the pivotal point, the next round of juniors with Donnelly and Schultz.
Yeah, Donnelly, Schultz, Rowling.
Yep.
And maybe Page King as well. I'll have to work out the maths on that, but yeah. So yeah, Donnelly, Schultz, I think, are Rowling. It'll be out of those 3. Oh, yeah, it's not happy. Amelia Wright's Junior Dragster there. She's got out strong with a 130 reaction time. Yeah, get the young fella out there to push it. He's got the young legs. There's the cardio workout for the day.
That is. Got the Fitbit going. It's 172. Or maybe not.
It's good to see the crew helped as well with
probably
him.
135.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, the crew are all down there just having a chat about stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, you guys should have run down and helped poor Amelia. Look at you all sitting there, standing there having a discussion about it. It's like a it's like a Tupperware party down there.
It does. Listen, look at all the girls. They're just watching. No one helping.
That's that.
That was a good effort. That was a good effort to get that car back.
And it wasn't even like a slow pushback either. It was like a bit of pace.
He had a bit of speed to him.
He could be part of
He
your...
could play footy for us.
Say, yeah, mate, I like the way that you're, even when you're at drag racing, you're still looking for opportunities for your touch football team. I love that, Mark.
I've gone through nearly everyone here at the racetrack.
You've said that before, you said it. I've been in these conversations, we've gone, did you play, did you? And I've heard, here it comes. If you want to come and play for the Bradburys. But you know what? That's it. You got to do your touting, and you got to get this
scouting, mate. They're scouting.
Is that
just always look at that backup person's got a bit of a good stride on them. Can you catch a football?
Yeah, that's it.
No, well that's all right. None of us can either.
As long as you're fast.
Yep.
And fit. Marcus McDonald and Kai Badcock. This is a junior drag bike. And as I said, this is a we're doing. What will they call it? It's display runs tonight?
Yeah, they're just a showcase of the junior drag bike class because obviously it's a brand new class and they're still trying to get competitive numbers up. I think once they can get like 6 or 8 consistently, they can look at putting him on the championship calendar.
Well, Kai got a red, but a 4:35 for Marcus. Well, Marcus, that bike did not want to shift up, but doesn't matter. Gets the win anyway. Goes through for 9.99 and a 9.25, and even though Kai got a red light, he got a 10.54 and a 10.45. So I do hope Modified Bike, Modified Super Sedan, Super Street and Real Street are in the lanes, because you are supposed to be. So who have we got there, Mark? In that,
that will be, I think that's going to be Jaden.
Yeah, it's going to be Jaden Badcock on the B Junior drag bike with a 9.49 dial in on the Pro Cycle Dyno Junior. Let's see how Jaden goes. Just had Kai go down. See if Jaden can just hear him on that throttle, just nudging it into the beams. Gets out with a 105. Not too bad a light. Let's see how close Jaden can go to that 949. Shift sounds good. 963 at 72. Not too bad at all. It's one of those categories where you think that it's a fairly reasonably priced
it is. It's a good entry point.
Category to get into too. I think a lot of the guys you could probably do it for around 2 to 3 to 4 grand.
You can
get yourself a bike into
Definitely.
the junior.
I can see Brett Farnell down there just checking out the track, mate. It hasn't changed since you prepped it, so you don't need to check it. You've been here all week.
That's the. I'm seeing a lot of hand gesturing here at the track today. It must be something. Going on here.
Love you, Brady.
Mate, he went well. He's gone through the
Mate,
next round.
I think he's got the solo into the final.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic!
So
well
he's
done.
gone really well.
And he's had a good campaign.
Actually, I think it's 1, 2, and 3 in modified that are in the semi-finals.
Oh, that's brutal. How? Do you use the cliche of the cream rises to the top? Do we use that yet, or is it too early?
Oh, you can if you want, but
you reckon? I'll wait till after the third round, Mark. Then I'll bring it. Here we go. Here comes the boys. Here we go. What have we got here?
Real Street, round number. Are we into round?
Should be
2 or 3?
Is it?
2. Round 2.
It is 2.
Yep. Round 2 of Real Street on track. Ian Nielsen and Paul Nielsen. So dial-ins, not too much difference between the two. The Holden of Nielsen's 11.98. He gets out with an 0-1-0 reaction time. I tell you what, I thought it was going to be red because he started moving early.
He did, didn't he? Just the car
and then when it's green,
dipped down at the back.
That's one of those times when you're in the driver's seat and you're like, okay, that's going to be red. It's green. That's going to be good.
Yeah. And you know what?
And it
would have been good if he didn't go under his dial-in by
0.001 of a second for Ian Nielsen.
That was brutal.
That was good fun.
Oh. Gosh, so he's gone. So anyway, QDRC SuperComp and Sportsman. And now we move. We've got Matt Coates.
Yeah, Top Sportsman Modified Bike and Super Sedan should be in the lanes and SuperComp.
That was brutal.
That was 1/1000 of a second breaker. Tough. Were they brothers or? I'm
not too sure.
No, I'm not too sure either. So there might have been extra bragging rights just with the last name Nielsen on both sides. We see Matt Coates. He's got the freebie, the easy passage through to the next round of Real Street.
He's probably listening into us as well.
Are you listening in? Is there an indicator there?
He'll put his
no indicator.
Matt's saying, I don't need to listen to Mark and Terry.
No, not listening to us.
Well, you know, he's gone under his dial-in by a bit of
by a bunch, yeah.
Yeah, by a ton. So 12.14 on a 12.18 for Matt in the Bridgestone Albany Creek VF. The Dragon Wagon. Love it.
They're all a bit more serious in the Street Series. You'd get the indicator if that was the Street Series.
Oh, those guys, they're all up for a bit of fun, a bit of shenanigans, Mark. You know that. You've won it. You've won it. You've been track champion.
Yeah. That was a long time ago, mate. I'm retired now, so I forget about those things.
Yeah, hang on, maybe Wade got it wrong. You're a retired.
Definitely retired from the
Street Series racer now. Not. So Darren Piddington, Wayne Nipperis, 11.25 for Darren in the Capri, 10.77 for the Camaro of Wayne Nipperis.
Ooh, better get the Super Street.
Yeah, here we go.
Out. Yeah,
Wayne's got to do some. Wayne's got to chase by about half a second. Oh, look at that. Piddington gets out with a 1.24, a 0.87 for Nipperis. Not too much in it. Wayne's out in front, but will he be too quick? Not too sure. No. Nice and safe. A 10.89 on a 10.77 for Wayne. That is good for the custom-built Kitchens Camaro. 11.40 on 11.25. A little bit off the dial-in for Darren, which is a bit unusual, but sadly we won't get to see that beautiful orange Capri back, but we will get to see Wayne in the Camaro.
Yeah, that was 3rd and 4th in the championship, so Nipperis advancing to the next round of Speed Elec Prime Science Super Street. Next up, John Riley, Troy Hutton. Hutton, the defending Super Street champion.
Battle of the Utes, Mark. 10.84 for Hutton, 12.00 for Riley. Oh, Troy Hutton, a 2.54, 0.86 for Riley. Gee, I tell you, I don't know if you can give John Riley that much. He'll hurt you. Oh, but no, he's driven round him. Hutton has driven round him with a 10.92 on a 10.84 and a 12.34 on a 12.00 is not going to be good enough for John. He got the light, But I tell you what, Troy Hutton made the most of the dial-in, and he's taken the win.
Taskus, Super Street Championship leader.
Yep.
Has a little bit of a buffer over Hutton.
The Tuna Racing panel van of Matt Francis. Oh, gee, bumped that in hard, Mark. Oh, it bumped in so hard it's gone red. Another racer, really, Sean Taskus, good racer. Do you really need to give him
You don't want to give up.
a red light?
I don't think you want to give anyone a red light.
No,
Let's be
but
honest.
let alone Sean. Sean's like he's a good racer, and Matt's gone, here you go, have a red light. 11.12 on 11.10. Look at that, nice and tidy, Sean. That's why he's so good.
And next up, we've got John McKnight in the Tirana for KPM Performance to take on Travis Greaves in the XD Falcon for PST Performance. Dial-ins, McKnight 11.95 will leave first, and just over a second later we'll see Greaves to chase down. He's dialed in at 10.78 seconds.
The mighty green Tirana and the mighty white Ford. Oh, red light for Travis, so it's all over. John McKnight's got a 119. John will see that win light come up in front of him, and he'll probably test his dial-in now. Yep, 11.91 on 11.95. He's gone under it, so he tested it. He would have seen. Now we know what John's like. He's a regular racer. He would have seen that win light, and he would have gone, "I'll just test this dial-in." And yep, didn't need to keep anything in the back pocket, and away he went.
Well, Super Street still not decided yet, but Sean Taskus does almost have one hand on the trophy for the championship.
Yes.
As we move now into Super Sedan. 1, 2, and 3 in the championship, all won in round 1. And we've got the championship leader on track straight off the bat here in round 2. He has a slender 1-point lead over Damien Morris and 3 points over Adam White.
So McDonald's got a big task here in this car, so it'll be tough.
That he does, especially up against championship leader Mitchell Bauer.
Yeah.
Mitchell Bauer will be in the Ford. You can see him on the start line there, door open, just waiting to be given the signal that we're ready to move forward with this round of Super Sedan.
Let me tell you this, though. We've discussed it with Mitch and Christy before. Christy has been track champion in Powder Puff in the street meet. Mitch, they always have a bit of a chat about it. Mitch says, I never do well in the street meet. He said, I've never won, never been, track champion or anything. Christy has, he said, but I haven't. But when it comes to QDRC, this guy's just a good racer. He's a very good racer.
Yeah, I sometimes I've seen this in the past, and I don't know if this is Mitchell Bauer's case, but there have definitely been drivers that are very good off the bottom bulb, and there have been drivers that are very good off the top bulb. But they seem to excel in one and not the other.
No. That's interesting.
And then you get natural drivers like myself, I don't know,
Oh. Boom, boom. Well done, Mark.
I'm retired. I'm retired. Just stirring.
So 9.38 for Mitch. And Darren in the mighty little Corolla, a 9.18 in the 2JZ powered Corolla.
Good light there from Bauer, 069 to 126. Championship leader, Mitch Bauer in the box seat.
Unless he goes under his dial-in, he's got this safe. And he most certainly won't.
I tell you what, he was a bit closer to his dial-in than I expected. He definitely took it out, almost out the back door there. But it's a win. And you know what's funny is that in Super Sedan, it's pretty much you just have to win in the top three because it's less than a round of racing separating the drivers. It's just whoever goes further. And this is huge.
Oh, this
Terry,
is big.
this is huge.
Yes.
We will end someone's championship dreams here and keep the others alive.
What's it going to be? The late model Commodore? Is it going to be the Monaro? 9.94 for Damien Morris, 9.53 for Adam White. This, as Mark pointed out, this is a pivotal point in this category.
Whole shot goes to Adam White by 200s. 0.14 to an 0.32.
Nothing in it, Mark. Who's going to get it?
It's going to be Damien Morris with a 9.94 on a 9.94. Breakout from Adam White.
That was wild. Adam knew. Even though he got the better of the tree, he knew he had to go hard. He knew he was up against Morris. He knew that he had to do something special. and he just went a little bit too quick. And Damien Morris said, well, I can go right on my dial-in, and guess what? He did.
And this is what I said before. I think tonight is about the drivers that know their cars better.
Yeah. Man, that was wild. I tell you what.
Incredible.
Comp Bike, Super Comp, and Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Junior Dragster. You should be up there now, please, as well. Junior Dragster to the lanes, Top Sportsman, Super Comp, and Comp Bike. Oh, well, here we go. How about this bloke here, mate? He's pretty well got it wrapped up, or has got it wrapped up.
He's got it wrapped up. Yep, that is.
But someone
unofficially
wants to spoil his party for the night, and maybe this bloke, Alan Annis, might spoil his party. There it is. The party is over. Alvizio takes the championship, but will not go through to the final because Alan Annis Jr. with a 0.34 light and an 8.70 on an 8.67 will take the win. Brian, that's unusual. The pressure got to him.
It wasn't a big red.
I just like the fact that we're on overtaking lanes, so Brian will listen back to it, and he's just going to he'll give us all a mouthful about it. And I love that.
I got a message from him like midnight after the last event.
Yeah. We're never going to a Hungry Jack's after a meeting with him ever again because he'll be bending our ear saying, you too.
Oh, Tammy Goldthorpe, Scott March on track. Goldthorpe out with an 0.60.
Watch
a
this.
full 10th advantage to Goldthorpe. Scott March has gone 160. Tammy's way out in front, and it's a breakout. I thought she might have been too far ahead. And she was. She went 11.06 too quick on that 11.11 dial, and Scott goes safe with an 8.99 on the 8.95.
Now, you ready? We talked about the theory about Tammy racing the street bike because she's racing in the street next week.
She was on the brakes too.
That was exactly what she's done tonight.
Yep.
Did racing the street bike. Dennis didn't want to say too much, but Tammy admitted it, and I went, yep. May as well get some racing practice in for next week because next week's going to be tough. Tonight was tough, but there we go. So have a look at this. We've got
Johnny Lewis.
Look how Johnny just leaned down over that bike. It's just hunched down. It was quick earlier. Look at that, 8.28. 1.57.
Oh, how about that?
Oh,
take a photo of that,
Johnny,
Terry, for the commentary page.
That is fantastic.
Dead on
Johnny
with
Lewis.
a 0. 8.28 on an 8.28 with a 0.
That is sensational.
I think that's the first one we've seen tonight.
Sorry. Hey, Merry Christmas from Pentford's Bag Racing for all you guys in the town. Are you sure? Thank you for everything you do. How are you doing?
All right, we got modified on track. Knijff Earthmoving semi-finals for the modified races. Brett Farnell with the solo pass through to the final. So, looking at the points, I think for Brett to win the championship, he would need Lucas to lose this round of racing. I think. So, he's got one. So he's through to the final anyway. So that's the first thing here for Brett. He gets a bit of data. Now with an 0.31 reaction time, he's stolen 8.30 seconds. 8.34 for Brett on that 8.30. So the 400's over the dial. You probably don't want to be giving up that much on the dialing going into the final, but it's data for him. And he's through. So Brett Farnell is into the final of Knijff Earthmoving Modified. Will he face off against Chris Reed, second to the championship, or will he be taking on the championship leader in Lucas Holst, the reigning, the defending Knijff Earthmoving Modified champion? He's about to move forward now through the burnout procedure, and the yellow altered. So Chris Reed is doled in at 8.49 seconds. Lucas Holst is doled in at 9.37. Just remember, Lucas didn't get a pass in round one.
No, that was a bit
so
complicated.
No data.
But don't worry about the data. This is a guy who's just rattled off 2 000s in qualifying. Go on.
He hasn't had a lap since the heat of the day for Lucas. That's what I'm just thinking out loud.
He is...
Oh, no, he's a gun. He is an absolute gun. So yeah, I'm just interested to see what it does here with these cooler conditions. He's out with an 041. He's got a huge advantage because Reed has gone 170. He's coming up beside him. Dial-ins now.
Oh, there it is. 932 on a 937. Lucas has gone under his dial-in. 946 on an 846 on an 849 is not as bad. Chris Reed will get the win over Lucas Holtz. That is played up against with that last round with the issue going on. That was brutal. What a way to finish the.
And it was in the back of my
campaign.
mind. That's why I was talking about it.
Can we get testing to lane 3, please? Testing to lane 3. Mark.
That's huge.
Mark, I cannot even begin to
That is
try and
huge
dissect.
because
How do we dissect that, mate? How do we dissect
I think I'm going to...
Holtz and Reed? How?
So Brady was on 76. And Chris was on 78. So Lucas was on 86. So they were 10 points behind.
So can that
I
be
think
caught?
who...
With one more, well, that's one more round to go.
No, they got the 5 points from winning that round on
Oh,
Lucas, plus
oh.
5 points for winning. So they're going to get 10 points on Lucas no matter what. The winner. So that means whoever wins, unofficially, I think,
The
if
next.
my maths is correct, whoever wins the final of Modified will win the championship.
Wow. So here we go. Orvine Otar, Ken Collins, 786 for Colin on the 951 for Otar. It is anybody's race, and well done. A 906 on that 951 for Orvine. A 784 on a 786 for Ken Collin. Orvine will get that on the BMW. That was tough. 159 mile an hour and 166 for Ken. That was tough.
Arvine, he was 2 points behind Chris Collins, who's in this race right here.
So this is pivotal. Pacey versus Chris Collin. 891 for Carl Pacey. He's got to go close he can to that. Chris Collin, does he go as close or does he go under it? Because he needs to beat Otar to get there. He needs to get there. Collin, Pacey, anybody's game. This is tough, Mark. Carl gets out with a 108, 103 for Chris Collins, so it's anybody's game. Chris is out, and he's got there, right out there, he'll take the win. An 834. He even got off it a little bit too, so he just eased off on that throttle on that bike, 125 mile an hour. Carl Pacey, 1027, and there you go. Chris Collin, well done. You just got to get everything right, Mark. I'm still getting over that. That race with Lucas.
It'd be interesting to see what actually happens there in the end.
That was wild. That was, and that, you know what? We talked to Lucas at some point in time, and we asked him how much that race put him off, or what opportunity he could have got. Like you said, it's an extra race, but instead he didn't get to race. How much has that messed with his? You know, you and I, but we all know Lucas. You know what Lucas will say? Oh yeah, that's the way it is. He'll probably just be pretty casual about it, but yeah, wow. Now look at this. We're getting the track set up. What are we bringing out? We're bringing out the SuperComp. So Josh Schluter gets the solo. I've got to ask the question: are our IHRA officials allowed to wear shorts to this event? Isn't that? I know it was hot today, but come on.
Lucas might have actually got enough points to get the win. Just trying to work it all out, eh?
That would almost be like, you know.
So tight. It is so
Super
tight.
Street and Junior Dragster to the lanes, please. Super Street and Junior Dragster. Testing, you should be there. Top Sportsman and Comp Bike, you should be there. Comp Bike's is gone. You're gone.
Because there's only 20 points available, so the most Brady can finish on is 96.
And what's
So he'd fall short by 3 points.
3 points to be short. There'd be
Yep.
not much. So here comes Jai in the Cavalier. He's taken the beam. Says, I'm just going to back it out. I don't need to run. And we know he has been absolutely blazing that DMP.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at it, I think...
you reckon he still might be?
I think
in
Lucas
very
has
good
won.
chance?
I think Lucas will have won the
You know
Modified
what?
Championship.
You know how it is. You know, you and I have talked about this all the time.
Yeah, because there's only 20 points
If ever you
on
want to
offer.
know, if ever you want to know how the points are going, ask a racer in that category because they will tell you, Mark. So
Yeah, I
maybe
think
if
Lucas
I have
might
my
have
phone,
it now because there's only 20 points on offer.
Oh.
So the most that Chris Reed can finish on is
we
98. The most that Brett can finish on is 96. And Lucas is probably already on 99. When I'm just doing the maths here.
I'm just waiting for I'm waiting for a comment.
Yeah,
from,
I just got a comment actually as well.
Did you?
I just got one.
I've got a couple of others, a couple of
Yeah,
the,
yep.
couple of the Real Street boys who sent me messages. But so what do you reckon?
I think Lucas has got
Has
it.
got
So
the
I
comp?
think you can't get it. I think they're going to fall short
Wow, but that would have been a turn up. That would have been
because they had a couple breakages in Modified, so they went down
Yeah, they
to only
did
3
too,
rounds
yeah.
of racing. It's left less points on the table. So the most
Did
Brady
I
can get is 20, so that's 96.
Did Pinkstone come round?
He lost in the...
He lost in that
Yeah.
other, because I know he had some issues in qualifying as well, and I was quite surprised when he came back for the first round. I thought, well, whatever it was, the issue was, they obviously, the crew obviously fixed it, or him and the crew. Yeah, Abby McDonald.
Yeah, Abby
it was
didn't come
so
around either, yeah.
Maybe the heat played a fair bit of havoc on a few of these competitors today. So Rahim Tar, Steve Sloan, the Gemini and the Ford. Steve is off that 955 and Rahim is off the 930. So they need to go as close or under as much as they possibly can. That's the way this category works. So they're given a time based on their category they're racing in. So we get to see this tough little Gemini and this angry sounding Ford utility of Rahim. 930.
Yeah, that's the index for the DMSA class of Rahim Tar.
If Steve Sloan hooks this thing up, he's going to be very hard to beat, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. He hasn't shown his cards today, Steve.
You're assuming he's brought the cards.
I've never known Steve to not
No, well,
bring the cards.
he ran a 9.9711, so we know that the car is...
Didn't he back off and run
he most certainly,
like a 920?
It was something ridiculous.
Yeah.
So...
in the first round.
Oh, the red light from Rahim.
No need to push the car here at the Gemini for Steve because he's got the automatic win.
So the mighty little... it pulls the parachute as well. So the mighty little Gemini all the way from Archerfield, the Holden, the home of the Holden Gemini. I love the Gemini. You ever have a Gemini, Mark? I did back in the day. That you might have been a bit too. You had a Honda, but having a
I
Holden,
had a Honda, yeah.
having a Holden Gemini was just like that is Aussie as, mate. If you haven't, if you
Wish I'd bought a couple of Tiranas and Geminis.
Oh no, buy the Tirana, but not a Gemini. I reckon, you know, Geminis. You know, like if you're not broken down on the side of the road in a Gemini, are you really living? I loved my Gemini, but I'll tell you what, it was off the road more than it was on.
They seem to be the pick of cars for 17-year-olds at one point with us. You
Yeah.
either had like the Ford Escort or you had the Gemini.
Yeah, they're a good engine swap combination for drag racing. You see all manner of Geminis, especially back in the day. You go back to Kelly racing with the supercharged car and all that sort of stuff, you know. And but I had a little Gemini and I got rid of it for my first ever. I got rid of it for an RX3. How good is that? That's the wisest choice I think I've ever made. Because my first wife definitely wasn't the best choice I ever made. I can say that now. God, I hope my eldest daughter's not listening to this overtaking lane. I'll get a text
the odds
message
of
and
that,
it's,
mate?
Dad, I heard that. What are the odds?
My kids have no interest in listening to me talk.
Even when you're at home?
Yeah, there's...
So we've called all these guys. We've got the testing cars. Testing, 17324. Super Street, Junior Dragster, Top Sportsman, where are you? Well, I might jump off the microphone, Mark, because I think Mr. Wade Benson, I'm going to insult Mr. Modified all night. He wants to jump back on the microphone. Don't take it personally, Mark.
Okay, top sportsman time. Paul DeBlane, Dave Goldie. Dial-ins, 8.65 for DeBlane, 7.56 for Goldie. 1 second head start for the Ute. Just over 1 second, to be precise.
These guys have raced each other a lot of times, so they'll know each other well. 0.40 for Paul O'Blaine, 0.65 for Dave Goldie, so slight advantage to Paul in the Cobra. But here comes Goldie chasing hard of the Cutlass. Won't be enough. Paul O'Blaine will take the win. An 8.70 with a 2 and an 8.65 is better than Dave Goldie's 7.59 and a 7.56. Paul will move through to the next round.
I think he might have it sewed up now. Oh, Paul in top sportsman. Next up, Neil Maxwell, our number 1 qualifier in the Pontiac for Precise Automatics, to take on Matty Barron, the Aussie Diffs. He's dialed in at 8.64, Maxwell 7.38. Well, Terry thinks Matty's the sleeper in the field.
So Matthew has run an 8.64 and a pair of 8.65s already today. So let's see. First he'll have to cut a good light. He's cut the 0.36, which is better than Neil Maxwell's 0.80, but the Pontiac will be charging hard. Is it enough, or can Matthew hold on? Matthew will hold on an 8.67 on an 8.64, and Neil Maxwell breaks out in the charge, a 7.37 on a 7.38 dial-in. We'll see the Beretta roll through to the staging lanes for the next round. So if that was our two pairings, the next time we see them will be for the final.
Will be the final top sportsman. Yep. We're getting through the action quickly here tonight, this evening. It's just leaving us a little bit of time in between runs because we're waiting on cars to get back to the lanes.
So it does sound like we'll be firing up Junior Dragster for their next round of competition. Brought to us by SuperFloor. So a big thank you to the team at SuperFloor for jumping on board as a category sponsor for the season. See the Yuasa Batteries Junior of Carlos Harvey down there. And over in the Rocket Lane will be the A-Civil SEG Racing Parts Junior of Carl Schultz. So Juniors is one of those championship pitches that continues to unfold in each round of racing, markers. It looks like we lost 4 of the top 6 in the first round, but it looks like all of those that were remaining got through.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting here in Junior Dragster.
So one of those is Carl Schultz, who come into this event in 4th position. He was 5 points behind Vance Pirano, who unfortunately lost in the first round. So he's essentially 3 points behind Nixon Canuli, who is still in the field, looking to go back-to-back as a track champion.
Dial-ins, Harvey 860, Schultz 767, so just under 1 second head start for Harvey. Oh, Schultz again with another killer reaction time. It was 00 last round. This time it's an 0.37 to a 1.13. And the win light will go to Carl Schultz, 771 on his 767. Harvey goes 864 on that 860 dial-in.
All right, next pairing will be Isabella Hunter and Nixon King. So Nixon was pretty sharp on the tree in the last round of racing. Was dialed in an 8.02. Isabella Hunter is dialed in an 8.35 over in the Rocket Lane. But they're just racing for a round victory, a round win. Wanting to get into the final at the end of the night. Finish the season nice and strongly.
Isabel Hunter gets another win here in Junior Dragster with a red light from Nixon King. And Nixon goes through for an 8.04 on that 8.02, but Isabella Hunter with the win, 8.63. A little bit off the dial-in, though, there for Isabella. An 8.63 on the 8.35.
So modified bike, you guys are headed in the staging lanes, please. So we've got Amelia Wright and Max Rowling.
Just remember, we've got a big barbecue tonight as well at the end of racing. So if everyone see all the teams, crew members, anyone see, we've got a massive barbecue here at the end of the night. So make sure you don't take off anywhere. We've got the big barbecue to happen. So Max Rowling. So the most points he can end on is 101, Rowling. So he's potentially still in the hunt, depending on what happens with Canuli and that, and alike. Yes. I think Amelia's car was sort of really shallow in the beams because there's a big red there. Rowling gets the automatic win in 0.89 green and goes to 775 on his 770.
So Max is he's just doing what he needs to do, which is keep turning on win lights. So we've got Paige King over in the rocket lane. Has dialed in a 9:02. And she will race against Nixon Cannuli. So come into this event second on points, but now effectively would be the championship leader.
Yeah, that he would be. I'm just having a look at the points now for Junior Dragster. I think Paige is now out of the running. She had a chance, but because Nixon's still in.
Yep.
But she can definitely be the spoiler. Dial in, 768 for Cannuli, 902 for Paige, so Paige will leave first. 085 for Paige, 081 for Cannuli, fourth hour difference.
This will be close.
It will come down to the dial in. And it's going to be Cannuli, 769 on his 768.
Look at the win margin there too, Mark. It was close across the stripe. Was that 6,000th of a second?
6,000th of a second, yeah. Paige was 904 on the 902 dial in. And Cannuli 769 on his 768 for a win by 0.006 of a second. So Junior Drakes is really, it almost comes down to Cannuli and Carl Schultz now, I think.
Yeah, there was only
possibly Max Rowling.
Yeah, there was only the 3 points separating those two, and they're through to the next round. And as you said, Max Rowling through as well.
I think it's now Cannuli and Schultz are the two drivers in the box seat for the Junior Dragster Championship as we see the Junior Drag bikes on the start line.
So Kai and Jaden Badcock. 10:45 for Kai on the B Junior. Jaden on the B Junior as well, tied in a 9:43. Great category for the juniors that want to get involved in bikes to progress through the ranks. Get involved and learn the fundamentals of bike riding. See them charging hard through the gears there on their way down the 8th mile. 10:61 for Kai and a breakout for Jaden will give Kai the win, a 9:40 on a 9:43 for Jaden.
The good thing about drag racing is it's all numbers. And I'm talking everything. It is all a number. Whether you're talking about what the times you run, the engine, the way the engine works, from everything is just a number. Tire pressures, what you do inside the engine, everything. So I think drag racing is great if you need a kid to get a bit of focus, especially in the mathematics side of things at school. Drag racing. You think about all the engineers as well, what they do with the engines and on flow benches and aerodynamics and wind tunnels and things like that. Marcus McDonald on track on the bike. He goes through for a 9:05 at 74 miles an hour. So if I'm a kid, if I need to, I'm trying to sway my parents to get a junior drag, so I'd be like, hey, here's my PowerPoint presentation of why it'll be good for me to have a junior dragster and why it will improve my grades, especially with mathematics.
So if you're getting to choose what you did your PowerPoint presentation on an IT class or something, you're choosing drag racing and why I should be able to get a bike.
You know how you hear about we would never use Pythagoras' theorem outside of high school. Well, funny you mention that. We might use it in drag racing. We move now into Prime Science Speed Elec Super Street.
Yeah, so down on the start line will be current championship points leader, Sean Taskus, who come in with a 9 or 11 point advantage.
Yeah, I think he might have one hand on that championship trophy now.
Pretty much, yeah, depending on how many rounds are left. But he's dialed in 11:09. 11:93 the dial in for John in the Tirana.
Well, John's got the big hole shot here in the Tirana, 078 to 159. And he gets the win, upset here in Super Street.
Yeah, breakout for Sean Taskus. Left himself too much work to do with the reaction time not in his favour. And John McKnight will head through to the next round.
I don't know if there's enough racing left for Troy Hutton to make up the ground on Sean Taskus in the championship. Well, if there is, he needs to get a win here over Wayne Nipperis. 0.98 for Hutton, 0.54 for Nipperis. So 400's advantage to Wayne Nipperis. But the win light's going to go to Troy Hutton, 10.86 on his 10.84. By 0.04 of a second, he gets the win. Nipperis goes 10.76 on his 10.69, a little bit off his dial, in which allowed Hutton just to sneak on by.
Yeah, good drag race there, Mark.
That it was.
And that looked like it was the semi-finals too. Only the 2 pairings there for Super Street.
Yeah, so we'll have the big barbecue just down in where the trophy presentation is, just down behind the tower. So that's all for all the racers, crew officials. So we are now into a modified bike. We get into the pointy end of our racing tonight. Johnny Lewis has been very sharp so far in racing. Scott Much doled in at 8.95. Lewis on the white. Kawasaki's doled in at 8.28. But it's a whole shot's gone to Scott Much this time. 0.83 to a 1.71. That's a big advantage for Scott Much. He's been consistent all night and gets the win. Goes 9.00 on his 8.95. Johnny Lewis got to the finish line first, but broke out with an 8.24 on his 8.28.
Yeah, and that's what happens. You leave yourself that much on the tree. You've just got to keep in it to try and get to the finish line first. And for Scott Much as well, he's had a good run in the last couple of events. Made the final at the last round in Mod Bike. Doing some rounds of racing today through to the next round, which looks like it could be through to the final.
I think you might be right, mate. Alan Ennis Jr. Number 2 qualifier. Dollar at 8.69 in that creative new cabinet Suzuki. It might be enough he could finish second in the championship, actually, Alan Ennis. Well, him and Temi came into the event tied in second spot, and Temi's out already, so I'd say he's gone through to second spot.
Yeah, correct.
Some freebie here to test the dial, and he goes 8.69 on an 8.69, 153 miles an hour. Very consistent, solid reaction time for Alan Ennis. Watch out in the final of modified bike.
So what have we got coming forward? Looking up on the big screen here over on the hill, which is showing the overtaking lane stream. Looks like it'll be the funny car of Andrew Searle.
Bit of testing here, mate. Andrew Searle has got the one hit in so far today. Has some issues on the other runs.
Yeah, and the last pass that it had, it wasn't anything but straight. Zigged, it zagged its way off the start line.
I think he was in the right lane last time, so he's here in the left lane now, Andrew Searle. The Acme Composites funny car. Ooh, just a little bit jerky there, getting into reverse.
So seasoned racer over the quarter mile. Dabbles in a bit of offshore powerboat racing as well.
Dabbles, he's done pretty all right at the offshore racing. So Andrew Searle, Pro Alcohol Funny Car. We have seen him dip into the 550s, 560s in this funny car. That was seriously aggressive. That was spinning hard. It hooked up and then went into spin. Then he had a bit of shake and had another bit of shake. He's going to have a bit of a headache back in the pits, I think. There was a lot of shake there, looking at the track.
That was, you can see up here from
you can see the chatter marks.
Yeah, well past, probably out to, 150 feet?
It was a bit of a drive job because it picked up the front wheels, shook. Did everything that a funny car shouldn't do.
Yeah, it was like an octopus met an octopus, and there was just a lot going on. But it is testing, Mark, so that, I mean, you're always going to learn something from any pass of testing, isn't it? When you get it off the start line?
There's no such thing as a pass that you don't learn from.
Yeah.
Sometimes you learn you hate the car. That
no
wasn't
such
fun.
thing as a wasted test pass.
And there's no such thing as a perfect pass either. There's no crew chief who's ever gone back, you know what, that's it, we can't get any more out of that. They will look at everything like, you know what, we can probably pick up a thou here at half track. That's the thing, is there's just no such thing as a perfect pass. There's no such thing as a wasted pass, really. You learn something. Unless your driver does some silly in stage or
data.
hits the kill switch in stage by accident. Well, you're not going to learn anything on that pass other than your driver's a douche. Crew chief goes back and slaps him.
You had one job.
One job, don't hit the kill switch in stage. That's happened.
Don't hit the red button.
Yep.
So I guess that's the other thing with eliminations, isn't it? You start getting towards the finals, and it's get these breaks between races.
Yeah.
Of course, they've got to head around to the pits, pop a bit of fuel in the car, pack the parachutes. I suppose the exciting thing, Mark, is that we don't really have much of an off-season, do we? We've only got
not really.
A month until we're back into it.
How many weeks is it until the new Nitro event?
Oh,
Tell me about what, about 6 weeks?
Weeks. Let me pull out my calendar.
5 weeks, 6 weeks?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks.
5 weeks, there
5
you go.
weeks.
And you can buy your tickets online for that event, willowbankraceway.com.au for all the information. And make sure you check it out. I think we said it earlier today. That'd be a pretty good Christmas present for someone in the family if they're a drag racing fan. You can get tickets for the Golf Western All Winter Nationals as well.
You can indeed.
So
yep.
I'm just saying, you know, like hint, hint.
And I think for the Winter Nationals as well, I saw the information that you can put a payment plan in for your Winter National tickets.
I'll tell you what
the
would
track.
be good is that start line box over there across. That'd be a good spot to have at the Winter Nationals. This retired racer might be racing though.
I hope so, Mark. I hope so.
Pull the finger out and get it back on track now just to stop you guys making those jokes. Not old, not retired.
Here comes Mark out of retirement.
The comeback tour. Call me fun.
The comeback tour. Or you like Rugs a Million, mate? You're just going to have 50 retirement tours.
It's closing down sale.
It's my final ever season of racing until next year.
Until next year. I'm sure the missus would like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's been happy the last season I haven't raced. You just step out of the seat for a couple of events and boom, you're retired. I'm just waiting for a challenge, to be honest, Wade.
Yeah. You can't race yourself, can you? You can't race yourself, can you?
I need to find new ways to lose.
Yeah.
I've got to find some new excuses for all the losses I've gotten. So that's why I've taken this time off. I've just been doing some Googling.
Writing a
Yeah.
autobiography. But in all seriousness, though, Mark, do you miss racing?
'Cause I've been doing it for so long, 30 years now. So 31 years I've been racing now. 1993 I started. So I don't know. It's been good to have a little break.
Junior Dragster, we need Junior Dragster to the staging lanes immediately, please. We're waiting for you guys.
Waiting on Junior Dragster.
Waiting on juniors.
It's getting past their bedtime, I guess. Yeah, no, it's just been good to have a break. All I was doing was just doing a freshen up. We were missing a couple of events and then couldn't get the parts on time. And I was like, you know what? Let's just miss a season. One of my crew guys, he races himself, but circuit racing. I know. It's not as fun as this, but so he's been having a ball, not having to worry about come crewing, just racing his go-karts and.
Well, it was
That's good.
when you were doing your freshen up, it was an interesting time in the world, wasn't it? Post COVID and
yeah, getting parts was terrible.
Like I was trying to get parts.
I've just got a dirty old big block Chev. Like
Yeah,
it was just saying,
yeah.
it was a nightmare just trying to get parts.
Everyone was really struggling
Yeah.
to get anything from overseas.
I wasn't even doing anything big. It's just looking, freshen up the
Yeah.
bearings and gaskets and all that sort of stuff.
That was the thing. There was a lot of cars sitting out there that
I've got it all sitting
there was no
It's all-
damage. They were just waiting on parts from.
There's
get back
nothing
out
wrong
there.
with my dragster.
Yeah.
I was just like, you know what? Let's do a freshen up. We've done about 150 passes. And that's it. That's as far as I got. Life, kids, Reserve Bank of Australia putting up interest rates.
Let's not get political. We'll save that for the podcast.
Yeah, we'll save that for the podcast. That's the first time I've ever said that in commentary. Reserve Bank of Australia.
The overtaking lane feed has just been blacklisted.
Yeah. What's this guy
Someone
talking
saying
about?
bad, something bad.
What is he talking about? It's all over my head. This is what happens when we haven't got anything on the racetrack. But in saying, let's go back to the racing. These conditions now, everything's been pretty much consistent. Yeah, I wouldn't expect the cars to change much. I'd say they'd be within 100th of whatever they did in their last round of racing now. They should be set now. The drivers should be all raring to go. You wouldn't be doing any sort of adjustments in the car or delay boxes now at this point.
Yeah, well, that was the thing between the final qualifying session and the first round for some of these categories. There was a substantial amount of time,
Yeah.
and the track conditions would have changed vastly compared to that last pass. But now that we have got multiple rounds of racing in a short period of time, the track conditions would have been pretty consistent. You're not going to see too much change.
I agree. Yeah, everything you just said is correct. So it's now at the point. So the big challenge was from the third qualifier to round one when we had that big change in conditions. That was always going to be the biggest challenge for all the teams. And once you navigated that, if you got lucky or you hit your number, that's good. From that point forward, it was always going to be not too much difference at all. When you're talking thousandths and hundredths of a second there. Well, I might grab a drink of water, mate, while we've got a chance, and we'll be back here with some racing very shortly. Junior Dragster time brought to us by SuperFloor. First up, it's going to be the reigning Junior Dragster champion, Carl Schultz, to take on Isabella Hunter. Schultz is dialing at 7.67 seconds in the yellow Junior Dragster. Just about to go through his routine. Isabella Hunter's dialing at 8.50 seconds.
Oh, Mark, what more do we say about SuperFloor Junior Dragster other than that it's been epic so far and there's still more to come?
This is only the semi-finals, I think, or even... Are we into semi-finals or quarterfinals for Junior? I'm not too sure, but...
More drama than a week on Summer Bay. Carl Schultz.
I think we've referenced everything tonight. We've Reserve Bank of Australia, home and away. Okay. Almost a 1 second head start for Isabella in the Playful Junior Dragster.
And it's simple, really. Carl's just got to put on a win light to keep in there.
Isabella almost rolled all the way through there. Whole shot goes to Carl Schultz, 0.52 to a 2.48. It looks like Carl might be already up front here at half track. He's off the throttle, gets to win 7.73 on that 7.67. Isabel Hunter goes 8.88 on the 8.50. So Carl Schultz keeps the dream alive.
He does, and now he'll have to watch and see what happens in the next pairing. And Carl had that extra added pressure that he came in as the defending track champion. I'll wait and see what happens in this pairing, which will be Max Rowling and Nixon Cannuli.
Let's look at the dial-ins. It's almost heads up. 7.68 for Cannuli, 7.75 for Max Rowling. So Cannuli for A Civil, their Junior Dragster. You can see Cannuli on screen moving forward. Whole shot goes to Rowling, 0.20 to an 0.38. The win light goes to Cannuli though, 7.73, safe on his 7.68 dial, and Rowling breaks out with a 7.71 on that 7.75. And I'm wondering if that locks up the championship for Cannuli. I'll have to get Janie in the office over at Willowbank there to let me know if that wraps up the championship in Junior Dragster, because he's got a 3-point lead on Schultz. The most Schultz can pick up on him in the final is 2 points, because he's going to get lose points in the final. The 3 points, lose. So I think Nixon might
have had enough.
Might have enough here. We'll wait for see what Janie sends through shortly, but yeah. Interesting times in Junior Dragster.
It is, but I mean, for the championship to still go down to either the last race or the second last race of the season, with how many races we've had in that category, obviously always mostly over 25 entries at each event.
Yeah, so yeah, with the 3 points, because Nixon and Carl were 1 and 2 now, going into that round of racing, and they both won. And the most Carl can pick up in the final is 2 points on him.
So just a call for all finalists. We need all finalists to the lanes, please. All finalists. And from Junior Dragster, we'll move into Junior Drag Bike. These guys putting on an exhibition here today. Marcus McDonald dialed in a 890. Kai Badcock a 1045. Gets out a 316 for Kai. A 272 for Marcus, who's doing the chasing. You can see him there shifting through the gears. And it won't be enough. Kai Badcock will get the win, a 1070 on a 1045 dial-in. Marcus McDonald a 934 on an 890 was a little off the dial-in. And Kai will take the win.
Yeah, good race there for the junior drivers. All right. We've got one more of the bike competitors. That'll be Jaden down there, Jaden Badcock.
So Jaden's dialed in a 940. Gets the opportunity in his final pass of the night. Gets the track all to himself. The young fella do. He will go through with a 980 at 71 miles per hour on that 940 dial in to round out his day in Junior Drag Bike. Big thank you to those three competitors for coming out and putting on the Junior Drag Bike demonstration here this weekend.
What a day it has been. We are down to the finals.
So we do have a couple of finals, Mark, that will decide championships.
You think?
Yeah,
What do we got? What are you thinking?
Got, well, QDRC Comp Bike, there's only 2 points between Chris Collin and Avin Altar.
Ooh, and you get 3 points for a loss. So that means the win would make, if Oveen won, he would tie and then get it on the countback for going further at the last event. Okay.
And then the other one was Super Sedan, which we've been watching all day. There's only 1 point between Mitch Bauer and Damien Morris.
And they're both through.
And they've both made the
so
final.
that means it comes down to whoever wins that race. That's massive. That's what you talk about. They're the things you dream of. You get to. It's like that's the equivalent of a sideline conversion after the buzzer in a footy match. Like down to the last pass of the year. Because that's it. There's nothing else that can happen at this moment forward. It's you win, you lose, you lose.
Yep. And it's a whole season's worth of work comes down to
that's why
to
it's
an 8-second pass.
This is your sideline conversion. This is your Hazem El Masri moment. There we go. We got a sideline conversion reference in there now as well tonight.
Big thanks to everyone that stuck around for the finals after a hot day today. How's everyone doing out there in the grandstand? We still doing well, in high spirits. Thumbs up, excellent. Over on the grassy hill, you guys are still over there in your chairs, looking very comfortable. So have you seen this year, Mark?
What's that, mate?
QDRC. It's been an epic season, hasn't it? The racing's been fantastic.
It's been fantastic.
Throughout all the rounds.
It's been quality, real quality.
How many finals have we been trying to decide by going, there's multiple competitors on 3 wins?
Outside of my screwing up the points in modified, but yeah. So we have had some races bring us some gifts up here in the commentary box. Big thank you to the teams that have brought us some stuff up here, and now we've got other officials complaining that we got this. So, but we worked very hard for this, and
Sausage sizzles are nice.
yeah.
If you're hungry, get down there now. That's where we do the presentation.
So,
Come and grab something to eat now.
so we've got the barbecue at the back of the tower here tonight for all the racers and crews. So make sure you get down there.
Shakes anyway. I don't know who's out there.
Yeah, so
So we've got the barbecue down there.
apparently it's ready to go.
It's ready to go. So you can actually head down there now and have a feed.
If anyone wants to come up and commentate the finals, we might just go.
Yeah,
grab
we
a
might go
sausage.
down there. You know, you've just heard us lay out the what could happen in the
Yeah,
final. So
someone-
you guys are right, aren't
Yeah.
you? We'll leave you be and we'll go grab a sausage. So Wade, with your sausages, tomato sauce or barbecue sauce?
Barbecue.
Really?
Yeah, always barbecue.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't do tomato sauce in anything.
Ah,
Barbecue through and through.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah. Are you onion or no onion?
I do like a bit of onion on my sausage. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm more of a tomato sauce guy on the sausage. Interesting.
Are you sauce in the fridge or sauce on the cupboard?
I like the sauce in the fridge because I like that temperature difference on the on a hot chip.
Yeah.
Because I like the hot chip, but I like that cold sauce.
Yeah.
So I like that. I like that difference.
You can eat the hot chip straight away because it's got a bit of coldness to it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think scientifically, you just got to have it in the fridge. What are you?
Yeah, I'm in the fridge too.
Yeah, in the fridge guy. Okay. This is the hard-hitting stuff that you guys have been waiting for all night from the commentary team. I think we've got a final in front of us. Modified bike, possibly. Scott Much, Alan Ennis Jr. So Scott Much on the Pro Cycle Dyno Suzuki. Moving forward, we can see Alan Ennis there in the green leathers on his creative new cabinets Suzuki. Dialing at 868, Much 895. So just under 0.3 of a second head start for Scott.
Yeah, both are in their second final of the season. Alan with a win, Scott with a runner-up.
It's always a good way to finish off the year in a final.
So can Scott even the ledger at 1 apiece in finals this season, or will it be Alan Ennis Jr. going 2 from 2?
Oh, Alan Ennis Jr. goes 0.22 on the Tree Tour, 2.18. Massive advantage for Ennis Jr. And he gets the win, 8.75 on his 8.68 dial-in. Scott Much goes 9.00. He was closer to the dial-in, but huge reaction time advantage for Alan Ennis Jr. Gets him the win here in modified bike. I thought I'd just better check that it was the final. Because there's nothing worse when you think it's a final and then it's not.
There's more coming?
Yeah.
A little bit of real street coming our way. The real street final. It's the red line up against the
think?
blue oval.
What do you think? Who you got here, mate?
Look, as a Ford man, I'm taking the Ford.
All right, I'll go the Holden first. Matt Coates
Paul
in the
Nelson.
Holden, 12 dial-in. And Wade's man, Paul Nielsen's dial-in 11.76 in the Ford. My guy's got a cool nickname, the Dragon.
My guy's got a better reaction.
That he does. 0.78 to a 147. So Nielsen in the box seat in the Ford. He gets the win. 11.89 on that 11.76. Matt Coate goes 12.22 on his 12.12.
Interesting, there was a flash of brake lights on both sides of the track, so they both wanting to protect the dial-in, but yeah, Paul will get the win.
Paul gets the win.
Matt Coates, though, did win the last event, so he's made 2 finals in a row. Winner and a runner-up. Let's move into Super Street. Big thank you again to Prime State and Speed Elec for supporting Super Street again this year. It's almost like Knijff Earthmoving, isn't it? Mark, you don't need to look at the list to see where the sponsor's going to be.
Okay. We got the Tirana for the KPM performance team of John McKnight, Troy Hutton the Ute. He's done at 1084, 1193 for McKnight, so just over 1 second head start for the Tirana. And it looks like this will be the final for Prime Science Speed Elec Super Street. Oh, great reaction time from John McKnight. 003 to a 149 from Hutton. The TH tiling and waterproofing Holden Ute of Troy Hutton's got a bit of work to do if he wants to get the win here. It's not enough because John McKnight gets the win, goes 12.01 on his 11.93. Hutton was closer to the dial and 10.86 on the 10.84, but the reaction time, John McKnight, was too big to get over, gets the win here in Prime Science Speed Elec Super Street.
Yeah, that's a classic definition of a whole shot win there for John McKnight, isn't it?
Great pass.
Nice work.
Okay, next up we've got the Knijff Earthmoving Modified final. So Lucas Holtz has got the championship sewn up. This is about second and third in the championship. Chris, Reed, Brett Farnell. Reed in the Roadster, Brett Farnell the front engine dragster moving forward. He's on 8.34. It's almost a heads-up race. 8.45 for Reed. How many finals has Reed been in this season? He's been in a few as well.
Yeah, so this will be his third final. So he's won one, lost one. Brett Farnell's won a final. So both have had success this season. Who will finish the season with another winner's trophy in the cabinet?
Oh, good lights both sides. 018 to an 032 Farnell with the advantage. 8.34 dial in for Brett Farnell. The win light goes to Farnell. 8.35 on his 8.34. Reed goes 8.47 on his 8.45. And Brett Farnell's your winner here for Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator. And I think that means he might get second in the championship. Not too sure. We'll have to wait to see what Janie sends through to us.
Well, he was 2 points behind Chris Reed.
So, yeah, well, that means if that's the case, so he would have picked up 2 points on him.
He's gone further in this
he's gone
event.
further and gets second, yeah.
Finish on the same number of points.
All right, now this is a big race for
Here we
Comp
go.
Bike. So this one, I think, winner takes all. Do you agree with me, Wade?
Yeah, so based on what we've got printed out in front of us.
Yes, based on us, unofficially.
Off the Willowbank
unofficially.
website. You've got Chris Collin on 53 points, Arvin Orta on 51. 2 points between them, and here they are meeting in the final.
Will the rookie get the win here in his first season of Comp Bike? He does. He goes 9.08 on that B Street bike for Arvin Orta. Chris Collin goes 8.06 on the B Altered bike, but wasn't enough for Arvin. He gets the win and possibly that Comp Bike championship. What an event so far here for Donnelly Blasting Services, Queensland Drag Racing Championships. We are down to the nitty gritty. This is a race here for the championship. 1 point separated these two coming into the event. Is that correct, Wade?
Yeah, that's correct.
Let's paint the picture.
That is
1
it.
point. Winner takes all in Super Sedan. Morris is not happy. He was out of the groove a little bit. It's backing up, getting it back into the center line. Mitchell Bauer, Damian Morris, Super Sedan Championship on the line.
This is Damien's fourth final for the season as well, but you know what? He's 0-3, so he wants to. He can win the championship, and he can get his first final win. But that just goes to show the picture of consistency that he's had this season.
Morris has won the Super Sedan Championship in the past. He's been there. He's done it. But all that matters right now is this pass here in front of us. Bauer 937, Morris 992 dialing. No one moving in. You can see Morris just edging very, very slowly forward. He's in full stage. .065 to an .024. Bauer, whole shot by 400ths. And Bauer gets the win, 938 on his 937. Morris goes 999 on his 992. He was a little bit off the dial in. Wow, Mitchell Bauer, take a bow. 024.
It was like,
hits the dial
in. It was like hold your breath stuff, wasn't it, for that pass? And how shallow were they both staging as well? Like,
it was
took
meticulous.
Them forever
it was.
to get in
They were both on their game there. Incredible performances. Damien Morris, Mitchell Bauer, take a bow. Both your drivers did very well this season. And the man that has sewn up the championship in Top Sportsman, Paul DeBlane to take on Matty Barron.
Oh, now about this as well, a heads-up race, an 867.
Oh, it's heads up.
Both sides of the racetrack.
Heads up. I wonder if Matty's actually done that on purpose. Well, he's been quicker. He's been the quicker of the two. So it's interesting. I wonder if he's playing a little bit of a game there. Because it's going to be in the back of your mind that you've been quicker than Paul today. Heads up, 867, both sides of the track. Matt Barron, Paul DeBlane. .008 to an 019, Matty Barron, 11th out advantage. And he gets there, goes 868 on his 867. Both drivers go 868. That's one for the commentary page there. That's a great run. Matty Barron gets the win. Paul DeBlane, runner-up. What a race. 008 to an 019. Both drivers going 68 on their 67 dial-ins.
How cool is that?
And it's a 100th win margin across the finish line there for Matty Barron.
That's awesome.
Okay. Moving on to SuperComp now.
How did that big smoky burnout from Jai Schluter?
Jai Schluter is on a solo pass here. So the barbecue's already started up just down in behind the tower for all our racers and crew and officials. Get down there and get your sausage. So I wonder if Sloan had some issues with the Gemini.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, it was off song, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was a short turnaround, of course, between their last round and this one, in a semi-final, so they don't get that time as you might in a first round or
exactly as well.
earlier in the day.
So Jai Schluter in the Cavalier for 477 Garage. Running DMP with an index of 913. But there's obviously we know Jai can run into the runs into the 8s. Manually shifted there for Jai Schluter. The Cavalier finishes off with a win here in the Queensland Dragster Championship. Goes 865, 129 miles an hour.
Nice work. Gets an opportunity to salute on a solo. It's the incoming QDRC SuperComp truck champion.
So what have we got left now? I think we got Junior Dragster. Is there any other finals?
No, it just looks to be the juniors back there in the staging lanes.
I think going by what Jane has sent me over in the from the office from Willowbank on the junior dragster side of things, Nixon Cannulli has an unassailable lead in the championship because he's got 3 points on Carl.
Yep.
And the most Carl can make up on him in the final because of the lose point situation, because you get points for losing, is 2 points. So even if Carl wins the final, he'll fall 1 point short. Going by my maths, which has been right 9 out of 10 times today.
As you said, drag racing is all about maths.
Exactly.
Big thank you to all of our track officials and volunteers here today as well. Events just don't happen without the team that help prepare the track. All our IHRA officials down there, everyone down on the deep end, the front gate.
Yeah, we do have a lot of volunteers out here. So you don't usually see the guys down the bottom end, but they're there all day in the sun.
And if you are sitting out there as well and you're wondering, well, how do I get involved? Is there a position for me? Just get in touch with the office, and
yep.
There's always a position for everyone, I'm sure. But it was International Volunteers Day yesterday.
Oh, was it really? Oh, that's awesome.
Big shout out to everyone still tuning in on the Overtaking Lane stream. It says 135 still tuning in.
Still 135.
They're all waiting for the junior final.
All waiting for the junior final, yeah. Come on, they're young. You'd think they'd be ready to go, roaring.
Yeah.
What are these kids doing? I know what my kids would be doing. They'd be trying to do some silly TikTok dance. Yeah. Just get your fire suit on.
Got to do a video for my fans, Dad.
Like and subscribe. I have a 9-year-old daughter at home, and those TikTok is banned.
So you don't get dragged into any of the TikTok videos, mate? You're not in the background of any of them doing the dances, or you've got your own channel, don't you?
I do. Yeah. I like to do the gritty.
Mark's Man Cave.
Yeah. Yes. Unfortunately, I know all the slang. I don't know if anyone else gets it in the mornings, but I get the... what's the vibe you're getting from this outfit? Is it sleigh or what? Fit check. Not even kidding.
You do that too well.
Yep. All the fathers here with daughters know what I'm talking about. I'm happy as long as they're not fighting or killing each other. It's all good.
Yeah. And if they go quiet, are you suspicious? What are they up to?
No, because they fight too much. They're at that age where they just want to fight each other. See, Tiana, the other commentator, she's got all that to look forward to. See, at the stage where they don't talk back to you, this is the good times. They can't run away. They're not walking or crawling yet. Like
where you put them is where you find them when you come back.
Yeah, exactly. So she's got the fun stage right now, Tiana. Wait until they talk back. And yes. See, I know I'm about to get ripped into when my daughter comes up. So she's like, "No offense, but."
You know it's on them.
No, you can't say no offense and rip into me about something about the way I look.
What have I done?
No, it's usually about the way I look or something.
You're expecting it, and you're already dishing out. Well, how many weeks are you doing the dishes for?
Yeah.
Yeah, big shout. I wonder if Tiana's still listening. Big shout out.
Well, the parents are here. They're down there watching.
Big shout out to Tiana. Hope she's doing well. And a big shout out to Chris as well. Chris has done some of the QDR seasons.
Yeah, the other commentators.
Back on board.
Yep. I think that's everyone from our commentary team. There was someone else here today. It was just us two. Yeah. Terry doesn't count.
Big shout out.
He did Terry did like 20 minutes today, so we've got to give him a round of applause for doing. He did 2 20-minute stints, so we give him a round of applause. Terry, he did.
He could get a job in the Australian batting lineup at this stage.
Yeah, he would. He went longer than half of them, so in the openers.
He's just getting into T20 season. Short, sharp, done. Well, I can hear the juniors there firing up to bring the curtain down on our 2024 Donnelly Blasting Services QDRC Championship season. It is the SuperFloor Junior Dragster final.
Yep, so going by our calculations at the moment, I think Nixon Canuli has sewn up the championship here in SuperFloor Junior Dragster. So it's about bragging rights here in the final, because Carl Schultz will finish second in the championship, the outgoing Junior Dragster champion. Dial-ins. Let's talk dial-ins. It's almost heads up. 772 for Canuli. Schultz is 768. Schultz has been killer all night, all evening. If you're going to look at the reaction time side of things, he's been sharp. Canuli has been killer as well. There's a reason these two drivers are here at the end of the season. They will finish 1 and 2 in the points. Whole shot goes to Nixon Canuli, 094 to a 117. That's the slowest light of the day for Schultz in racing, I think. And the win light will go to Nixon Canuli. He goes 772 on a 772. Schultz goes 770 on the 768. Nixon Canuli is your SuperFloor Junior Dragster champion. Takes the win. Schultz runner-up. What a way to finish off the night here at the Donnelly Blasting Services Queensland Drag Racing Championships. We are run and done. That's it. We've got the barbecue out the back here just underneath the tower. So all the racers, crews, officials, if you want to head down there, we'll have trophy presentations. Will be in probably about 15, 20 minutes. So all those teams, they got winners, one and runner-up tonight. Make sure you're over here in 15, 20 minutes for the trophy presentation. You should be here anyway for the barbecue. We've had a few teams not turning up in the trophy press because they're over there packing their trailers up and all that. Celebrating and miss out on their little glory of getting the trophy.
Big shout out to all of the racers as well that have competed in any of the events this year. Without them nominating, they wouldn't happen.
Exactly. So, yeah, big thank you to all the spectators that stayed here to the end of the evening. Everyone watching at home on the Overtaking stream, which may have already been finished now. But, yeah, big thank you to everyone, to all of our officials, all our staff up here, the Willowbank office staff. Brady, for the work he does during the week, mate. Thank you. And congratulations to all of our champions for the 2024 season, to all of our winners and runners-up. We'll see you shortly.
We've got our Super Street finals next Saturday.
Oh, yeah,
so if you can make it
Street
out,
Series, yep.
Come and support our finalists.
And we've got the New Year Nitro event, obviously, in the new year.
We do.
Make sure you check it out, willowbankraceway.com.au to get your tickets. And that's it. That's a close for the QDRCs for the 2024 season. Stay safe, everyone. Hopefully we'll see you down having a sausage and then the barbecue, celebrating with our winners and runners-up. And we'll see you again soon. Drive safe home.